Chapter 1, Soul Awakening, God Level Item System Binding. Chapter 1, Soul Awakening, God Level Item System Binding. Douluo Continent, Holy Soul Village, border of the Tiandu Empire. It is detected that the host is awakening the martial soul, and the God level entry system is binding successfully. An emotionless mechanical voice came from Luo Zixi's mind. After hearing this lousy electronic sound, the heavy weight hanging in his heart finally disappeared without a trace. I am also a person with a system. The boy's name was Luo Zixi, and he was from Blue Star. He had just won 100 million in the lottery, and before he could enjoy it, he was hit and killed by an oncoming dump truck on the 18th floor. That's right, he was beaten to death on the 18th floor. The novice gift package has been distributed and is being opened. The novice gift package has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive martial spirit bundled with the system. The entry collection bag has now been integrated with the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the guaranteed entry for system cultivation, unconditionally increase 1 level in 3 months, the only passive entry, does not occupy the main entry space. Congratulations to the host for obtaining, God-given Soul Ring X1. As the system sound disappeared, Luo Zixi, who was standing in the center of the awakening platform, came back to his senses in a daze. Su Yun Tao, who was originally helping him awaken his martial soul, now looked at him with contempt in his eyes. Is this your martial spirit? After hearing the other party's words, Luo Zixi subconsciously looked towards the center of his right hand, where a peculiarly shaped white cloth bag was floating. Yet, it seems so. Luo Zixi's brain hadn't reacted yet. The dog system came and went quickly. If he hadn't been able to feel that there was something like space on his body, he might have thought that what had just happened was a dream. Ah, a white cloth bag? Another useless martial spirit. Su Yun Tao then directly handed the crystal ball in his hand to Luo Zixi, but it could be seen from his eyes that the other party did not have any hope for him at all. Boom! However, the moment Luo Zixi placed his hand on the crystal ball, a dazzling blue light instantly illuminated the dark ancestral hall. Full innate soul power. Another full innate soul power. Tang San, who was standing aside with a proud look on his face, showed some displeasure in his eyes when he saw that the little brat in front of him actually had the same level of spirit power as himself. But after Su Yun Tao's exclamation, he sighed again and again. It's useless. The white cloth bag spirit is not even as good as Tang San's blue-silver grass. Giving such a peerless talent as innate full spirit power to a bag of grass like you is a waste. In the end, with Su Yun Tao muttering in his dazed eyes, the grass bag duo Luo Zixi and Tang San both got their own martial spirit certificates. 2 long and narrow shadows were cast in the evening setting sun. Since they were from the same village, Luo Zixi and Tang San were going home on the same route. Little Sanzi, not bad, you are actually a blue-silver grass with full soul power. You have a bright future. Regarding Tang San, the son of destiny, Luo Zixi said that she would rather not provoke him than provoke him. After all, the other party's way to death was indeed extremely against the will of heaven. Haha, you too. A white cloth bag with innate full soul power. Tang San glanced at Luo Zixi with a very cold tone. After walking for a while, Luo Zixi arrived at the door of his house. Seeing old Jack cleaning the house, he ran into the house excitedly to report his good news to him. Seeing this situation, Tang San's eyes were obviously filled with displeasure. Although the relationship between the two of them only stayed at the level of acquaintance, he did not feel the most basic courtesy from the other party. However, they are all children from the same village. Although the other party was unreasonable, he did not infringe on their interests and did not meet the conditions for seeking death. Grandpa Jack. I'm back. When he walked into the yard, Luo Zixi saw the little old man who had picked him up from the roadside and brought him home 6 years ago. Hey! Zixi is back. How's it going? Did you awaken your soul power? At this moment, Old Jack looked at his grandson with full anticipation. Yes. I have awakened my innate full soul power. But the elder brother who helped me awaken my martial soul said that my martial soul is useless and my future cultivation path will not be very long. Luo Zixi scratched his head. He would definitely keep the system's affairs to himself, and the current white cloth bag martial spirit could just provide him with a cover. Really? It's still full innate spirit power. God has eyes. Our holy soul village is finally going to produce another noble soul master. Luo Zixi, it seems that my cheap grandfather has only heard about the innate full soul power. Late at night, after eating and drinking, Luo Zixi climbed into her warm little nest. Currently, he did not have a comprehensive understanding of his system and martial soul, so he planned to take advantage of this time to fully understand the functions of his system. System, explain your main role and the specific role of my martial spirit. Damn, this system is called the God level entry system, and the host's martial soul is called the entry collection bag, which is an indispensable and important part of this system. Specific functions of the system: view item information and personal information, system warehouse, unlimited, cannot store living things, character favorability query. Specific function of martial soul: every time a soul ring is absorbed, the host will have a chance to draw 10 entries in a row, and a golden entry will appear as a guarantee. The host can choose any 3 of them to be included in the martial soul each time. Remember, the entries cannot be changed after they are included. Entry level introduction: gold, red, black, purple, blue. Looking at the detailed information given by the system, Luo Zixi had a rough idea in his mind. It seems that his own system is not enough to help him defeat Douluo, so he decided to stay alive for a few years. System, open my personal panel. Name, Luo Zixi. Sex, maleage, Wuhan, entry collection bag soul power, level 10 soul warrior. Appearance, ordinary. Physical condition, none. Skills, none. Warehouse, God-given soul ring times 1 favorability list, Tang San 1%, Tang Hao 5%. Comprehensive evaluation: your weakness is beyond my imagination. Hiss, I didn't expect that the pure and innocent young Master Tang would actually have a 1% favorability towards me. Oh my god, I'm flattered. However, this is also within Luo Zixi's acceptable range. After all, as long as the other party doesn't want to kill him directly, he feels that it is a very good situation. For him, improving his current strength is the most important thing. It is really useless to save things like God-given soul rings. He is in urgent need of means of self-defense, so he plans to absorb this soul ring first and see what kind of entries he can draw. As Luo Zixi sat cross-legged on the bed, a black ball appeared in his hand, and on the other side. In a small mud house at the edge of Holy Soul Village. Father, I have awakened my innate full soul power. Tang San excitedly told his father the good news, and when Tang Hao heard that his son had awakened his innate full soul power, a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. What is a martial spirit? Tell me now. It was the first time that Tang San saw his father so excited. He then stretched out his left hand with pride. It's blue silver grass. Snapped. Just as he finished speaking, Tang San felt a black shadow flash past him, and he was whipped against the wall by his father, his face full of burning pain. Useless things. But then, Tang San slowly stood up and revealed the hammer in his right hand. Father, I have a second martial soul. This is Haoshan. Xiaosan, you are really my good son. Little Crazy's new book is out, with multiple female protagonists, no Shrek, dual worlds of Douluo fights, and dual cultivation systems. Having learned from the lessons of the previous book, this book is purely refreshing and not overwhelming. Everyone is welcome to come and appreciate it. Genesis first release, those are channels at some point. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Golden Entry, Succubus Physiognomy. Chapter 2 Golden Entry, Succubus Physiognomy. The sun sets in the west and the moon rises in the middle, and an hour passes in a flash. At this moment, Luo Zixi had just absorbed this God-given soul ring. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the first soul ring, the 603rd soul ring. However, before Luo Zixi could recover from his shock, a series of mechanical electronic sounds appeared in his mind. The 10 consecutive draws of the God-level items are being randomly drawn for you. Congratulations, the draw was successful. Please select the entry you want. The time limit is 3 minutes, during which the flow of time inside and outside the body stops. As the electronic sound faded, Luo Zixi felt that the surroundings suddenly became silent, even the chirping of birds and insects disappeared. He knew that it was his system that was working, so he turned his attention to the system panel in front of him. Blue entry, Constitution plus 30. Blue entry, Intelligence plus 20. Red entry, Wood Spirit Body, Super Recovery, Super Healing, you have absolute suppression power over all plants in terms of status. Blue entry, Sailing Against the Current, you will increase all attributes by 10% within 3 seconds of being attacked. Blue entry, Fire Immunity, your body is immune to flames below the ultimate fire. Blue entry, Lightning Struck Wood, after being struck by lightning, the cultivation speed will be increased by 20% within 3 days. Purple entry, Lazy Start, every 24 hours, unconditionally improve your own soul ring for 50 years. Blue entry, Ice Immune Constitution, you are immune to all ice elements below extreme ice. Black entry, Too Lazy to Move, every 24 hours, unconditionally increase the age of your own soul ring by 100 years. Guaranteed golden entry, Succubus Body, the host's charm will increase without limit as the level increases. Girls living nearby will gradually be attracted to the host and plot ill will in the future. Please protect your personal safety. Looking at these dazzling array of entries, Luo Zixi did not feel that she would have any difficulty in making a choice. It is not an exaggeration to say that everything under the black entries is garbage. But this time his luck seemed pretty good. In addition to a guaranteed gold entry, he also got a black entry and a red entry. System, fuse the 3 entries, Succubus Body, Wood Spirit Body, and Too Lazy to Move. Ding, the entries are being merged. Congratulations to the host for integrating the Succubus Body. Congratulations to the host for integrating the Wood Spirit Body. Congratulations to the host for integrating Too Lazy to Move. As the system's voice continued to emerge from his mind, Luo Zixi felt something unusual about himself almost the next second. At this moment, he only felt that his whole body had become much clearer, and even the air he breathed in and out had become very fresh. Luo Zixi knew that this should be the result of the effect of his Wood Spirit Body. As for the abilities of Succubus Body and Too Lazy to Move, he could not feel them for the time being, but the benefits they would bring to him in the future would definitely be more powerful than the Wood Spirit Body. The body of a wood spirit, the body of a succubus, too lazy to move. Luo Zixi lay comfortably in her warm little bed, feeling the fairly good strength in her body, and she felt more confident. His martial arts entry collection bag was slowly summoned in front of him at this moment. Now the 3 collection boxes on the first layer of the collection bag have been filled, 1 black, 1 red and 1 gold. In my opinion, it is very powerful to have such a configuration at the beginning. What surprised him was that his first soul ring only gave him a passive skill. Improved all attributes by 10%, not bad, and I also have a black entry that can increase the age of my soul ring by 100 years every day. Thinking about it this way, the color of my spirit rings in 6 years might all become 100,000 year spirit rings. It seems quite amazing. Rustling after tossing and turning in the quilt for a while, Luo Zixi wrapped herself tightly in the quilt and slowly fell asleep. Never mind, just go to sleep first, your life is more important. A month later, Nottingham City, Nottingham College. Luo Zixi and Tang San came to this small border town together to go to school. Luo Zixi's first soul ring has also reached an extremely high age of more than 3,600 years, and the increase in all attributes brought by his first soul ring has reached 3.6%. In fact, Luo Zixi originally wanted to go to Wuhan City to register for school, but he was afraid that the old man Tang Hao would kill him with a hammer after seeing his intentions. After all, Tang Hao, Tang San and the Spirit Hall are mortal enemies. If he were to defect to the Spirit Hall in front of them, it would definitely attract their attention. Hunting down talented soul masters who are unwilling to surrender is not something that only the Spirit Hall does. At the gate of Nuoding College stood a security guard with a face full of acne. At this moment, he was looking at Tang San and Luo Zixi with contempt. "What are you doing? Is this a place for two poor country boys like you to come?" Hearing the other party's words, Luo Zixi was stunned at first, then he glanced at his clean clothes. Although not gorgeous, it was definitely much better than what ordinary people wore. After all, this was new clothes that old Jack had specially made for his little grandson with cloth before he came. However, at this moment, Tang San turned his gaze to Luo Zixi, as if to say that you should go and explain to him. However, considering that Tang San always looked down on others along the way, Luo Zixi didn't tolerate him at all. "You don't want to speak? Are you dumb? Then don't go to school. If you want to go in today, go in. If you don't want to go in, don't go in. Xiao Saner, go out for a walk. You go in and play first." Luo Zixi rolled his eyes at Tang San and turned away. His primary goal now was to make money to buy a quilt. After all, sleeping on a cold wooden board was not his style. In fact, old Jack gave him a quilt when he left, but Luo Zixi didn't want it. "Now that I am a soul master, is it still easy to make money?" So Tang San just watched Luo Zixi gradually disappear from his sight. However, just as Luo Zixi left, the voice of the system came from his mind. "Tang San's favorability -1%, current favorability 0%. Ha ha ha." After hearing the system prompt, Luo Zixi's face was full of disdain. Things are different now. The only thing he fears is Tang Hao, the depth bomb. As for Tang San, it will be enough for him as long as he can ensure that the other party will not say to him, "You have already found a way to die." Nottingham, in the market. Even in a small border town like Nottingham, the market is bustling. Luo Zixi moved among the sparse crowds of people, just like an ordinary child out shopping. 5 minutes later Luo Zixi held a candied hawes in her left hand and a glass of freshly squeezed juice in her right hand. Somehow, more than 20 wallets of exquisite designs appeared in the system warehouse. Looking at the food and drink in his hands, he couldn't help but look at the reflection in the glass beside him, which showed his peerless face. "My damn charm has nowhere to go." However, just as he was reveling in himself, more than a dozen exclamations were heard from not far away. "Where's my wallet? System story, semi-invincible, kill Tang Hao, kill Yu Xiao Gang, ravage Tang San, tyrannize the protagonist group." End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Yu Xiao Gang accepts a disciple? What does it have to do with me? Chapter 3 Yu Xiao Gang accepts a disciple? What does it have to do with me? At the entrance of Nuoding College, there was a sound of reprimand and accountability, and the originally arrogant guard was now looking at the middle-aged man in front of him with a smile on his face. This middle-aged man had thick eyebrows and big eyes, a sexy stubble, a shaved head, and was wearing a black coat. He looked listless, and looked like an old swindler wandering the world. "I'm sorry, master. I was wrong in this matter. Please forgive me for being unreasonable this time." The guard apologized humbly at this time, but the middle-aged man standing in front of him was full of disdain and just said one sentence lightly. "This is the first and last time. If you do it again, you don't need to stay." The guard was sweating profusely at this point, and he just kept responding and stood aside, not daring to say anything else. At this moment, Luo Zixi was humming a song and walking towards here with brisk steps. When he saw the middle-aged man and Tang San standing at the door, he knew in his heart that this should be the master Yu Xiaogang in the original work. It's just that who he is has nothing to do with him, and with the system, he doesn't need to have too much contact with him. Now he can at least upgrade 4 levels a year, 100 divided by 4 equals 25. Therefore, even if he doesn't practice, but just relies on the guaranteed benefits, he can still become a god within 20 years. Now, with his daily practice and the absorption of spirit rings and spirit bones, he can almost become a god before he turns 18. By then, he can stop eating beef as he pleases. Hello, this is my martial spirit certificate. Can I enter Nuoding College now? Luo Zixi walked up to them casually and politely took out his martial spirit certificate. Yu Xiaogang also noticed the extraordinary-looking Luo Zixi. When he stretched out his right hand, a light flashed in his dark eyes. This kid has good vision. However, Luo Zixi simply ignored Yu Xiaogang, who stretched out his right hand and handed his martial arts certificate directly to the guard beside him. Uncle Security Guard, can I come in please? Yu Xiaogang, Tang San, Doorman, W. The guard picked up Luo Zixi's martial arts certificate with some trembling, because he just saw that Luo Zixi in front of him and Tang San over there came together, and the master said that Tang San's martial arts certificate was real. So to sum up, Luo Zixi's martial spirit is proven to be true. He glanced at it randomly, then nodded with confirmation. Well, your martial spirit certificate is real, you can go in. Taking a deep breath, the security guard now dared not to cause trouble anymore. After all, the person next to him was the master of Nuoding Academy, a soul master whom he could not afford to offend. After hearing what the guard said, Luo Zixi raised his eyebrows. Oh my, it turned out to be much more common after the military training by Yu Xiaogang. Luo Zixi also labeled the guard in her heart as a bully who only fears the strong and bullies the weak. Well, thank you, security guard. After taking the martial spirit certificate, Luo Zixi hummed a little tune and continued to walk into the academy. Wait! At this moment, a slightly serious voice reached Luo Zixi's ears. When he looked back, he found that it was Yu Xiaogang who called him. Hey? You called me? Luo Zixi was a little confused and pointed at himself. Well, come here and show me your martial spirit certificate. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's serious and commanding tone, Luo Zixi felt a little unhappy. Who are you? You said you wanted me to show it to you, so I showed it to you? See my martial arts proof? Then tell me, are you the teacher here? Luo Zixi did not refuse him. After all, he should at least give me a reason to look at the information. Yu Xiaogang was speechless for a moment, but soon his plump face showed a bit of pride and confidence. Although I am not a teacher in this academy, everyone in this academy must respectfully address me as master when they see me. There was a hint of pride on his face when he said this. Oh, then master, if you are not the teacher here, then you have no right to order me, a student, and read my information. After saying this, Luo Zixi turned around and left without paying any more attention to Yu Xiaogang, but he believed that even if he didn't show it to him, Tang San would tell him later. Tang San would eventually become the master's disciple, and he was not the same kind of person as them. They might even become enemies fighting against each other in the future. Hey! I'm not a teacher here, but... Yu Xiaogang stood behind and wanted to call out to Luo Zixi, but it was useless. Luo Zixi knew very well what Yu Xiaogang would say to him after knowing his martial soul and innate full soul power. Yu Xiaogang, you have twin martial souls, right? All the Yanzu watching here, papa papa. Thunderous applause here. In the principal's office, Luo Zixi officially became a work-study student after signing the paper. This is your enrollment certificate. Your dormitory is in Building 7 on the far right. Just keep walking south and you will see it. Principal Fanos was a little old man with a white beard, and he was quite amiable. When he saw Luo Zixie's innate full spirit cloth bag martial spirit, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes, but the light in his eyes soon dimmed. It's just a useless martial soul. Even if it has full innate soul power, it is still a useless martial soul. It may not be able to continue practicing after cultivating to the level of a great soul master. With brisk steps, Luo Zixie bought 2 brand new large quilts inside the college, one for sleeping and one for covering. I didn't have the conditions before, but now that I have the conditions, I must definitely improve the quality of my life. This is a big cotton quilt that teachers use. Do you really want to buy it, kid? Luo Zixie was only about 1.5 meters tall, which was considered tall for his peers, but this quilt was 2.5 meters long. It was twice as tall as him. Well, just buy 2 beds. I don't need your money. Luo Zixie casually took out 20 gintama coins from his pocket. When the clerk saw the money, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly helped Luo Zixie pack the things. Thank you for your patronage. Welcome to visit us next time. The waiter's tone was gentle and his attitude was sincere. Feeling this, Luo Zixie clearly felt what it meant that my service attitude depends on your spending amount. They bought some quilts, toothbrushes, wash basins, and other daily necessities here, spending nearly 22 gintama coins, which was a considerable amount of business for a small shop like theirs. Nuoding College? No. Dormitory 7 was in a mess at this time, and it looked like it had been bombed with firecrackers. I lost, but can you tell me what technique you used just now? There are quite a lot of heroines in this book, including Douluo and Dupo, but it's not like the previous book where all the heroines and supporting characters are chosen without any thinking. To be honest, there is quite a lot of controversy about whether Xiao Wu can become the heroine. I will leave it in suspense for everyone here. The author will try his best to give every reader a good reading experience. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Money smells like copper, but it is really useful. Chapter 4, Money smells like copper, but it is really useful. In Dorm 7, a cute girl in a pink skirt was looking down at the boy who was lying on the ground with his back facing the ground. After hearing the other party admit defeat and asking about her moves, a smug smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I call this a soft skill, a skill that uses the softness and toughness of the body. However, while the girl was still explaining her martial arts, the door of the 7th dormitory creaked again, and then a handsome man with extraordinary temperament and handsome face, Luo Zixie, squeezed in from the door carrying a lot of bags. When he saw the girl in the pink skirt and the fallen Tang San, he knew clearly what happened here, but this was not something he should care about. So under the gaze of everyone, he placed all his things on the innermost bunk. But just as he was about to clean up, a slightly serious business voice came from the center of the room. Boy, are you also a new part-time student? Hearing someone calling him, Luo Zixie raised his eyes and looked at him. He is quite tall, about 1.65 meters tall, and taller than me. He should be Wang Sheng, the warmonger in Dormitory 7 and the strongest lackey in the early stage. Well, is there a problem? I am speechless. I came here with my bag and you still ask such childish questions. And could he wait until I made my bed before calling me? He is so rude. That's fine. Are you here to compete for the position of the boss, or are you here to meet the new boss? At this time, Wang Sheng looked at Luo Zixie arrogantly, as if he looked down on him a little. Boss? What's good about being a boss? After hearing what the other party said, Luo Zixie asked back. Benefits? The benefit is that we all listen to the boss and follow his lead. Wang Sheng was in high spirits when he said this, and it was obvious that he respected the person who could become the head of Dormitory 7 very much. Is that so? Let's play a game then. A smile appeared on Luo Zixie's lips, and then he looked at everyone. A silver soul coin shining brightly appeared in his hand. The first person who calls me boss will be rewarded with a silver soul coin. After hearing Luo Zixie's words, they all showed expressions of contempt, and they felt insulted. But money can make a hero fall. It's about making money, so it's not embarrassing to call you boss. Soon, a part-time student behind Wang Sheng shouted weakly in the crowd. Boss! Ding dong! A Gintama coin hit the head of the man who called out boss. Now not only Wang Sheng and the others, but even Tang San had a look of confusion in his eyes. Is it so easy to make money now, and they really gave it to me? This is a Gintama coin. The young man who received the money had a gleam in his eyes. A silver soul coin. The other party really gave him a silver soul coin. Then, Luo Zixi said again. It's still the same. The first person who calls me boss will give me 5 silver soul coins. However, before he could finish his words, another young man who wanted to improve blurted out. Boss! Ding ling ding kang! 5 silver soul coins fell into his hands accurately without any hesitation. After seeing this scene, Tang San's eyes revealed a solemn look. Laymen watch the excitement, experts watch the doorway. The person who just shouted was standing in the middle of a dense crowd, and Luo Zixi was able to accurately throw 5 silver soul coins into his hand. Without systematic training, ordinary people would not be able to do this, not to mention that the other party was just a child. Gilu! Wang Sheng swallowed his saliva, and the part-time students standing behind him looked at Luo Zixi as if they were looking at the god of wealth. At this moment, they all regretted why they didn't call him boss just now. From today until graduation, I will give everyone 10 Gintama coins every month. I don't need you to call me boss, so don't bother me in the future. And just help me with the part-time job of cleaning up the garbage. Just nod if you feel it's okay. As for these problem children who have no money and can't even get enough food to eat, Luo Zixi has plenty of ways to make them stop causing trouble for her. After hearing Luo Zixi's words, the eyes of these part-time students lit up. If they are given 10 silver soul coins every month, they won't have to tighten their belts and can eat and drink enough every day without going hungry. Pft! Pft! With one person taking the lead, the sound of people kneeling on their knees soon spread throughout Dormitory 7. We have been wandering for half of our lives, and we only regret that we have never met a wise master. If you don't abandon us, we are willing to become your adoptive father. Fuck it, everyone, get up. Clean Dormitory 7 for me. How many days has it been since the trash can was emptied? Go and empty it. I'll give you my commission tonight. Luo Zixi shouted at the group of idiots, Godfather. Forget it, he was really afraid that these little brats would stab him in the back. After hearing Luo Zixi's words, they took action and went to get brooms and rags to clean the place with excitement on their faces. In the center of the room, only the pink-dressed girl Xiao Wu and the pure and innocent Tang San were left, lying in disarray in the middle of the room. No, what on earth happened? How could it turn out like this in just 1 minute? Luo Zixi ignored Tang San who was lying on the ground in a daze, and turned his gaze to Xiao Wu who was looking at him with a confused expression. I understand that Xiao San is not interested in money, but are you, little girl, not interested in money too? After hearing his words, Xiao Wu finally came back to her senses. Money? What is money? Can you eat it? Although she came to her senses, her expression was still a little confused. Luo Zixi knew that she was Xiao Wu, and it was her first time in the human world. She had no idea about money. You can't eat money, but you can use it to buy a lot of delicious and fun things. After hearing Luo Zixi's words, Xiao Wu thought for a moment, and soon she turned her gaze back to herself. You mean all those delicious and fun things outside can be bought with money? There was a hint of excitement in Xiao Wu's eyes. She had been craving for those delicious and fun things for a long time. She had already seen them when she just entered the city. Yes, that's it. 1 minute later. After some deception by Luo Zixi, Xiao Wu was successfully persuaded to defect and was bought to be his bodyguard at the high price of 3 gold soul coins a month. Moreover, The position of bodyguard was something Xiao Wu came up with herself. Tang San looked at the leader he just recognized with a blank face as he became the bodyguard of the children from the same village. Okay. Then you have to take me to buy delicious and fun things later. Xiao Wu's eyes were full of excitement. She didn't know how to spend the money yet, so she wanted Luo Zixi to teach her on the spot first. In response to this, Luo Zixi simply said that there was no problem at all. Then, Xiao Wu went to yell at these younger brothers to clean up. After all, as the boss, he is now the bodyguard of someone else's financial sponsor, so he has to fulfill some necessary responsibilities. Xiao San, we are from the same village. Let them do your work in the future. You can use the time to practice more and improve your soul power. At this moment, Luo Zixi reached out to Tang San and wanted to pull him up, but the other party did not reach out his hand, but just looked at Luo Zixi calmly. At this moment, Tang San's deep eyes were uncertain, but soon returned to calm. Luo Zixi, although I don't know where you got the money from, I know that it was not earned legally. I hope you can confess to the teachers and return the money to the loser. End of this chapter. Chapter 5, Tang Hao and number 039, S Peeping, the succubus and number 039, S physique shows its power, the girl is a man. Chapter 5, Tang Hao's Peeping, the succubus's physique shows its power, the girl is a magnet. In the evening, on the snack street outside Nottingham, Luo Zixi took Xiao Wu for a stroll on the bustling street. There are neither the bright lights and nightlife of the big cities in the past nor the various electronic entertainment facilities. But Luo Zixi felt that this place was really warm and cozy, and he could feel the simplicity of the vendors here. As for what Tang San said about returning the money to the losers, it was just bullshit. This is a fantasy world where people are eaten without leaving any bones behind. What's wrong with just borrowing a little money to spend? Luo Zixi didn't feel that Tang San was noble when he said such words. Instead, it gave Luo Zixi a very hypocritical feeling. Xiao Wu was following behind him at this time, holding grilled squid in her left hand and stinky tofu in her right hand. Soon she shifted her attention to the boss selling candied haws. Luo Zixi, that I want to. Xiao Wu's favorability increased by 10%, currently 10%. Xiao Wu signed the half-eaten grilled squid with her left hand and pointed it to the vendor who gave her the candied haws in the morning. Boss, business is booming. The man selling candied haws was an old man. When he saw Luo Zixi, a cute child, bringing another little girl to patronize his business, he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. Two please. As soon as she got the candied haws, Xiao Wu couldn't wait to bite a hawthorn. Sour and sweet, so delicious. Xiao Wu's favorability increased by 10%, currently 20%. Xiao Wu looked at Luo Zixi with a smile in her eyes, but she felt a little strange in her heart. She always felt that there seemed to be something about this child Luo Zixi that attracted her. Although he was very handsome, it was not so difficult for her to take her eyes off him after seeing him. However, Luo Zixi was feeling bitter right now. The steady increase in Xiao Wu's favorability made him feel a little uneasy. And this feeling of uneasiness is growing stronger. Luo Zixi took Xiao Wu to stroll in this snack street for a long time, and soon he felt a hidden gaze. He seemed to have sensed something and looked back suddenly, but Luo Zixi didn't see anyone. The feeling of being spied on made him feel uneasy. Tang Hao's favorability -5%, current favorability 0%. Listening to the voice of the system in his mind, Luo Zixi thought something was wrong. Just as he thought, Tang San's alcoholic father, Clear Sky Douluo Tang Hao, has now completely set his sights on him. As for Xiao Wu, in the other party's mind, she is probably just a spirit ring and spirit bone that can be taken at any time. In the evening, under those prying eyes, Luo Zixi took Xiao Wu to buy her 2 quilts. It was not until they returned to dormitory 7 that the feeling of being peeped gradually disappeared. Here, this is your quilt. Xiao Wu's favorability increased by 10%, current favorability 30%. Luo Zixi placed the bedding he had bought on the bed next to him. Because Luo Zixi was the financial sponsor, the innermost bed was undoubtedly his, and the bed next to it naturally belonged to Xiao Wu, the boss. Because the quilt was very large, Xiao Wu finished the job by simply spreading it out twice. Tang San, who was sleeping beside Wang Sheng, had not fallen asleep yet. For some reason, he had a strange feeling in his heart when facing the girl named Xiao Wu. Looking at Xiao Wu, who came back late at night after playing with Luo Zixi, Tang San felt a heart-wrenching pain in his heart for some reason. Because he had just arrived at the Soul Master Academy, Luo Zixi planned to have a good sleep tonight and not practice for the time being. Lying on the soft and comfortable bed, Luo Zixi looked up at the ceiling. He knew clearly what he should and should not do. System: open my personal panel. Name: Luo Zixi. Sex: male. Wuhan. Entry: collection bag. Soul power: level 15. Soul master. Appearance: handsome scholar. Constitution: wood. Spirit body: super recovery, super healing, king of plants. Succubus body: current charm value 300%, example, ordinary people 40%. Skills: none. Warehouse: gold soul coins times 423, silver soul coins times 687, bronze soul coins times 7. Current entry: succubus body, gold, wood. Spirit body, red, too lazy to move, black. Favorability list: Tang San 0%, Tang Hao 0%, Xiao Wu 30%. Comprehensive evaluation: the hand has the power to bind Kun. Soon, he felt his eyelids becoming heavy, and as his vision was completely shrouded in darkness, he gradually fell into a dream. Late in the middle of the night, Xiao Wu smelled a very sweet and mellow scent, just like the sweet scent of the lake water at home. But she soon felt something was wrong and sat up abruptly. I looked around and found that this was the human world. How could there be the smell of home? But just when she was puzzled, she smelled this sweet and fragrant scent again. Okay. She sat up with some confusion. At this moment, everyone else was either practicing or sleeping, and no one noticed her at all. But the room was so small that she soon found the source of the smell. Okay, so it's coming from you. Xiao Wu looked at Luo Zixi, whose quilt was filled with sweet and fragrant scent, and an idea appeared in her light red eyes. Humph, you little brat should just be happy about sleeping in the same bed with Sister Xiao Wu. Early in the morning, Luo Zixi slowly opened his eyes and looked at the slightly bright sky. A roar of anger erupted in his heart. It's fucking early morning again. I hate early mornings the most. I want to sleep until noon. Even the Shura god can't stop me, I said. What? However, just as he continued to close his eyes and enjoy his sleep, a sharp scream almost pierced his eardrum. Immediately after, boom. Pfft. Luo Zixi only felt that she was kicked away by a huge force along with the quilt, and then she fell to the ground wrapped in the quilt. Hiss, damn it, which bastard dares to kick me? Stand up. I'll kill you. Bizarre, unbelievable, and extremely confusing. A strange emerald green energy spread throughout Luo Zixi's body almost instantly, and the pain caused by being kicked just now had completely disappeared. But even though the pain is gone, whoever kicked me today will be beaten. Convex. Can't stand it. When he looked back, he found that Xiao Wu, the rabbit spirit, had run onto his bed at some point, and the scream in his ear just now was also made by her. And she seemed to have reacted at this time. When she looked at Luo Zixi's black eyes that looked like they kept no living person away, her light red eyes couldn't help but dodge. Ahem, that's me. Ouch. No matter who it is, no matter what their intention is, that is not a reason to do something to yourself. If you make a mistake, you must be punished. If you are beaten, you must stand at attention. No matter whether you are a man or a woman, you will be beaten today. Xiao Wu's scream just now woke up all the working students, so they saw this incredible scene. Luo Zixi just grabbed Xiao Wu's collar and carried her out, then locked the door. Because it was morning, all the students and teachers were still asleep, and Nuoding College was empty at this time. Xiao Wu knew she was in the wrong, so she pretended to be cute and tried to avoid her fault, but what awaited her was a ruthless slap in the face. Clap clap clap. Everyone in the room was terrified by what they heard. 3 minutes later, Luo Zixi walked in carrying Xiao Wu, who was covering her little butt with both hands and had a face full of shame and anger. In front of everyone's incredulous gazes, he casually threw her on his bed. However, I don't know how much time had passed, and I don't know which part-time student suddenly swore at an inappropriate time. I rely on. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Healing Xiao Wu and Number 039, SPP, Angry Tang 3. Chapter 6 Healing Xiao Wu's PP, Angry Tang San Nottingham College, above the work-study classroom. The martial soul is the foundation of our soul masters, and the quality of the martial soul also represents the heights you can reach in the future. Luo Zixi lay on the table board. Most of the courses at Nuoding Academy were just introductory courses for soul masters. At this moment, Xiao Wu was lying on the table with a painful look on her face. Her small body was trembling slightly, and it was obvious that she seemed to be feeling a little uncomfortable. "Hey, rabbit, what are you doing? Why are you shaking so much during class?" Luo Zixi's words were full of helplessness, but after hearing his words, Xiao Wu gave Luo Zixi a cold look. In a blaming tone, she said, "It's all your fault. The swelling hasn't gone down yet." Very quietly, very angry. "Xiao Wu. Luo Zixi. Come closer and I'll help you reduce the swelling." Very quietly. However, Xiao Wu didn't seem to hear Luo Zixi's words clearly, so she moved her ear closer. "What do you say? I told you to sit closer so I can help you reduce the swelling." Very quietly. However, anyone who has been a teacher knows that the little movements of students cannot be hidden at all from the podium. Because this was the first class of the new semester, the teacher was very angry at this moment. "The boy in the 4th row, 5th column at the back, stand up and answer the question." The teacher's angry words instantly brought Luo Zixi and Xiao Wu's thoughts back to the classroom. Then Wang Sheng, who was sitting in front of him, turned around and reminded him. "Luo Ji, the teacher asked you to stand up and answer the question." Very quietly. After hearing Wang Sheng's words, Luo Zixi stood up confidently without saying anything. "Answer the question? Then you have found the right person. Teacher, just ask me. I will tell you everything I know." His words and attitude are arrogant. In short, he is very arrogant. In the eyes of many working students, Luo Zixi's fearless image became more prominent again. Tang San was currently sitting on the other side of the same row as him and Xiao Wu. Due to his long-term practice of the purple demon pupil, he had clearly seen the little movements of Luo Zixi and Xiao Wu. I thought to myself, "You guy who has been lying there playing and not paying attention in class, let me see how you make a fool of yourself in front of Xiao Wu." Student, please tell me what categories of soul masters there are today. Seeing Luo Zixi so confident, the teacher felt a little relieved. After all, if the other party knew everything, he could forgive the other party for small things like sleeping in class and being absent-minded. Teacher, today's soul masters include defense, strong attack, auxiliary, control, healing, agility, and in addition there is also an evil soul master who feeds on his own kind. After hearing Luo Zixi's answer, the teacher nodded with great satisfaction, but when he heard the other party mention evil soul masters, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Evil soul masters? That's interesting. If you really want to count, evil soul masters can also be classified as a faction of soul masters. Everyone present knew the first 5 types of soul masters, but knew nothing about the evil soul masters that came after. However, when they heard the name Evil Soul Master, they instinctively felt their hair stand on end. Students, The evil soul masters this classmate mentioned are also soul masters in essence, but they have lost the most basic morality of being a human being. Most of them are evil and feed on the flesh and blood of ordinary soul masters. I don't want you to encounter this kind of spirit master in the future, because most of the people who encountered them died. Those who survived from them were either very powerful spirit masters or had absolute luck to avoid their pursuit. At this point, the teacher stopped discussing the evil spirit masters. After all, these things were not something that current students could touch. Okay, let's stop here, but I want to know which faction you belong to, classmate. The teacher turned his gaze to Luo Zixi, and his expression remained calm and composed. Report to the teacher, I am a healing spirit master. During class, in order to relieve her pain as quickly as possible, Xiao Wu asked Luo Zixi to help her with treatment with blushing cheeks. As for the treatment method, press the swollen area gently with your hands, and use the healing power of your own wood spirit body to help her heal the swollen area. However, because it was the first time he helped someone, Luo Zixi helped Xiao Wu recover completely until after school. Really? Luo Zixi, I really don't seem to be in pain anymore. Xiao Wu's favorability plus 5%, current favorability 35%. Although the process is a bit slow, she really doesn't feel any pain at all now. Because today's class was over, Xiao Wu stood up from her seat and touched her little butt, only to find that she was really healed. Snapped. However, just when Xiao Wu was still happy, Luo Zixi slapped her on the thigh again. Ouch! What are you doing? Wow, the tingling feeling is coming back. Luo Zixi's slap was like a slap on the face of all the working students present, crisp and loud. Their boss was taught a lesson by the big money sponsor again, and their boss was not angry at all. Damn it! Tang San, your friend from the same village is really good. He has our boss under control. At this time, Wang Sheng directly placed his right hand on Tang San's shoulder, his face full of excitement of watching the fun. At this time, Tang San was already filled with anger. He had been observing Luo Zixi since class, and he even touched her after she answered the teacher's question. And this continued until school was over. Thinking of this, Tang San's heart was filled with anger. The most important thing for a girl is chastity. A girl without chastity is as dirty as white paper stained with paint. How could Luo Zixi do such a thing to a girl? Finally, he couldn't hold back his anger anymore. Luo Zixi! What on earth are you doing to Xiao Wu? Tang San's roar was quite sudden, and it scared both Luo Zixi and Xiao Wu. Tang San's favorability minus 20%, current minus 20%. What the hell? What's going on with Tang San's favorability? Did I offend him again? That's not right. I've always treated him with courtesy. How could his favorability drop so much? At this moment, not only Luo Zixi looked at Tang San with a puzzled look on his face, but even Xiao Wu was confused at this moment. What did Luo Zixi do to her? Didn't he just help her heal her injuries? Then Wang Sheng and other part-time students looked at Tang San with confusion. Wasn't it just Luo Zixi who spanked the boss? Their boss hasn't even said a word, so what are you, a little brother under him, shouting for? Xiao San, I am very confused about what you are talking about when you say what I did to Xiao Wu. After hearing Luo Zixi's words, Tang San's eyes were about to spit fire. You were in class. However, before he could finish his words, Xiao Wu kicked him in the chest with lightning speed, forcibly interrupting his next words. He said coldly, Tang San, Luo Zixi was just helping me heal my external injuries in class, please put away your dirty thoughts. As for the matter of Luo Zixi spanking me, I will naturally settle the score with him afterwards. After saying that, Xiao Wu took Luo Zixi's hand and left. Before leaving, she did not forget to say this to him. Don't mind my business, just take care of yourself. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 A brief incident in the cafeteria, and an encounter with Tang 3. Chapter 7 A brief disturbance in the cafeteria, an encounter with Tang San? The classroom was speechless. Wang Sheng and the others looked at Tang San with helplessness in their eyes. However, they also knew Tang San's temper and did not try to persuade him. As all the part-time students left, Tang San's face was still turning blue and red. The teacher couldn't bear it and went up to comfort him. You can't force something that doesn't belong to you, you. However, before the teacher could finish his words, Tang San angrily threw the male teacher's hand aside. Get lost. You don't need to be involved in my business. Tang San walked out in a flash. At this time, only the teacher was left in the classroom, looking disheveled in the wind. Teacher, damn it, if that bastard Yu Xiaogang hadn't asked me to take better care of you, do you really think I would have come to comfort you? Boiled. On the other side, Xiao Wu took Luo Zixi to the dormitory. Hey, rabbit! What on earth are you doing? Luo Zixi was very unhappy that he was always dragged to the dormitory by this damn rabbit. Humph, I haven't even settled the score with you for spanking me yet, and you're already questioning me. At this time, Xiao Wu's face was a little rosy, and it was not known whether it was due to running or other reasons. I told you at the time that if I don't touch the injured part, I can't help you recover. Luo Zixi was confident in response to Xiao Wu's questioning. But you were the one who spanked my butt. Xiao Wu was not willing to be outdone, but Luo Zixi's next words left her speechless with no words to explain herself. So why did you sleep in my bed this morning? And then you kicked me out of bed like a thief crying thief. Silence for 2.5 minutes. So you were wrong. What did you say? I asked you if you knew you were wrong. I don't know my fault. I think your ass wants to bloom again. No, no. Then you are wrong. No. Clap. 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 At the same time, Wang Sheng and his group just returned to the dormitory. In the evening, Xiao Wu came to the college cafeteria step by step with her bunny butt that was beaten red. Because Luo Zixi promised Xiao Wu to go to the food court outside for dinner yesterday, today is their first time here. Give me treatment. Are you wrong? I am right. That's out of the question. You. Although Xiao Wu was angry, she still followed Luo Zixi, because her salary was now in his hands, and if she didn't follow him, she wouldn't even be able to afford food. If you admit your mistake, I'll help you get treatment. If you don't admit your mistake, just bear with it. I'm not the one who's in pain anyway. Luo Zixi said nonchalantly, and Xiao Wu was extremely angry at this moment, but there was nothing she could do as she was not in the right in this matter. Entering the restaurant, Luo Zixi found that Wang Sheng and the others were sitting on the first floor eating dinner. Luo Zixi couldn't bear to see this scene, so she could only let them watch her take Xiao Wu to the second floor to eat. The configuration on the first floor of the cafeteria is quite good, with wooden benches and wooden tables. Although they are made of the most ordinary wood, they are very smooth. Although the light is a little dim, for some families who cannot even afford to change light bulbs, the overall accessories are already very good. The footsteps of Thump Thump going up the stairs were neither light nor heavy. After Wang Sheng and the others saw it, no one said anything gossiping. After all, they could have enough food and drink now thanks to Luo Zixi, and they should not be ungrateful. Stop, the second floor of the cafeteria is not for lowly commoners like you to go up to. When Luo Zixi stepped onto the last step, a slightly cold voice reached his ears. Then, a young man dressed in gorgeous blue aristocratic clothing blocked his and Xiao Wu's way. You wanna die? Xiao Wu was a hot-tempered girl and was not willing to indulge him at all. She was about to punch him. Okay, Xiao Wu, let me handle this kind of person whose brain is not fully developed and whose cerebellum is completely underdeveloped. Luo Zixi stretched out his hand and lightly blocked Xiao Wu's punch. Then, under Xiao Wu's incredible gaze, he looked at the child in front of him who looked like a wolf cub. Immediately afterwards, a dozen tall young men suddenly appeared from behind the young man in luxurious clothes and directly blocked Luo Zixi and Xiao Wu on the stairs. Wang Sheng, who was eating on the first floor, noticed something was wrong at the first moment and immediately called on the part-time students to help Xiao Wu and Luo Zixi. But when they reached the stairwell on the second floor, they heard a scream. "What? What is this? My feet!" When we arrived at the stairwell on the second floor, we found that the group of ordinary students were rolling on the ground, and their feet were covered in blood. "Will you let me go? If you don't, it won't be your feet that will be pricked." Luo Zixi showed a wicked smile. Fight with him? With his wood spirit body, he was least afraid of fighting in this room full of wooden structures. You are cheating. Tell me. What despicable means did you use?" The leading young man was already possessed by the martial spirit, but blood was still flowing from his feet, and he was holding his feet and screaming. "Any means that can defeat the enemy is a good one. Just tell me whether you will give way or not. If you don't, I'll stab you in the buttocks next time." Luo Zixi's sinister smile and evil voice eroded this group of ordinary students like a plague. "I admit defeat. I give up. Go, go, go. I'm leaving now. Have mercy. I was wrong." The students behind the wolf cub abandoned their leader and left here one after another. Now only the other party was left to confront him face to face. "Do you accept it? If not, you'll have a few more holes in your butt." After hearing Luo Zixi's voice, not only the wolf cub in front of him, but also Xiao Wu standing behind him almost subconsciously covered her little butt. However, when he covered his face, he touched the swollen part of his body. Xiao Wu took a breath of cold air. "It really hurts. Remember me, my name is Xiao Chinayu, and I am the real boss of Nuoding College. Wait until I recover from my injury, and then I will arrange a place for us to have a fair fight." Xiao Chinayu? After hearing his name, Luo Zixi remembered that there was such a person in the academy. His martial soul is wolf, and he is an 11th level soul master, but he is about 10 years old this year, the same age as Wang Sheng. After he was taken away, circular blood marks appeared on the wooden floor of the second floor. If you look closely, you will find that new branches have grown in the gaps between the wood joints. That's right. Luo Zixi used her own wood spirit power to revive the wooden boards here, and then used her ability to control plants to make the wooden boards under Xiao Chinayu and the others' feet instantly grow spikes, and used her own soul power to directly pierce through the solace of their feet. This led to the scene where Xiao Chinayu and his group curled up on the ground, holding their feet and wailing. Stepping onto the second floor of the cafeteria, Luo Zixi discovered that the accessories here were far superior to those on the first floor. There were mahogany tables, soft chairs, bright lights, and even 4 luxurious private rooms. Just as Xiao Chinayu said at the beginning, the consumption level here is definitely far higher than that on the first floor. But he saw an old acquaintance of his here. Pure and innocent Tang San Xiao and Yu Xiao Gang. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Xiao Wu confronts Tang 3 and gets the title of Joke. Chapter 8 Xiao Wu confronts Tang San and gets the title of Joke. Luo Zixi, how did you block my punch just now? And how did you defeat them? I didn't understand just now. Xiao Wu was very confused. After all, she didn't hold back when she threw that punch just now. How could Luo Zixi, a healing soul master, stop her? However, Luo Zixi did not directly respond to her doubts. This is not something you, a little girl, should be thinking about. What you should be thinking about now is whether you want to eat standing up or sitting down. Xiao Wu is the incarnation of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Luo Zixi simply cannot regard her as an ordinary girl. Not to mention that there is Tang Hao watching her every day. However, Tang Hao didn't seem to be here today, so he didn't feel like he was being spied on. Luo Zixi guessed that the other party might have returned to the Holy Soul Village to see his wife, but it was okay this way, as being spied on was really not a good feeling. He found a nearby seat with Xiao Wu and sat down. When Wang Sheng and the others saw Luo Zixi defeat a group of opponents by himself, their eyes were filled with passion. Here in Douluo continent, even these children understand that the strong are respected and the weak are slaves, so after Xiao Wu defeated them, they were very obedient and had no intention of disobeying. Before this, Luo Zixi was at most a breadwinner in their hearts, but from this moment on they already knew that the strength of Luo Zixi, the financial sponsor, was far beyond their imagination. After arriving at the seat, Luo Zixi directly took the menu and began to check the dishes on the second floor one by one. At this time, Xiao Wu took 2 steps to the left, 2 steps to the right, and then stood behind Luo Zixi and watched him flipping through the menu. However, her actions were simply ignored by Luo Zixi. What a joke! If you make a mistake, you must ask for forgiveness. If you get beaten, you must stand at attention. No matter who he is, he treats everyone equally. Waiter, please give me 1 portion of braised pig's trotter tendon, 1 portion of leek and clam meat, 1 portion of mixed fruits and vegetables, 1 portion of carrot and pumpkin porridge, and 2 bowls of white rice. After marking the items on the menu, the waitress came to him with a smile on her face. She looked at Luo Zixi's clothes and then at her face. Although she didn't say anything, her meaning was very clear. Ding-ling-ding. Dozens of gold soul coins fell on the table. Luo Zixi didn't say anything but just glanced at her calmly. We will serve your ordered dishes within 15 minutes. Enjoy your meal. The waiter's face, which was originally full of fake smiles, turned into a genuine smile almost the moment he saw the money. It was really, very realistic. Luo Zixi, please help me heal my butt. I can't sit down at all now. Xiao Wu looked at Luo Zixi with resentment on her face. But when she focused her eyes on Luo Zixi's cheek again, she found that he seemed to be more handsome than before. His skin was a little whiter and tenderer. Could it be an illusion? If you admit your mistake, I'll treat you. Otherwise, no need to discuss it. Xiao Wu looked at the delicious food in front of the diners around her, and then touched her own roaring stomach. In the end, she compromised, but not because of Luo Zixi's tyranny, but because she was hungry. I'm sorry, Xiao was wrong. Xiao Wu stood beside Luo Zixi and spoke in a low voice. I didn't hear what you said. Luo Zixi looked back at Xiao Wu, with a hint of pride in her eyes. Unconvinced, but endured it. I'm sorry, Xiao Wu knows I was wrong. She appears to have given in, but she still refuses to give in her heart. 30 seconds later, Xiao Wu accepted Luo Zixi's treatment with a blushing face. If she had known from the beginning that it was such a treatment, she would rather starve all night. At this time, Xiao Wu was lying on Luo Zixi's legs. Because she was sitting close to the inside, her butt was facing the wall, so it was not very embarrassing to be seen. At this time, Luo Zixi was urging his own wood spirit body to help Xiao Wu heal the red and swollen area again. However, this scene was seen clearly by Tang San, who was having dinner with Yu Xiaogang inside. Asshole! What are you doing to Xiao Wu? After seeing this scene, Tang San's eyes seemed to be blazing with fire. In broad daylight, in the open air, this man actually did such a dirty and filthy thing to a girl in public. Tang San, will destroy you, the lecherous thief. On behalf of the gods, a single stone can cause 1,000 ripples. The second floor is a dining hall, and most people who eat here are quiet. This is the first time today that someone is so rude and loud as Tang San. Tang San's voice was also heard by Luo Zixi, but he did not take Tang San as a dish. Your father doesn't even come to meddle in my business, and you think you can make a presence by making this joke? Isn't this Xiao Saner? What's the matter? Seeing the other person's face full of resentment, Luo Zixi didn't care. This is not the original novel. Xiao Wu, the 100,000-year-old rabbit spirit, is not his girlfriend, and the two of them have no emotional experience. Why does Tang San like to come here to show off his presence so much? Luo Zixi was puzzled by this. What are you doing to Xiao Wu? Another roar was heard, and at this time Tang San was already less than 5 meters away from Luo Zixi. What? Xiao Wu asked me to help her heal the swollen area I hit her with. Is there a problem? Or do you think I'm taking advantage of Xiao Wu? Luo Zixi's style of doing things is different from Tang Fozu's hypocrisy. If he didn't do it, he didn't do it. If he did it, he did it. If he dared to do it, he dared to admit it. You are tarnishing a girl's innocence. Her entire life may be ruined by you. Tang San's face was red and he was panting like an cow. He ignored Luo Zixi's explanation. So, what does it have to do with you? Besides, it was Xiao Wu who asked me to help her, not me forcing her to treat her. At this time, Luo Zixi withdrew his left hand that was helping Xiao Wu with treatment and spread out his hands. However, Xiao Wu, who had tolerated Tang San many times, finally got a little angry at this time. She stood up and looked at Tang San with cold eyes. Tang San, are you too idle every day? I hope you won't meddle in my affairs in the future, and please take back your dirty thoughts. It's my freedom to decide who to treat me. You have no right to interfere with my decision. Xiao Wu's words made Tang San unable to utter a word for a long time. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu's pretty face filled with anger and annoyance, and his heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. Why? It's only been a day, and Xiao Wu, who was my evenly matched opponent and respected me yesterday, is treating me like this now. God, you are unfair. Xiao Saner, we are from the same hometown. I know that you are the only blacksmith's son in the village. You are aloof and cold, and you look down on ordinary people like me. Luo Zixi's eyes suddenly became serious at this moment. But I hope you can give me the most basic respect. Xiao Wu just told you that she asked me to help her heal her injuries. I don't ask you to apologize to me, but I hope you can apologize to Xiao Wu. After all, you just said in public that her innocence was destroyed by me. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Yu Xiaogang wants to accept a disciple, Tang 3 and number 039, S Contemplation. Chapter 9 Yu Xiaogang wants to accept a disciple, Tang San's meditation. At this moment, everyone on the second floor was looking at Tang San, whose face was turning pale and blue. But the anger on his face did not diminish at all. Apologize? Why should I apologize? It was you who did those dirty things. But before he could say anything, Xiao Wu kicked him in the face without mercy. Gilialu. Tang San was caught off guard by Xiao Wu's kick. He rolled wildly on the ground 2 or 3 times before he slowly steadied himself. Tang San, I hope you can keep your mouth clean. My innocence has nothing to do with you. Xiao Wu has been angered by Tang San's series of actions. She kept talking about her innocence being ruined in public. You have to know that she is a girl. If he continues to say this, even if her innocence is not destroyed, it will be ruined by the rumors spread by the other party. No, Xiao, that's not what I meant, but Luo Zixi. Tang San slowly stood up at this time. It can be seen that he still wants to argue a little more, so that Xiao Wu can see Luo Zixi's true face and leave his clutches. You guy! Xiao Wu was already pissed off at Tang San at this point, and was about to continue attacking. Okay, Xiao Wu, Xiao Saner used to be my fellow villager, and now he's our classmate. Regardless of whether he said something wrong or not, he's still one of our work-study students. Luo Zixi held down Xiao Wu's fist that was about to swing out, and signaled to her with his eyes that she could do it. Humph! Tang San, just be thankful that you have such a good friend from the same hometown as Luo Zixi, otherwise Sister Xiao Wu will definitely let you know why the flowers are so red today. But before Xiao Wu could finish her words, another angry roar came from the seat next to her. What are you doing? Fighting is prohibited in the academy. Do you want to be expelled from the academy? A familiar voice lingered in my ears. Who else could the owner of this voice be but Master Yu Xiaogang? Then, a slightly tall figure quickly came to Tang San's side and supported him, then he looked at Luo Zixi and Xiao Wu coldly. Seeing the other party's cold eyes, Luo Zixi instinctively grabbed Xiao Wu's hand and protected it behind his back. A warm touch lingered in Xiao Wu's palm. At this moment, she looked at Luo Zixi, who was protecting her behind him, in a daze. Hey? Am I being protected by Luo Zixi? Although it feels a little strange, it also seems to be pretty good. Xiao Wu's white and tender little hand was tightly held by Luo Zixi. At this moment, she was standing behind Luo Zixi, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. She came out to avenge her mother, but now it seems that not all humans are bad. At least she could feel a kind of warmth from Luo Zixi, just like Winda Ming and Er Ming protected her in the Star Do Great Forest. Are you the master who helped Xiao Saner out at the entrance of the academy yesterday? Luo Zixi pretended to be puzzled and looked at Yu Xiaogang. After hearing the other party call him master, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but straighten his back a little, and even the strength he used to support Tang San was slightly greater. As he shifted his gaze to Luo Zixi, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Yu Xiaogang's eyes. It's you? Tang San's fellow countryman who has full innate soul power but also has a useless martial soul. Not long after, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San moved to the table next to Luo Zixi and Xiao Wu, just to observe Luo Zixi's white cloth bag martial spirit. Luo Zixi, is it really okay for you to show your martial spirit to that fortune teller like this? At this moment, Xiao Wu looked at the master who was constantly observing Luo Zixi's martial soul with disgust. Well, he helped us teach the guard a lesson when we were at the entrance of the academy. Now he is Xiao San's teacher, so there should be no problem. But even though he said this, his heart was full of disgust towards Yu Xiaogang. Just look at it, and you won't say a word. This is a martial soul that matches your system. Even if the God King of the Caged God Realm comes, he can't see the tricks at all. But I still feel like he's not a good person. You should stay away from him in the future. Do you hear me? Xiao Wu and Luo Zixi reminded each other again and again at this time. Ah? No way, I think the master is fine. Hearing Luo Zixi's ignorant words, Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at him. You have to know that girls have the strongest sixth sense. You can't go wrong if you listen to me. However, they did not avoid others when they were talking, so Tang San naturally heard everything Luo Zixi and Xiao Wu said. Although Tang San was still a little angry after hearing this, rationality had gradually taken over his brain and he did not lose his temper. Thinking back on what happened in the past 2 days, he regained his senses and felt a little regretful. As he thought about it, he realized that he had been in a daze for a while, as if he had lost his soul. Even the purple demon pupil he was practicing in the morning caused him to make frequent mistakes due to his restless mind. Thinking about it carefully, he found that Luo Zixi didn't seem to treat him in any way after coming to the college. He even assigned his cleaning work to other part-time students. Soon, his thoughts became clear. He found that every time he got angry it seemed to be because of this girl named Xiao Wu. It seemed as if she was somehow attracting him to her. Whenever Luo Zixi was chatting, laughing, and joking with others, he would feel very uncomfortable in his heart, and he didn't understand why. Guest, here are your carrot porridge and pumpkin porridge. Please enjoy. Soon, the last 2 dishes ordered by Luo Zixi were served. The pumpkin porridge exudes a rich sweet aroma, while the carrot porridge is full of refreshing fragrance. After seeing the carrot porridge being served, a gleam of light flashed in Xiao Wu's light red eyes. Smell good. The braised pig's pig tendon and leek and clam meat tasted very good, and Luo Zixi and Xiao Wu finished 2 bowls of white rice. The mixed vegetables and porridge at the end were the perfect ending. Luo Zixi ate neither hurriedly nor slowly, while Xiao Wu acted like a tomboy. But who made her a savage rabbit who had just entered the human world? Soon, Xiao Wu's own carrot porridge was finished. As the other party finished his porridge, she turned her gaze to Luo Zixi. Hey, this is mine. Luo Zixi hurriedly kept his porridge beside him. He knew clearly that this wild rabbit could do anything. A minute passed quietly. Hee, I'm a girl, so what if I eat a few mouthfuls of your porridge? Xiao Wu smiled, but Luo Zixi felt as if the sky was falling. I was actually taken advantage of by a rabbit spirit. 2 mouthfuls of porridge? I only ate 2 mouthfuls. The rest was drunk by you, a greedy rabbit. You have to compensate me. I'll accompany you? How can you expect Xiao Wu to accompany you? Help you warm the bed at night? Damn it! What a lewd word! It's really you. Oh no, you are a 100,000-year-old rogue rabbit, that's fine. Xiao Wu's favorability plus 15%, current favorability 50%. However, just when Xiao Wu and Luo Zixi were playing, the master Yu Xiaogang, who was sitting aside observing Luo Zixi's martial spirit, spoke with excitement on his face. Luo Zixi, if you accept me as your master, I am 50% or even 60% sure that I can train you to become a soul sage or above the level of a healing soul sage. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, Continuous Breakthroughs Within 3 Months, Level 2 Great Soul Master. Chapter 10 Continuous Breakthroughs Within 3 Months, Level Great Soul Master. Luo Zixi, if you are willing to take me as your master, then I will teach you all my theories. Under my guidance, I am confident that I can train you to become a healing soul saint who is in great demand on the continent before you reach the age of 40. Yu Xiaogang's eyes were full of brilliance. He believed that with his talent, plus the experience he had accumulated over the years, it would be no problem for him to train Luo Zixi into a healing soul sage who could specifically assist Tang San. However, after hearing his words, Luo Zixi no longer wanted to say anything more to him. When he saw Yu Xiaogang's excited expression, he thought he had some big move to do. The result was not a big one, but a big one. Ahem, I have no intention of becoming your disciple. Master, you should just focus on teaching Xiao Saner and stop wasting your time on me. Luo Zixi refused without even thinking about it. She had her own system and a guaranteed upgrade. Even if he doesn't practice, he can still become a god before the age of 31. What Yu Xiaogang said is like a defense in the toilet, not good looking or useful, and also very smelly and disgusting. Luo Zixi. What do you mean? Are you questioning the teacher's theory? However, before Yu Xiaogang could open his mouth, Tang San, the Joker, slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Luo Zixi with his 2 dark eyes. Tang San's favorability minus 5%, current minus 25%. Hey! What else can he say? It's too hard to survive here with Tang San. He was always polite every time he spoke to him, but the favorability of Tang San, the son of luck, dropped drastically. And no matter what he did, the other party's favorability showed no signs of recovering. It really proves what I said in my previous life. I would rather be Xiao Yan's younger brother than Tang San's brother. Now he finally understood why those senior time travelers wanted to kill Tang San. He really deserved it. To be honest, if he wasn't afraid of this old man Tang Hao, he would have killed this evil Tang San when he first entered school. Tang San, don't you understand what I'm saying? It's my freedom to decide whether to become my disciple or not. Who the hell do you think you are? Give you a little sunshine and you will be bright, give you a little good face and you will be able to fly to the sky. Pick up the bowl to eat, put down the bowl to curse, do I owe you food or drink? This friend, if you want to do it, do it, if you don't want to do it, let's break up now. Luo Zixi really couldn't bear it anymore. As a well-educated young man of the new era, he was not a good-tempered person. Who can't talk big? If he really starts to curse, he can make Tang San cry and look for his mother who was killed by his father. Luo Zixi directly threw 3 gold soul coins on the table. Bang! The crisp sound spread throughout the cafeteria on the 2nd floor. Check out. No need for change. After saying that, Luo Zixi walked away without looking back. He had already done his best for this conscienceless guy Tang San. He was enjoying the benefits he gave him, but he still wanted to cause trouble for him? How shameless! At this time, Xiao Wu had just woken up from Luo Zixi's language art and found that the other party had already walked to the stairs. Hey! Hey! Luo Zixi, wait for me! Not long after Luo Zixi and Xiao Wu left, Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San with some resentment. At this time, Tang San's face turned blue and purple. It was obvious that he had only just understood the meaning of Luo Zixi's words. Xiao San, what's wrong with you? Yu Xiaogang was speechless. He could hear the rejection in Luo Zixi's words just now, but he was very confident in his eloquence. He believed that as long as he persisted, the other party would definitely be willing to worship him as a master, but now, he was yelled at by his own bastard disciple. Teacher, he was the first to question your theory. When Tang San heard what his teacher said, he thought that he might have said something wrong. At the same time, Tang Hao, who was hiding in the dark, also noticed this scene. In his heart, Luo Zixi, a child from the same village as Tang San, was just a disposable tool. As for the 100,000-year-old transformed rabbit, it was just a spirit ring and spirit bone that could be taken at any time. There were some things he still needed to plan ahead for his son. After a few days of observation, he found that his son seemed to be interested in the rabbit, and this was exactly what he wanted to see. But if this is true, Luo Zixi's hidden danger must be eliminated as soon as possible, otherwise, with him around, Xiao San would never be able to tie down this transformed soul beast, not to mention that he would continue to set up plans to make the other party sacrifice itself to Xiao San. Thinking of this, Tang Hao's eyes instantly became sinister. Even if they were children from the same village, so what? He would remove any obstacles that stood in the way of his father and son's progress one by one. Before I knew it, 3 months had passed. During this period, Luo Zixi intensified his training every day. After all, every time he obtained a soul ring, he could gain 3 more entries. Tang Hao's current attitude towards him is still unknown, but the only solution now is to quickly improve his strength and obtain an entry that is enough to save his life when obtaining the second soul ring. Luo Zixi slowly exhaled a breath, and then the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! 3 months have passed, the host is promoted to level 20 unconditionally. Hearing the system's announcement, a smile appeared on Luo Zixi's lips. The improvement his wood spirit body brings to him is not only in recovery and healing, but also a significant improvement in cultivation. During his cultivation, the soul power and life energy around him flowed into his body like the sea. This also resulted in his cultivation speed being much faster than other soul masters. In addition, the system helps him level up every 3 months, which allows him to complete the feat of leveling up 5 times in 3 months without taking any medication. It's just that the old guy Tang Hao has been staying in Nuoding College recently, and his favorability towards me has dropped to 30%. Luo Zixi was already prepared for this, but in order to obtain soul rings, he had to go outside and hunt soul beasts. He had thought about this matter a month ago, but he didn't have a good solution. However, just as he was thinking about the problem, a soft whimpering sound came from his side. Carrots and greens, he, delicious. Well. After all, it was all because of Xiao Wu, the 100,000-year-old rogue rabbit, who caused him so much harm. Tang Hao's hostility towards him has been growing these days, and most of the reason is probably because of Xiao Wu. But even though he had clearly stated that he would not let her come to his bed, he would still find her curled up beside him after his practice every day. Hey, rabbit, do you understand that men and women should not have intimate contact? If you stay in my bed again, I will spank you. After waking up, Luo Zixi saw Xiao Wu lying on her side hugging her legs like a big white snake, and she was speechless. No, sister. If you want to kill me, just say it. Why do you climb into my bed every night? Are you afraid that old man Tang Hao will kill me? End of this chapter. Chapter 11 The Little Rabbit and Number 039, S Inner Monologue, Tang 3 coughs up blood. Chapter 11, Little Rabbit's Inner Thoughts, Tang San coughs up blood snapped. Luo Zixi slapped Xiao Wu directly on her butt. Ouch! Xiao Wu felt pain and woke up instantly from her sleep. However, what she said next made Luo Zixi feel helpless. Hey? What happened? Is it time for breakfast? She rubbed her sleepy eyes, stretched herself, and looked like she was living a peaceful and tranquil life as she pleased. Rabbit, shouldn't you explain it to me? Luo Zixi looked at Xiao Wu with a scrutinizing gaze, but Xiao Wu was not afraid at all at this moment. Loya Lu, what's there to explain? Just sleep. I've been sleeping here for 3 months anyway. After a pause, she lay down in front of Luo Zixi with the attitude of a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. What? Can you still do this to a weak, pitiful, and helpless little girl like me? Xiao Wu blinked her big, blinking red eyes, pretending to be weak and vulnerable. Wang Sheng and his group, who had long been accustomed to the routine slapping sound every morning, were now closing their eyes and remaining silent. They now understood that it was not Luo Zixi who was controlling their boss, it was clearly their boss who was controlling Luo Zixi. At this time, Tang San was putting aside these distracting thoughts and was still practicing Xian Gong. Some time ago he had just obtained a very powerful first soul ring, and now he is already a 14th level soul master. Luo Zixi was cultivating his soul power without absorbing any soul rings. In Tang San's opinion, this behavior was no different from that of a fool. Tang San now understands that as long as he is strong enough to take on the entire academy alone, Xiao Wu, who sees the truth, will definitely leave the scoundrel Luo Zixi and come into his arms. Xiao Wu's favorability increased by 10%, current favorability 75%. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, Luo Zixi felt mixed emotions. Xiao Wu now is like a time bomb following him around. He feels that within a year, Tang Hao will take direct action against him. Now the key to breaking the deadlock lies in the 3 entries obtained after absorbing the second soul ring. He only hoped that there would be a special entry that could conceal his own aura or allow for long-distance transmission, otherwise his life would probably be lost here. System, open my personal panel. Name, Luo Zixi. Sex, Maleage, Wuhan, Entry Collection Bag Soul Power, Level 20 Soul Master Appearance, White Jade Constitution, Wood Spirit Body, Super Recovery, Super Healing, King of Plants, Succubus Body, Current Charm Value 400%, Example, Ordinary People 40%. Skills, Nun Warehouse, Gold Soul Coins times 380, Silver Soul Coins times 387, Bronze Soul Coins times 5. Current entry, Succubus Body, Gold, Wood Spirit Body, Red, Too Lazy to Move, Black. Favorability List, Tang San, 30%, Tang Hao, 30%, Xiao Wu 75%. Comprehensive evaluation, the hand has the power to bind Kun. Rabbit, why do you always keep grabbing me? Looking at Xiao Wu, who was still imitating the crawling of a bug beside him, Luo Zixi was really speechless. Hey? Hey! What do you mean by always pestering you? I'm a girl, and you're not happy to help you warm the bed. Having said this, Xiao Wu simply followed his example and sat cross-legged in front of him, facing him. Hey, Rabbit, what are you doing here, so close to me? Do you understand that there should be no physical contact between men and women? Damn it, what trouble is this little rabbit going to cause next? But before he could react, Xiao Wu, the 100,000-year-old rogue rabbit, pushed him directly onto the bed. What? If you really want to explain why, hehe, I think you are good-looking and honest, so I like you, isn't that enough? As soon as Xiao Wu said this, Tang San, who was originally concentrating on his training, suddenly trembled. Then a fishy and sweet breath filled his mouth, and a stream of bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Xiao Wu, who was pressing Luo Zixi down with a look full of pain. At this moment, his internal energy is disordered. If he does not stop practicing Xian Tian Gong, it will definitely cause irreversible damage to his meridians. Pfft! Tang San coughed up a mouthful of blood foam. The operation of Xian Tian Gong in his body was forcibly suppressed by him, but he also suffered some internal injuries as a result. He raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Wu and Luo Zixi again, his eyes full of unwillingness. For some reason, he just felt his heart aching so much. Xiao Wu was very powerful, and Luo Zixi, who was restrained by her soft skills, was unable to break free from her control for a while. But after hearing her words, Luo Zixi felt cold in her heart. What if Tang Hao, the old man, heard this? I guess I will be beaten as soon as I go out. Hey, rabbit, get out of here, or I'll spank you. Luo Zixi ignored what Xiao Wu said. He knew very well what he needed now. Having a wife is good, but you also need to be alive to enjoy it. Luoya Lu, I won't let go. It's your fault for always bullying others. Most of the people like Wang Sheng who were sleeping nearby were almost 10 or 11 years old. In Douluo continent, children from ordinary families at the age of 11 or 12 were already considered marriageable. So in their ears, what Xiao Wu said to Luo Zixi was not regarded as a joke, but as a very real agreement. Moreover, they also feel that Luo Zixi and their boss are a very good match. Both of them are very powerful, and Luo Zixi is rich, so the probability of them getting together in the future will be very high. However, Luo Zixi quickly broke free from Xiao Wu's control with his own strength. Before he could make any attacking gesture, Xiao Wu unexpectedly held his right hand with her two warm little hands. Luo Zixi was stunned at first when he felt the warmth in his hand, but then Xiao Wu's voice reached his ears again. Luo Zixi, Sister Xiao Wu is ordering you to help me comb my hair. A small brown and black wooden comb carved with a pink rabbit pattern was stuffed into Xiao Wu's palm. He could feel that the wooden comb still retained some warmth, and it was obvious that this wooden comb was carried by Xiao Wu close to her body. Humph, it's all your fault. You messed up Xiao Wu's hair. So I'll punish you by making you comb my hair. Xiao Wu turned her back and slowly untied her long scorpion braid without saying a word. At this time, Wang Sheng and the others were also awakened by the noise made by Luo Zixi and Xiao Wu, so it would be very impolite to pretend to be asleep again. But when they saw the scene in front of them, everyone was stunned. Not only them, but also Tang San, who had just swallowed the fishy sweet blood in his mouth, was stunned after seeing this scene. At this moment, they had only one thought in their minds: is this really the same fearless little sister Wu that day? When Xiao Wu undid her scorpion braids, it was as if she had turned off the appearance limiter. Her whole temperament instantly became gentle and quiet. Although Xiao Wu is just a little girl after her transformation, her long black hair has reached below her waist. Combined with her already pure and beautiful face, she even looks a bit more fairy-like under the breeze. Hey, why don't you comb my hair? Xiao Wu looked at Wang Sheng and the others in front of her with indifference, but when she found that the stupid Luo Zixi did not help her comb her hair, she turned around and looked at him with her big light red eyes that were full of joy. Stupid head, help me comb my hair. There was a hint of anger in Xiao Wu's tone. But Luo Zixi's heart was already full of excitement. No, you really want to kill me. What do you think will be Xiao Wu's ending? Maybe someone can guess it. End of this chapter. Chapter 12, Battle in the Back Mountain, Tang 3 gets beaten. Chapter 12, Battle in the Back Mountain, Tang San gets beaten. After a stalemate of more than 10 seconds, Luo Zixi finally compromised. He had dabbled in the barber industry in his previous life, and he was considered an expert at combing and braiding hair. Tang Hao's favorability -5%, current favorability -35%. As Luo Zixi helped Xiao Wu comb her long hair, as expected, Tang Hao, the son Douluo who was peeking outside, lost another 5% of his favorability. To be honest, if he had the ability, he would definitely kill this old immortal thing as soon as possible. However, given the current situation, this plan is totally unfeasible. These 2 days are Saturday and Sunday, and there are no classes. Originally, Luo Zixi was planning to ask Dean Fanos to pay him to take her to find a spirit ring, but today's plan was ruined by a letter of challenge. Work-study students, at 5 p.m., at the back hill of the college, bring all of you who can fight, we'll see you there, signed, Nuoding College boss, Xiao Chinayu. The content of the letter was read out by Wang Sheng. After hearing the content of the letter, almost all the part-time students showed some anger in their eyes. The other party is provoking them. Tang San, someone wants to challenge us part-time students this afternoon, are you going? Wang Sheng cast his gaze in the direction of Tang San. After all, in his opinion, the part-time students were in trouble, and Luo Zixi and Xiao Wu would definitely be at the forefront. Although the rest of them were not strong, they were not cowards. As for Tang San, he was not sure whether he would go or not. After all, he didn't even go to class and spent the whole day running to his useless teacher. After Tang San heard Wang Sheng's words, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Someone is here to challenge them as work-study students? That's great. This was a perfect opportunity for him to display his strength and attract Xiao Wu's attention. Don't worry, as a working student, I will go with you. When saying this, Tang San couldn't help but straighten his back a little, and then he glanced in the direction of Xiao Wu from the corner of his eye. However, Luo Zixi, the fish balls in the cafeteria at noon today were so delicious. Can we go there to eat them next time? Yeah. And boiled lamb, this dish tastes great too. Xiao Wu was holding Luo Zixi's arm very intimately at this moment, as if the distance between them had been narrowed a little since the hair combing incident this morning. And Luo Zixi has now started. Who cares? He has been targeted anyway, so he might as well enjoy himself. Now he can only bet that the attributes brought by his second soul ring can save his life. If not, then he can only die heroically. Boss. Someone is provoking us part-time students and wants to have us duel in the back hills this afternoon. What? Their foot injuries have healed. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, behind the hill of Nuoding College. Although it is called the Back Mountain, it is actually just a slightly higher hill. There were dense weeds growing everywhere and some trees that were only as thick as a child's thigh due to malnutrition. There is a large open space in the middle of the grove, as if it was specially created for a fight. As for Xiao Chinayu and his group, they had been waiting here for a long time. In Luo Zixi's team, all the working students were present without exception. However, Tang San, the unfortunate kid who had just vomited blood and was still a little weak in the morning, was now walking at the front of the team with his face full of confidence and his head held high. Of course, the fact that Tang San likes to be in the spotlight is exactly what Luo Zixi wants. After all, Tang Hao didn't have the ability to do that, but for the little guy Tang San, it was really easy for Luo Zixi to mess with him secretly. You are finally here. I thought you were scared and didn't dare to duel with me. Opposite Luo Zixi, there were at least 30 of them, and they were generally older, but the only child who became a soul master was Xiao Chinayu. The person who spoke up was Xiao Chinayu, who had covered his feet and fled before. Hey, aren't these the idiots who were rolling on the floor in the restaurant? What's going on? You got your feet pricked a few days ago and you want to get your butt pricked again today. Luo Zixi looked at the people opposite with a smile. This place was full of trees and plants, and it was also the best place for his wood spirit body to exert its power. After seeing Luo Zixi, Xiao Chinayu's eyes clearly showed some fear, and the few students behind him who had just recovered from their foot injuries actually took 2 or 3 steps back in fear. Their eyes full of tension and fear. Haha, what's the point of using a little trick to attack in the dark? How about we have a real fight today? Xiao Chinayu looked at Luo Zixi with a provocative look on his face. He seemed to think that Luo Zixi was no match for him in this so-called frontal battlefield. Tell me, how are we going to fight? Are we going to fight in groups or one by one? Luo Zixi looked indifferent. After all, it was easy for him to deal with this group of newbies by himself. He told Dean Fanos that he would take him to get the second soul ring tomorrow, so he wanted to finish the battle quickly and go back to rest for a while to recharge his energy. In fact, Luo Zixi could go alone, but having one more person around would also be a bit of insurance. Of course, he was not guarding against soul beasts, but against that madman Tang Hao. How about sending 3 people from each side and playing best of 3? Can. The part-time students did not comment after hearing each other's words, and Tang San just glanced at Luo Zixi in a very coquettish manner, and took a walk forward. This arrogant posture seemed to say, "Let me do it, you, step back." Xiao Wu was about to lose her temper after seeing Tang San's attitude, but fortunately Luo Zixi held her back in time. The first opponent who fought against Tang San was a 5th-grade student whose martial spirit was a martial stick. He possessed 9th-level soul power and was wielding the stick with great power. 400-year-old Mandragora Snake Soul Ring, out. Tang San looked at the stick spirit master who was about to approach him, and a golden spirit ring emerged from behind him. Damn! This guy Tang San actually has a 100-year spirit ring. Wang Sheng and the others exclaimed in surprise at the first moment, followed by envious looks and words. Tang San was very pleased with himself amidst the exclamations, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with the cheers. But when he turned his gaze to Xiao Wu, he found that she just glanced at him indifferently, and then went back to chatting with Luo Zixi. Hateful! Tang San was very unhappy. Today he must let Xiao Wu know how he could kill everyone by himself. The first soul skill, Entanglement. As Tang San's first soul ring was activated, 3 or 5 blue-silver grasses instantly emerged from the ground and rushed straight towards the opponent's stick soul master. Receive! With his light shout, seeing that the spirit master who was about to approach him was about to be wrapped like a dumpling, Tang San laughed wildly in his heart at this moment, but still pretended to be calm and self-centered on his face. Looking at the student who was about to be completely restrained by his spirit skill, Tang San turned back confidently and struck a very showy pose. The first game is over. Luo Zixi, Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng? He just sighed softly, and before he turned around to show off, Wang Sheng exclaimed. Tang San! Be careful! Wang Sheng's words almost instantly brought Tang San back to reality. However, before he could come to his senses, a sound of breaking through the air appeared at the lower back. Not good. Tang San is worthy of being the son of luck. He twisted the stick shadow on his lower back with the most extreme movement, but he only dodged the first time. It was difficult to dodge the opponent's very tricky second attack. Boom! The opponent's powerful stick hit Tang San's right buttock firmly. But Tang San was also a real man. At this moment he gritted his teeth and forced himself not to make a sound. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, Soul Hunting in the Night, Tang Hao End number 039, S Killing. Chapter 13, Soul Hunting in the Night, Tang Hao's Killing. The first soul skill, Entanglement. The blow on his butt was so painful that Tang San couldn't help scratching his ears and cheeks. However, although he took this fierce blow, he still released his first soul skill again. This time, with his full concentration, no accidents occurred, and he tied up the opponent tightly. But the blow on his butt was in vain. Tang San! What on earth are you doing? How can you be distracted during a battle? Wang Sheng really wanted to curse Tang San to death at this moment. His 100-year spirit ring was indeed very shocking, but this battle with the brainstem missing was also really frustrating and infuriating. Obviously, if he had just been more careful, he wouldn't have to suffer this blow from the opponent. When Luo Zixi saw Tang San limping, she felt like laughing. In fact, Tang San's attack just now could indeed directly restrain the opponent, but the opponent was too confident and did not expect that his wood spirit body would disrupt the situation. You must know that at the critical moment when Tang San was about to tie up the opponent, Luo Zixi directly and slightly controlled one of the blue-silver grasses to leave the opponent a space to escape. As the opponent dodged Tang San's attack, things developed into what they are now. A stick hit Tang San's buttocks, causing him to walk in a very funny way. "Xiao San, are you still capable? If not, let me take over." Seeing Tang San being humiliated, Luo Zixi gave Tang San a suggestion that sounded good at the right time. However, just as he thought, Tang San didn't listen at all. "It's okay. Let me do it. I can defeat the 3 opponents by myself." When Tang San heard that Luo Zixi was coming to steal his limelight, he was the first to disagree and insisted that he would face it alone. At this time, Tang Hao, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This was his good son. A real man should have this kind of courage and perseverance. He then turned his gaze to Luo Zixi and Xiao Wu, who were standing in front of the team, with a hint of hostility rising in his eyes. "Haha, you little bastard, just hide well. As long as you leave that 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, I will kill you." Tang Hao's favorability -10%, Tang Hao's current favorability -45%. "I rely on." After hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Luo Zixi couldn't help but swear. "Another 10% reduction? You two really are a father and son. No, the time to obtain the second soul ring must be advanced." With this in mind, Luo Zixi attacked Tang San even more viciously. A quarter of an hour later, Tang San, with a bruised face and half of his butt raised, completed the feat of fighting 3 people at once, as he said at the beginning. Xiao Chinayu and the others even bowed down to Tang San and expressed their earnestness to him. However, when Tang San turned around to look at Xiao Wu, he found that the other party had ignored him and was still chatting and laughing with Luo Zixi. "Luo Zixi! Xiao Wu! I won!" Tang San shouted this in the direction of Luo Zixi and Xiao Wu, interrupting his pleasant chat with Xiao Wu. "Ah! You won? Congratulations, Xiao San, you are worthy of being the blue-silver grass with innate full soul power." Luo Zixi applauded him perfunctorily, then took Xiao Wu's hand and left. Surrounded by Wang Sheng and the others, Tang San watched Xiao Wu and Luo Zixi gradually disappear from his sight. Tang San, who observed this scene, felt a little confused. What was he doing now? Was what he was doing really meaningful to him? Late at night, Luo Zixi slowly woke up from his training. He knew that whether he could survive depended on whether the action tonight could be successful. Ah! Luo Zixi sighed deeply. Although he had the system, his development was severely restricted by Tang Hao, the titled Douluo. Whether he will become a hidden dragon in the abyss or die in the future depends on whether he can escape Tang Hao's sight tonight. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Xiao Wu, who was still beside him and had fallen asleep, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. To be honest, does he really not care about Xiao Wu? The answer is naturally no. As a person from Blue Star, he is not as pedantic as the people here in Douluo continent. It would be a lie to say that he has not developed any feelings for her after these 3 months of companionship. But he really has no ability now. If he leaves, the other party may live longer. Thinking of this, he stood up quietly and placed the wooden comb that Xiao Wu had left on the bedside in front of her. "If we both can survive, I can take you as my personal maid." After sighing softly, Luo Zixi quickly changed into the black casual clothes he had prepared long ago and headed to the soul-hunting forest. However, not long after he left, Xiao Wu, who had been breathing steadily as if she was sleeping soundly, slowly opened her light red eyes. At this moment, she looked at the direction where Luo Zixi left, her heart full of confusion and puzzlement. Why did this bad guy leave in the middle of the night? And he said such strange things. No, I have to follow him and see what's going on. In the forest outside the city of Nuoding, Luo Zixi jumped back and forth between the tree trunks. At this moment, he was approaching the soul-hunting forest at an extremely fast speed. However, a cold gaze was staring at him in the dark like a poisonous snake. Haha, that's quite interesting. No wonder this little bastard didn't go out to get the spirit ring for a while. It turns out that he found someone secretly watching him and was afraid of danger, so he didn't dare to come out. Tang Hao, dressed in a black robe, was following closely behind him at this moment, with an even stronger murderous intent in his eyes. Recently, he has been looking for an opportunity to get rid of Luo Zixi, a potential threat. However, the other party has been staying in Nuoding College and has been staying with Xiao Wu, a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast. This makes it impossible for him to start. This scheming boy must not be allowed to stay. Luo Zixi was rushing on his way frantically at this moment. God knew how much he hoped that old man Tang Hao was sleeping and didn't notice that he had left. However, at this moment, a cold mechanical electronic sound came from Luo Zixi's mind. Detected Tang Hao's favorability, 55%, current favorability, 100%. Luo Zixi's heart sank immediately after hearing the voice in his head, because he knew that his short journey of time travel might be coming to an end soon. Kaka. His expression became a little dazed after hearing the system's prompt sound, and he accidentally stepped on a rotten branch. Oh! Accompanied by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, Luo Zixi rolled twice on the ground before removing the force of falling. He looked a little disheveled at this moment, because of the friction and rolling from falling to the ground. The new clothes knitted for him by old Jack were covered with dust, and there was a crack at the corner of the clothes. Luo Zixi fell to the ground and saw that Tang Hao did not appear immediately, so he wanted to get up and continue to jump onto the branches to head towards the soul-hunting forest. After all, as long as he could absorb the soul ring of even one 10-year soul beast, he would have hope of turning the tables. However, before he could leap up onto the tree trunk, a rough and cold voice almost instantly echoed in the surrounding woods. "Little bastard, there is no need for you to keep running now. You will definitely die here today. No matter what you do in my hands, it will be in vain." End of this chapter. Chapter 14, All means have been exhausted, and there is nowhere to escape. Please read and collect. Chapter 14, All means have been exhausted, and there is nowhere to escape. Please read and collect. Hearing this gloomy voice, Luo Zixi thought to himself that something was wrong. Then, behind the bushes not far in front of him, a tall, dark figure in a tattered black robe quietly appeared. The moon tonight is flawless, covering the ground with fragmented moonlight. Through the silver light all over the ground, you can still vaguely make out that somewhat familiar old face. Why have you been spying on me in the dark without revealing your true identity? Or are you afraid? Luo Zixi's palms were already soaked with cold sweat. Now was the moment when life and death were truly at stake. Ha 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 ha. You little bastard are really smart. I admit that Xiao San is not as smart as you in terms of IQ and EQ, but what I didn't expect was that you actually discovered my existence on the first day. Tang Hao slowly walked out from the cover of the woods. He seemed to have confirmed that Luo Zixi was dead, so he no longer concealed his original voice and took off the black rag covering his face. Looking at this familiar ugly face from such a close distance, although Luo Zixi was nervous, he was more thinking about how to break the impasse. You don't seem surprised by my appearance. Could it be that you, little bastard, have already guessed that I was secretly observing your and Xiao San's every move? The murderous intent in Tang Hao's eyes was no longer concealed at all, and a bloody smell enveloped Luo Zixi's whole body. However, at this moment, his wood spirit body was frantically absorbing the life force from the surroundings in an attempt to prevent the opponent's murderous aura from entering his body. What they didn't realize was that a small pink figure had quietly come here at some point and was hiding in the bushes in the distance, feeling the terrifying murderous aura. If you look closely, you can see that her big red eyes are full of fear, but she quickly forces herself to calm down. His hands kept drawing complicated patterns in front of his chest, and he was humming some language that humans could not understand at all. At number UN number UN number at number percent number UN percent number percent. On the other side, in the core area of the star forest, is the lake of life. A monster with a bull's head and a python's body, covering the sky and the sun, rose into the sky from the deep lake. Several thousand meters away, a gigantic ape leaped several hundred meters and roared loudly. Haha, it's you, Tang San's alcoholic father Tang Hao, or rather, Haoshan Douluo, Tang Hao. Since the other party has already revealed his cards, there is no point in hiding them. Even if his wood spirit body was so powerful, given the absolute power gap between a super Douluo and a level 20 soul master, it would be as easy for the other party to crush him as it would be to crush an ant. Very smart, you are really smart. To be honest, if you could be a little dumber, maybe I could let you live longer as my mistress's slave. Although Tang Hao was praising Luo Zixi, his voice was full of murderous intent. Haha, your claim of paying attention to me and Tang San is probably fake. Luo Zixi was staring at Tang Hao's eyes nonchalantly at this time, and the other party actually became interested after hearing what Luo Zixi said. Oh? Then tell me what else you know. After hearing Tang Hao's words, Luo Zixi just silently replied with a short sentence. Your target is Xiao Wu, right? Xiao Wu, who was hiding in the dense bushes in the distance, felt a chill in her heart when she heard Luo Zixi's words. Could it be, just after Luo Zixi finished saying this, the voice of the system in his mind sounded again. Tang Hao's favorability -100%, currently -200%. Go on. At this moment, the murderous intent in Tang Hao's heart became stronger. He wanted to know what else this little bastard Luo Zixi knew. As a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, it's hard for a titled Douluo like you not to be moved. Boom, Xiao Wu's mind suddenly exploded, her eyes full of disbelief. The memories of the past 3 months appeared in her mind like various picture frames. But at this moment, Tang Hao's face became extremely ugly. Please don't look at me with your dirty and disgusting eyes. Xiao Wu is just my good sister in my heart, not my spirit ring or spirit bone. I am not a cold-blooded creature like you. Xiao Wu, who was hiding in the bushes in the distance, felt a little relieved after hearing Luo Zixi's words. At this moment, she recalled everything that had happened before, and the past memories were playing in her mind like a slideshow. It seemed like Luo Zixi disliked her at first and wouldn't let her get into his bed. But if this is the case, then the other party must have known her identity from the beginning. And the other party also knew that this title Douluo was right beside him. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu's eyes revealed a hint of disbelief. Recalling what Luo Zixi said just now, if both of them can survive. A bitter smile appeared on Xiao Wu's delicate face at this moment. It turned out that she was the one who harmed him. Facing Tang Hao's bewildered expression, Luo Zixi revealed a sly smile. After all, you even dare to plot against your wife who gave birth to your child. What else would you not dare to do? Luo Zixi's words were like thunder exploding in the sky. Not only Tang Hao, but even Xiao Wu who was hiding in the distance widened her eyes. No. Impossible. How could you possibly know? Luo Zixi's words made Tang Hao instantly furious, and also reminded him of his past experiences with a yin. The past scenes flashed through Tang Hao's mind like a kaleidoscope. Meet, fall in love, get married and have children. It was all so beautiful, but he knew in his heart that it was only beautiful on the surface. How, protect our children? Yin's last words before her death suddenly woke Tang Hao up, but when he came to his senses, he found that Luo Zixi was no longer there. You damned bastard! I'll kill you! However, at this moment, Luo Zixi was using the energy he had injected into the tree trunk when he came here to frantically delay Tang Hao's progress. That's right, this was the worst-case scenario he had anticipated in his mind, being discovered by Tang Hao and being hunted down by him. But fortunately, the ability of the wood spirit body has been greatly enhanced here. However, when he frantically used the power of his wood spirit body to control the tree trunks in the forest to grow wildly and interfere with Tang Hao's positioning, he saw a figure that should not have appeared here. Xiao Wu. Why are you here? Don't you know it's dangerous here? Luo Zixi didn't dare to stay for too long. He just grabbed her arm and ran towards the city madly. But except for the fact that he used his own wood spirit body to make the trees around Tang Hao's position grow wildly at the beginning, disrupting his positioning, it took Tang Hao just a few seconds to lock on Luo Zixi's position again. But what he didn't expect was that the 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast actually stayed with him. Doesn't that mean that the entire conversation between me and the other party was heard by the transformed soul beast? No. Neither of them can live. They both have to die, as the terrifying murderous aura burst out from Tang Hao's body. Luo Zixi and Xiao Wu, who had already run far away, couldn't help but tremble. You little bitch, are you stupid? Why did you sneak out with me for no reason? Now we are both done for this time. Luo Zixi ran and cursed while holding Xiao Wu in his arms. He also tried his best to recover his soul power and exerted the strength in his body to hold back the mad dog Tang Hao. However, Xiao Wu's attention at this time was not on Luo Zixi's voice. She was just staring at Luo Zixi with her big light red eyes. When did you know that I was a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast? Luo Zixi listened to Xiao Wu's question and knew that now was not the time to explain, so he made it short. You have a special physique. I recognized you the first time I saw you. Got it. Then why didn't you kill me to take my soul bone? You have a bad fate, it's quite pitiful. Xiao Wu's favorability increased by 10%, current favorability 85%. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, Xiao Wu and number 039, S Sacrifice, Colorful Entries Traveling Through the Worlds. Please read in. Chapter 15, Xiao Wu's Sacrifice, Colorful Entries Traveling Through the Worlds. Please read and collect. Luo Zixi seemed to hear the system saying something, but he no longer had time to listen carefully to the useless prompt tone. When they were less than 10 miles away from Nuoding City, Tang Hao's bloody and murderous figure fell from the sky in front of them. Luo Zixi tried his best to use the aura of his own wood spirit body to drive the vicious murderous intent away from their bodies. Tang Hao, who had just landed, stared at the two of them with bloodshot eyes. Luo Zixi and Xiao Wu felt a chill all over their bodies. Haha, a little soul beast like you actually knew about this. Then I will have no choice but to give up your soul ring and take your 100,000-year soul bone. In Tang Hao's opinion, even if he didn't have a 100,000-year spirit ring, with such a 100,000-year super spirit bone plus Yin's 100,000-year spirit bone, his son was destined to become the strongest man on the continent. Haha, you are afraid that Xiao Wu will tell others about your design of your wife's spirit ring and spirit bone. Sure enough, after hearing Luo Zixi's words, Tang Hao almost instantly swung the giant hammer and smashed it directly in front of him. But Luo Zixi is not the kind of person who would just sit and wait to die. Before the opponent's hammer fell, a green branch had grabbed Luo Zixi's ankle at some point and pulled him into the ground almost instantly. Boom! Smoke and dust rose up, the ground shook, and the people in the city of Nottingham, 10 miles away, were awakened by the earthquake. However, just as Luo Zixi continued to sink with Xiao Wu, an invisible force instantly enveloped him and Xiao Wu. Boom! With another loud bang, the two of them were thrown into the air along with the soil that was tens of meters deep, and then Tang Hao's dark and heavy hammer came towards them. Go to hell! Looking at the huge hammer in front of him that was about to fall on him and Xiao Wu, Luo Zixi's eyes were full of unwillingness. In a trance, he felt that time began to slow down a little. For some reason, his head became dizzy at this moment, and finally he passed out. When he woke up again, he found that it was a golden red space. Luo Zixi looked at the space structure here with some curiosity. It seemed to be a huge sphere. But at this moment, a pink shadow appeared in front of him. When he saw the shadow's face clearly, his dark eyes widened instantly. But when he wanted to speak, he felt his mouth was sealed by an invisible force. Zixi, this is the first time I call you that, and maybe the last time. The face of the phantom in front of him was full of loss, but it did not make Luo Zixi feel sad. You are a really interesting human. You know that I am a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form, but you still don't take my soul bone. Maybe it's just my bad luck, as you said. I actually met a titled Douluo and a freak like you in this barren marginal land. The phantom Xiao Wu said this playfully, pinching Luo Zixi's nose bridge, and then said nonchalantly. De Ming and Er Ming are almost here, but I'm offering them to you. They won't give up. While they're fighting with the titled Douluo outside, you should run for your life. If you have the opportunity to become a titled Douluo in the future, you must help me and my mother to avenge my mother. My target of revenge is the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. Now it seems that this titled Douluo will be added to the list. However, he can't escape from the hands of Daming and Erming. Having said this, Xiao Wu looked at Luo Zixi carefully again with her light red eyes, as if she wanted to imprint his appearance in her mind. One last question. What do you want Xiao Wu to be to you? You must tell the truth. Xiao Wu pinched Luo Zixi's chin playfully, and then helped him untie the seal that bound his mouth. Luo Zixi looked at Xiao Wu now, and he knew very well what the other party was doing. Humph, didn't I tell you before I left? I wanted you to be my personal maid, forever. As Luo Zixi finished speaking, Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue at him and made a funny face. Loya Lu, I think your answer is barely acceptable. Now, you better take on my 100,000 years of cultivation. As he finished speaking, a buzzing sound instantly brought Luo Zixi's consciousness back to reality. At this moment, Xiao Wu in his arms suddenly burst into a dazzling blood-red light, and this powerful and special aura also alarmed the strongest people on the continent. On Poseidon Island, in the center of the High Priest's prismatic inner hall, a beautiful woman wearing a sea blue crown and a luxurious azure robe was gazing at the continent with her ice blue eyes. It's actually a sacrifice. I didn't expect that there would be soul beasts on the continent today who are willing to sacrifice themselves for humans. In the Spirit Hall. In the Pope's Hall, the figure sitting on the high seat stared at the direction of Nodding City with majestic eyes. The sacrifice of a 100,000-year-old soul beast? Interesting. I haven't felt this familiar aura for a long time. The woman on the platform slightly raised the lavender corners of her mouth, and it could be seen that she seemed excited to feel this breath. At the same time, outside the city of Nodding, Tang Hao looked at the scene in front of him with bloodshot eyes. Do not. Tang Hao was already a little crazy at this time. He was fooled by two little kids so many times in a row. It would be a lie if he said he was not angry, and now, the sacrifice of the 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast cannot be interrupted without divine power, no matter what. He couldn't stop the ceremony in which a 100,000-year-old soul beast sacrificed its life and all its cultivation for humans. Almost instantly, the scarlet light spread out with Luo Zixi as the center, forming an absolutely invincible area with a radius of 50 meters. The eyes of the two beast kings who sensed this breath turned blood red almost instantly. Roar! Two earth-shaking roars resounded throughout the southwestern border of the Tiandu Empire. After sensing these two terrifying auras, Tang Hao also felt that something was wrong. He did not expect that this 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast could actually contact the two remaining 100,000-year-old beast kings in the forest. But for the sake of the 100,000-year soul bone, he must wait here. As long as the sacrifice is over, he can instantly kill the bastard Luo Zixi and take away the 100,000-year soul bone that is enough to trigger a bloody war between countries. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting the sacrifice of the 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit transformed soul beast Xiao Wu, and successfully integrating the 100,000-year soul ring. Ding! Xiao Wu's favorability has increased by 15% and is currently 100%. System Mechanical Intelligence Agent has been unlocked. The entry was extracted successfully. Black entry, fight to the death. When the energy reserve is less than 20%, all attributes are enhanced by 100%. Black entry, Overlord's arrival. When the self-reserved energy is higher than 80%, all attributes are enhanced by 100%. Black entry, Dry Marsh, triggered when near death, restores 80% of one's own soul power, cooldown 1 month. Golden entry, System Serious Punch, regardless of whether they are human, god, or ghost emperor, all will be reduced to ashes with 1 punch. Can only be used once. Red entry, Fire Spirit Body, the state of perfection, can resist all kinds of fire, and is immune to all kinds of fire. Golden entry, Incredible Comprehension, practice 1,000 times and you will become a genius. Colored entry, System Color Ball shuttle through all worlds, randomly shuttle to another dimension, can shuttle back and forth infinitely, cooldown time 3 months. Red entry, Golden Spirit Body, perfection wherever it goes, no one can hurt it. Red entry, Ice Spirit Body, perfect state, ice element is clearly controllable, absolute 0. Guaranteed golden entry, Phantom Spirit Fairyland, permanently increases the body's soul power by 1000%, gaining the ability to absorb the power of heaven and earth, the power of nature, and rely on this power to quickly repair damaged souls. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, Falling from a High Altitude, Knocking the Flower Thief Unconscious. Chapter 16, Falling from a High Altitude, Knocking the Flower Thief Unconscious. Looking at the lowest black entry selection in front of him and the system's paintball entry Travel Through All Worlds, Luo Zixi raised his eyes to look at the pink phantom that was sacrificing his life and soul for him. He knew that this was the chance of life that Xiao Wu had fought for him. System, I choose the gold entry Fantasy Spirit, the gold entry Heaven-Defying Enlightenment, and the colorful entry Myriad Worlds Shuttle. Ding! Fusion is complete for the host. Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating the golden entry, Huanling Xians. Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating the golden entry, Incomparable Enlightenment. Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating the system paintball entry, Color entry, Shuttle Through All Realms. The moment the system's voice fell, Luo Zixi only felt that the scene in front of him had changed. He could actually see the soul power dissipating in the air and the various elemental forces floating in the air. System. Draw the power of heaven and earth immediately. Repair the damaged soul of Xiao Wu, the 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast. Ding! The host's needs have been detected, and the system is being repaired intelligently. The second stage of the wood spirit body, full power intelligence is being activated. Phantom Fairyland Phase 2, full power intelligent activation. Ding! The level of the wood spirit's body is too low, the body repair failed, the repair failed. The remains of the body have been successfully recovered in the intelligent recovery process. The remains of the 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast Xiao Wu have been stored in the system warehouse. Ding! Soul repaired successfully. The soul of the 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast Xiao Wu has been placed in the center of the Phantom Spirit Fairyland in the spiritual sea for the host. Luo Zixi looked at the system in a daze as it mobilized all its power to rescue Xiao Wu's remaining soul and body. He couldn't help but sigh that this system was too smart now. Although Xiao Wu's sacrificed body was not repaired, her soul was saved at least. However, as Xiao Wu's soul and body were taken back by Luo Zixi, this absolutely safe place created by her sacrifice was gradually shattered and disintegrated. Looking at Tang Hao with bloodshot eyes so close to him, Luo Zixi gave him 2 middle fingers and cursed him before leaving. "You big idiot, do you have the guts to come and kill me?" Then he muttered to himself. System, use the Myriad Worlds shuttle. Ding, randomly locating the plane the host is going to. Positioning successful. Transmission started. Almost at the moment when the sacrificial energy shield was broken, Luo Zixi turned into a white light and disappeared in an instant, and the giant hammer in Tang Hao's hand also smashed the place where he had just been. Boom! The powerful force instantly turned the trees within a radius of 100 meters into ruins. Ah! Damn it! Tang Hao, who had been teased by the 2 little brats, Luo Zixi and Xiao Wu, for nearly 3 minutes, now roared to the sky. However, before he could vent his anger towards the sky, a giant figure with a bull's head and a snake's body descended from the clouds onto his head. Roar! Damn human! You will pay with your life for Xiao Wu Ji. Slow field. As the huge body of the bull-headed snake that stretched for hundreds of meters swooped down, a strange white light instantly enveloped Tang Hao. Immediately afterwards, another giant titan that was hundreds of meters tall also fell heavily to the ground. And from his wide mouth he roared out 4 unclear words almost crazily. Tai. Tan. God. Fist. On the other side, it was also late at night when we arrived at the place where there was also a brilliant starry sky. Don't ask him why he knows it so clearly, because he is flying freely in the sky at this moment. What a rip-off! How can a good person teleport someone to the sky above 100 meters? The moment he was teleported to this world, Luo Zixi felt his feet go empty, and then he fell straight down with a cry of unwillingness. Looking at the roof of the ancient house so close, he just hoped that he would not fall on others. At the same time, in the house right below Luo Zixi, a young man in dark blue clothes was tiptoeing towards the bed, with a smirk that didn't belong to his age group on his face. But before he reached the bed and was about to attack the little girl who was sleeping soundly on the bed, a loud noise above his head instantly attracted his attention. This sound directly woke up someone in the room. Oh! Accompanied by a loud bang, a big hole was instantly smashed into the ceiling. The young man looked up with horror on his face, but before he could raise his head, a black shadow hit him directly in the face. Boom! Boom! The solid wood floor was smashed to pieces, and the figure that fell from the sky was now deeply embedded in the soil beneath the floor, and the young man who was hit by the shadow's fist had fallen unconscious to the ground. But looking at the big bump on his head, it was obvious that he was hit pretty hard. That's right, the birdman falling from the sky was Luo Zixi. Fortunately, there was a house where he fell, and the beams and roof above provided him with a lot of cushioning. However, with his physique as a level 29 soul master, he was lucky not to die after falling from such a high place. Shh, it hurts so much, this hurts too much. It hurt, excruciatingly painful. Although it had been somewhat relieved, he could now feel that his body seemed to have been shattered. Several bones in his right leg and sternum were broken. Buzz! With a buzzing sound emanating from his body surface, his wood spirit body was helping him repair his broken bones, and was constantly helping him repair his damaged organs and internal organs. The green mist continued to linger around him. But at this moment, a tall dark figure appeared in front of him. Feeling the unfathomable aura from the other party, Luo Zixi thought to himself that something was wrong. Now he has escaped from the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. Just as the other party was about to reach out and grab Luo Zixi, 2 clear voices sounded at the same time. Uncle Ling, stop it! Go away! A pink shadow instantly rushed out from Luo Zixi's spiritual sea, followed by a powerful soul force that pounced on the black shadow at lightning speed. Shh! The black shadow was extremely agile and dodged with just a flash. The next second he appeared in front of the bed, took a alert posture and used his body to protect the girl who had just ordered him to stop. The place that had just been attacked by the pink shadow's soul power instantly turned into dust the moment it came into contact with it. Zixi, are you okay? Seeing that the other party stopped attacking, the pink shadow quickly came to Luo Zixi. Looking at him with scars all over his body, there was a bit of heartache in the pink shadow's eyes. The tall black figure and the little girl who had not shown her face both looked a little stunned after seeing this scene. Well, I have a special physique. As long as the injury is not fatal, I can recover in a short time. How do you feel now? Luo Zixi looked at the pink shadow in front of her, but soon her figure gradually became more solid, and her originally extremely blurry appearance was revealed to everyone at this moment. Waist-length hair, oval face, pretty features, light red eyes, and pink skirt. Who else could this be but Xiao Wu? Humph, you still have some conscience. Although you helped me restore my soul, without a body, I can only live in your sea of spirit from now on. Xiao Wu sighed. Although she didn't know how Luo Zixi protected and repaired her soul, this was not something she should consider. After saying this, Xiao Wu turned her gaze to the tall figure in front of her and the little girl in green standing on the bed behind him. Miss, this is a mortal soul with at least dueling level strength. It is very dangerous. Xiao Yan's character is good, and the protagonist will not bully him too much, but because the protagonist has the physique of a succubus, sooner, and the others, Xiao Yan, will not be able to enjoy it. But the protagonist seems to have quite a lot of shuras, End of this chapter. Chapter 17, Fighting and Falling into Sun and number 039, and number 039, S Boudoir. Chapter 17, Fighting and Falling into Sun's Boudoir. The tall man in black looked at Xiao Wu and Luo Zixi with vigilance, as if he would take action instantly as long as the little girl gave the order. Uncle Ling, please don't do anything. They don't seem to have any bad intentions. The girl in green stopped the man in black from taking any further action. At this moment, she looked at the black-clothed young man lying on the ground in front of her and the shadow of the girl in pink skirt floating in the air with full curiosity. Luo Zixi looked at the tall figure in front of him, the little girl in blue, and the young man with a bulge on his head on the ground. He felt inexplicably familiar. As the surrounding energy was absorbed by Luo Zixi and converted into pure life energy to quickly repair his damaged body, the injuries on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Click! Because Luo Zixi fell from a height of 100 meters to the ground, his broken and twisted bones were constantly returning to their original positions, making crisp sounds. The man in black and the little girl in blue in front of him witnessed everything that happened to him. In just less than 2 minutes, all the injuries on Luo Zixi's body had recovered, and the fighting energy in the room became very thin at this moment. He also stared at the two people, one big and one small, in front of him vigilantly, and Luo Zixi already had an answer in his mind as to their identities. In the Duqi continent, there is Suner, the daughter of the ancient clan, one of the 8 ancient families, and Ling Ying, the weakest guard of the ancient clan and a 9-star Duhuang master. Thank you for not killing me. Luo Zixi knew that his life was saved, and he bowed to Ling Ying and Suner in front of him. I had just arrived late at night and I had smashed a hole in someone else's house. The other party was giving me face by not attacking me directly. You don't have to thank me. You should thank our young lady. Ling Ying was still staring at Luo Zixi at this moment. After all, Ling Ying could feel the strangeness of the child in front of him. His soul power is 10 or even dozens of times stronger than his peers, but he doesn't have even a trace of fighting spirit in his body, and he also has this terrifying body recovery ability. However, at this moment, Suner, who was standing behind Ling Ying, walked out of his protection and slowly walked towards the direction where Luo Zixi was. Miss, be careful. Ling Ying appeared in front of Suner almost instantly and hid him behind him. But after hearing his words, Suner's delicate and lovely face showed a bit of displeasure. You're protecting me now? That pervert walked to the bed just now, and you didn't say a word. Uncle Ling, just stand aside and think about how this little thief got to my bed without your sight. If you can't explain it clearly, I will complain to Dad. Xiao Suner looked at Ling Ying and revealed a very cute smile at this time. "Ah, miss, I just..." Ling Ying panicked instantly after hearing Suner's words. After all, if Suner was going to complain to the clan leader, then he, the weakest guard in the ancient clan, could just commit suicide. Think it over before explaining. Suner signaled Ling Ying to wait aside with her eyes. After looking at Xiao Yan, who had now fallen unconscious to the ground, there was a hint of disgust in her eyes. She then turned her gaze to Luo Zixi and Xiao Wu. "Tell me, why did you fall off my roof?" Suner was standing 3 meters in front of Luo Zixi at this time. She asked without any hesitation while looking Luo Zixi up and down, as if she was curious about how the other person's body recovered so quickly. Xiao Wu, who was floating in the air, became unhappy immediately when she saw this scene. Luo Zixi was the person her sister Xiao Wu had taken a fancy to, and she couldn't let others take advantage of her. "Hey, what are you going to do to my Zixi?" Xiao Wu stood in front of Luo Zixi very unhappily, and Suner also retracted her gaze at this time, and then she turned her gaze to Xiao Wu, who was floating in the air. "Your Zixi? I'm sorry, little sister, he is mine from now on." Luo Zixi, Ling Ying. Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu was very protective of Luo Zixi at this moment and protected her behind her. Her eyes were full of vigilance towards the little girl in blue in front of her. "What do you mean? Zixi is mine." Luo Zixi was also confused at this time. What on earth was the eldest lady of the ancient clan going to do, if he didn't know clearly that this was Fights Break Sphere and that the person standing in front of him was the heroine of Fights Break Sphere? Gu Suner, he would have been ready to run away. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Suner. You can also call me Xiao Suner now. Standing next to me is Uncle Ling, who is also my bodyguard." Having said that, Suner pointed at the hole above the house, the deep pit on the ground, and the young man in black who was knocked unconscious next to it. "Although I don't know why you fell here, you not only destroyed the boudoir that I just cleaned up, but also knocked out the third son of the host family. It would be unreasonable not to give you some compensation." Listening to Suner's words, Luo Zixi gave an awkward smile. Compensation? He and Xiao Wu were completely illegal here, and where did they get the currency of Duqi continent? "Zixi, look at how much money we have left. It's just a roof, right? We can just compensate her." Xiao Wu was really confident when she said this. She didn't seem to realize that this was not the original world. "Xiao Wu, it seems that all our money was lost when we were escaping. There was no way. The gold soul coins could not be used here and he didn't have a penny on him." "Ah? Then why don't we just run away?" However, her words were not concealed at all, and were heard by Suner and Ling Ying. Uncle Ling's cultivation is at the peak of the 9-star Duhuang level. You can't run away. After hearing Suner's words, Xiao Wu felt a little confused. 9-star Duhuang peak? What is that? However, before he could open his mouth, Luo Zixi took her into the fantasy fairyland. Seeing this scene in front of her, Suner spread her hands helplessly, but soon a good idea came to her mind. "If you don't have money, then you'll have to work to pay off your debts. The cost of repairs and the treatment of this pervert is 3,000 gold coins in total. If you don't pay enough, you won't be able to leave." When Suner said this, there was a hint of contentment in her eyes. This little boy who fell from the sky gave her a very special feeling, and the soul of the pink little girl in his body also made her very curious. After hearing what the other party said, Luo Zixi subconsciously wanted to refuse. After all, she still had to go back to Douluo continent to find an opportunity to get rid of that bastard Tang Hao. However, when he saw Ling Ying slowly grasping the hilt of the knife behind Suner, a cold sweat broke out on his back. "Damn it, what are you doing with a knife, old man? It's scary." Finally, after thinking it over, pondering and considering it carefully, he decided to agree to the other party first. He could go back to Douluo continent later. After all, he is a responsible man. He has to admit his mistakes and stand at attention when being beaten. It was definitely not because Ling Ying, who was at the peak of the 9-star Duhuang realm, was holding a knife and threatening his old man with his eyes. Okay, I promise, I'll work to pay off my debts. Luo Zixi nodded in agreement, and Xiao Wu, who was trapped in the fantasy fairyland, also noticed the tall black shadow holding a knife standing behind the green-clothed girl Suner. After hearing Luo Zixi's affirmative answer, Suner turned around and looked at Ling Ying. At this time, Ling Ying had already retracted his sword and was looking at his young lady with a kind face. Uncle Ling, he and that little soul girl belong to Suner for the time being. You can watch them, but you can't be mean to them anymore. How could Ling Ying dare to say no at this moment? If he was not careful, he might lose his job, or even his life. Yes, ma'am. Ling Ying knelt down on one knee without any hesitation and responded to the other party. At this moment, Luo Zixi heard Ling Ying's voice transmission. I will keep a close eye on you. If you dare to do anything to hurt the young lady, I will make you regret living in this world. After hearing Ling Ying's message, Luo Zixi just smiled, then looked into his eyes and nodded very gentlemanly. Xiao Wu also heard what the other party said, and her face was full of dissatisfaction at this moment. There is not much text in the previous chapters of Duposhija. With these 2 chapters, there is probably only about 1 chapter left. Please feel free to read it. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 5 years passed quietly, 5-star master. Chapter 18 5 years passed quietly, 9-star master. Time flies, and before he knew it, Luo Zixi has entered his 6th year of living in the Duqi continent. Today is a special day for the Xiao family, and it is also the day when Luo Zixi will return to Douluo. In the early morning, a cool breeze blew across Luo Zixi's charming and handsome face. He slowly exhaled a breath, and his deep black eyes quietly opened. Ding! 3 months have passed, the host's level has been unconditionally increased by 1 level. In just a moment, Luo Zixi felt a warm current spreading throughout his limbs and bones, and then his cultivation level directly advanced by 1 level. The system opens my personal panel. Name, Luo Zixi. Sex, male-age, Wuhan. Entry collection bag soul power level, level 49 soul sect, soul ring, red, fighting chi level, 9-star grand fighter appearance, living succubus constitution, wood spirit body, super recovery, super healing, king of plants, succubus body, current charm value 1120%, example, 40% of an ordinary person. Skills, Xian level advanced skills, Phantom Wood Heart Skill, Xian level Advanced Fighting Skills, Phantom Wood Cotton Palm, Perfect, Xian level Intermediate Footwork, Phantom Immortal Step, Perfect. Times 1 times 380 times 12 times 43 times 19 current entry, Body of a Succubus, Gold, Body of a Wood Spirit, Red, Too Lazy to Move, Black, Phantom Spirit, Gold, Traveling Through the Myriad Worlds, Color, Heaven-defying enlightenment, gold. 100%, 1000%, 100%, 99%, 95%, 98%, 70% comprehensive evaluation, born a succubus, with the appearance of an emperor. Introduction to favorability level. 110, have seen it before, 1050, casual acquaintances, 5070, close friends female, brothers male, 70-90, secretly in love with girl, like a real brother boy, 90-99, love female, stay in the same ribs male, 100, wife female. Looking at his current panel, Luo Zixi couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Now his strength has reached the level of a 9-star master. It's not that he works very hard, but the fact that his cultivation level unconditionally improves by 1 level every 3 months directly pulls him forward. In 5 years, his fighting spirit level increased by a total of 36 levels, of which 20 levels were unconditional increases. As his strength grew, he gradually discovered that there was something wrong with the girls in the Xiao family. He still remembered the night 5 years ago. That was the first time he saw evil intentions in a girl's eyes. In addition to Suner, there are also the Xiao family sisters Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei, who stare at him with their eyes sparkling with a faint light every day. In fact, it's not just them. Even Xiao Wu, who had already sacrificed herself to him, looked at him with more and more strange eyes in the past 2 years. As for Xiao Yan, the son of destiny of the Duqi continent, he had no intention of dealing with Yao Lao. After all, he still had to go back to Douluo continent to obtain spirit rings and continue to draw the next entries. For him, bringing Yao Chen, a burden, with him was a kind of restraint. You know, it's already amazing that I only have 6 entries now. When I reach the god level in Douluo continent in the future, I will have 30 entries. I'm a little excited just thinking about it. Glancing inward at the magical aura in his own spiritual sea, he discovered that Xiao Wu, the lazy rabbit, was still sleeping. But this is normal. Not sleeping in is not Xiao Wu's usual style. But apart from Suner and Ling Ying, no one in the Xiao family knew of her existence. After all, she was just a soul now and her situation was special. Perhaps because his own soul power has been continuously improving with the help of the system, he is now a 49th level soul master without the 3rd or 4th ring. Perhaps because of the continuous improvement of his soul power, his body developed much faster than his peers in the Dupa world. Now he was 1.78 meters tall, 18 centimeters taller than the short guy Xiao Yan. He stood up and left the room. It was cool and peaceful outside. The elite disciples of the Xiao family were extremely demanding in practicing martial arts and cultivating their own skills. Different from the Soul Master training system in Douluo continent, the practitioners here basically spend their time in boring training and practice except for 3 meals a day. The Xiao family is one of the largest families in Wutancheng. The family occupies a very large area. The radius of the family's residence alone is several miles, not to mention some special buildings such as the Alchemy Room and the Martial Arts Tower. Every house here is completely different and has its own characteristics. Luo Zixi quietly passed by the residences of several younger generations of the Xiao family and found that some of them were already practicing various fighting skills in the yard early in the morning. As for Luo Zixi's destination, it was naturally where Suner lived. After all, the other party gave him a complete set of wood-attributed cultivation techniques as well as matching fighting skills and footwork. With the blessing of his own incredible understanding entry, he could basically perfect any technique he wanted by practicing it once, which was very convenient. The other party even gave me a lot of elixirs for healing and cultivating the soul. Although I didn't really need them, it was hard to refuse since he gave them to me. You have to know that this is a wealthy woman with 24K pure gold. As for the 3,000 gold coins for repairing the house, I gave it to her, but the other party didn't want it. Moreover, when I left that day, he hugged me and touched me twice, and then gave me a black card with 100,000 gold coins. He could never forget what Suner said to him 5 years ago and the murderous look in Ling Ying's eyes at that time. Luo Zixi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. However, when he was still a few hundred meters away from where Suner lived, a clear but slightly charming voice reached his ears. "Brother Zixi, where are you going so early?" At this moment, a pretty girl in a light pink dress and pink short hair ran out from the courtyard on Luo Zixi's left. She came to his side and hugged his arm without saying a word. Her cute little face was full of infatuation and admiration. However, Luo Zixi was no longer surprised by this situation. Every day, girls would flirt with him, but only 3 little girls dared to actually come forward and throw themselves into his arms. Suner, Xiao Yan's cousin Xiao Yu, and the last one is Xiao Yan's cousin, the little green tea girl Xiao Mei in the original novel. Sister Xiao Mei got up so early. It seems that she practices very hard every day. Luo Zixi reached out and touched her little head with helplessness on his face. In fact, Xiao Mei is 10 years old now, only 1 year younger than himself. However, the other person is only about 1.5 meters tall now, and in front of Luo Zixi, she looks more like a cute little girl next door. Hehe, it's okay. I have already reached the 6th level of fighting spirit, but I am practicing very hard. Speaking of cultivation, little stars twinkled in Xiao Mei's light red eyes. You should know that her cultivation is already among the best among the people of her generation in the Xiao family. Luo Zixi chatted with the little girl Xiao Mei for a while before she reluctantly let go of the arms that were hugging Luo Zixi. Mei still needs to work hard on her training. Brother Zixi, please go and do your work first. Mei will treat you to tea next time if there's a chance. Before leaving, Xiao Mei did not forget to give Luo Zixi another playful smile, and he also nodded with a smile. Xiao Mei is a very lovely girl. Although she is not very talented, she is very hardworking and diligent. As for the things in the original book, what does it have to do with him? He will be good to whoever is good to him. This is his principle in life. It is definitely not because he is attracted by beauty or any other reason. I mentioned that there is no level suppression. In the Dupa world, 5 years to upgrade from 0 to a 9-star master is not slow. Anyone who says it is slow will be kicked out directly. The protagonist is 11 years old. 4 times 5 2020 plus 2949, end of this chapter. Chapter 19, The Flash in the Pan Genius at the Xiao Family Event. Chapter 19, The Flash in the Pan Genius of the Xiao Family's Grand Gathering in Suner's boudoir. She was looking in the direction of the door with an unhappy face. After all, 2 seconds had passed since the time she and Luo Zixi had agreed upon, and the other party had broken his promise. Not happy. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on her door. Hearing the knock, Suner didn't even wear shoes. She rushed to the door barefoot and opened it directly. As the sunlight bathed her body, she also saw the figure she had been thinking about in her dreams. Bad guy, you're late. Without further ado, Suner threw herself into his arms. Luo Zixi quickly caught her, and noticed that the little girl Suner was not wearing shoes, so she simply held her gently in her arms as usual, princess hug. At the same time, a mechanical system sound came from Luo Zixi's mind. Ding! Ling Ying's favorability -1%, current favorability 55%. Luo Zixi, Ling Ying didn't have any bad intentions. All his original intentions were to consider Suner's safety. But as his strength steadily improved, his favorability towards himself began to gradually ease. Slowly walking to the bedside, he took out the handkerchief he carried with him and helped Suner, the little dirty girl, wipe off the dust that had just gotten on the soles of her feet. Perhaps it was because Luo Zixi was very used to doing these things, so he did not feel too much ambiguity from these actions. He just helped Suner wipe off the dirt very seriously, and didn't notice the sweetness in Suner's eyes at all. Maybe it was because the soles of her feet were itchy, or maybe it was because she was shy. The little girl Suner buried her little face deeply in his arms. Okay, it's clean now. Even though you're a rich little woman, you can't ask me to clean your little feet every day. Luo Zixi pinched Suner's blushing little face in annoyance, and Suner raised her little head and looked at him. Zixi, do you think I should marry you in the future? Suner was very careful when she said this, and her eyes, which were like stars, were now staring at Luo Zixi's sparkling eyes. However, before Luo Zixi could speak, Xiao Wu, who had just woken up from her sleep in the fantasy fairyland, jumped out. Little sister Suner, no, Zixi is mine. Seeing that she was about to be stolen, Xiao Wu directly stood between Luo Zixi and Suner and looked at her. I'm not a little girl anymore. I'm already 10 years old. I'm old enough to get married. Suner took the responsibility. As the little princess of the ancient clan, how could she give up the boy she liked to someone else? Even if she had to be tied up, she would take him back. Luo Zixi looked at the two little girls confronting each other here, and he was very clear about his current identity as an invisible man. As long as the war does not affect him, he will never say a word. However, the voice of the system in his mind sounded again. Ding! Ling Ying's favorability -5%, current favorability 50%. Hey? No, what does this have to do with me? Ling Ying, are you looking for trouble? The fight between Suner and Xiao Wu was extinguished by the rumbling of Suner's stomach. There was nothing she could do, she was hungry. Finally, she decided to eat her fill first before competing with Xiao Wu. But what she didn't know was that Luo Zixi actually wanted to come and say goodbye to her today. After all, after today he would return to Douluo continent to hunt soul beasts and absorb soul rings to obtain the remaining entries. Now that he has returned to Douluo with his mastery of the martial arts, even if he meets the old man Tang Hao again, he will not be as helpless as he was 5 years ago. In the early morning, the market town of Xiao's family was still bustling with people. The scene here is more like the market in the towns of the previous life, where most of the people come to buy breakfast and armor equipment. Now 10 years old, Suner is already 1.59 meters tall. Even though her face is still quite childish, people passing by can feel a clear and elegant temperament from her. Xiao Wu was lying in the fantasy fairyland at this time, looking at Suner with an unhappy face, who was hugging Luo Zixi's arm in a very ambiguous way. He thought to himself, how dare you, little slut, snatch a man from your little sister Xiao Wu? With me here, you definitely won't stand a chance. Brother Zixi, Suner wants to eat this. Suner saw the rice cake vendor nearby pulling Luo Zixi's clothes. Zixi, brother, I want to eat this. Xiao Wu was feeling jealous and sulking at the scene in front of her in Huanling Xian's, and couldn't help but imitate Suner's speech in a sarcastic tone. Luo Zixi could hear everything she said, but fortunately he could control the phantom spirit fairy aqua to condense delicious food that could be eaten by soul bodies, so Xiao Wu could also taste everything Luo Zixi had eaten in the past 5 years. Time passed quickly and before I knew it, the morning had gone by quietly. But when he was leaving with Suner, he met an old acquaintance. Xiao Yan, long time no see, how is your training going recently? Luo Zixi still had a certain favorable impression towards Xiao Yan. After all, they were both from the same hometown of Blue Star, and he was not as sinister and extreme as Tang San in doing things. When Xiao Yan heard Luo Zixi calling him, he turned around immediately. However, before he could open his mouth, he saw Xiao Suner with a murderous look on her face. At this moment, Xiao Yan only saw one eye-catching word on Suner's face: get out. Ahem. Brother Zixi, I suddenly remembered that my dad told me to go home and collect my clothes because it's going to rain today. So I'll excuse myself for now. Seeing Xiao Yan's fleeing figure, Luo Zixi was speechless. Was he that scary? But at this moment, Suner raised her eyes and looked at Luo Zixi very seriously. Brother Zixi, Xiao Yan is a pervert. If we hadn't discovered him peeping at Sister Xiao Yu before she took a bath, she would have been seen naked by him. Having said that, Suner's face showed a bit more resentment. After all, the most important thing for a girl is her own innocence. Those peeping toms should be castrated in public. Thinking back to when she almost had her innocence taken away by the other party, Suner felt angry. She looked back and whispered, Ling Ying, run around the Xiao family 1,000 times first, then come back to find me when you're done. In the dark, Ling Ying, Sigma, degree. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the Xiao family's central martial arts arena. Today is the day for the Xiao family's annual fighting spirit test, and it is also the best time for the younger generation of the Xiao family to show the best proof of their practice in the past year. Luo Zixi was invited by Suner just like in previous years. She sat under a shady tree, listening to the wind and witnessing this year's event. Brother Zixi, what do you think Suner is doing now? Suner was still sticking to Luo Zixi at this time. After hearing her words, Luo Zixi simply spread his hands. I'm not sure, but I know that if Suner could practice seriously, she would definitely be stronger than me now. It's time to return to Douluo. All the Yanzu should prepare to say goodbye to sooner. It is expected that you will not see her within 250 chapters. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Silent Festival, Violently Beating Heart. Chapter 20 Silent Festival, Violently Beating Heart. As the names of the Xiao clan members were called one by the Xiao clan leader Xiao Zhan, they had mixed feelings on their faces as they went on stage. Xiao Ning, 4th stage of fighting spirit, intermediate grade. Xiao Le, Do Qi stage 2, low grade, climbing stairs. After hearing Luo Zixi's words, Sooner showed a satisfied smile on her delicate face. Her guess turned out to be correct. Luo Zixi had long noticed that she had been slacking off and having fun for the past 6 years. Although the other party had said something to her intentionally or unintentionally during the process, she simply ignored it. She really hadn't practiced much in the past 6 years, and now she was only at the 9th level of fighting spirit. After all, she came to the Xiao family to find the Tuaxi ancient emperor Jade and have fun here for a few years. She could improve her cultivation quickly after returning to the clan. Sooner, who had divine blood, naturally raised her cultivation to the 9th level of Doqi without taking drugs or practicing. Fortunately, this was known to other people in the Xiao family, otherwise they would definitely be envied. Xiao Mei, fighting spirit level 6, high grade. The strength of Xiao Mei's fighting spirit is more than 1 level higher than that in the original novel. In the original novel, it took her 4 years to reach the 8th level of fighting spirit. Of course, compared with the original novel, she is more hardworking and serious now. This strength is the result of practicing martial arts day and night. Her rank was enough to look down upon her peers in the Xiao family. At this moment, she was standing on the platform like a proud little peacock. Then, she jumped and ran towards where Luo Zixi was in the envious gazes of everyone. Hehe, brother Zixi, Mei is working really hard. Xiao Mei came to the other side of Luo Zixi with a sweet smile, and when Sooner saw the other party approaching Luo Zixi, her eyes like autumn water showed a hint of jealousy. Next, Xiao Sooner. Hearing that it was her turn to go on stage for the test, Sooner put aside her jealousy for the time being. She wanted to use her own strength to suppress the self-confidence of this foxy. As Sooner came on stage, almost all the boys and young men in the Xiao family turned their eyes to Luo Zixi, and it was obvious that they were very unhappy. Xiao family dragon set A, I want to cut him down. Xiao family extra B, I envy his face. Xiao family dragon set C, +1 Xiao family supporting role divk, +438 Well, sister Xiao Mei is really amazing, you should keep working hard in the future. Luo Zixi stroked Xiao Mei's little head, and the other party also enjoyed it, but at this moment Xiao Zhan's voice came again. Xiao Sooner, fighting spirit level 9, high grade. When Xiao Zhan said this, his slightly kind old face was full of excitement. He reached the 9th level of Doqi at the age of 10. Doesn't that mean that he can become a Doge before the age of 11, just like Xiao Yan, with just 1 Qi gathering powder? However, before he could finish being excited, Sooner jumped off the 5-meter-high stone platform and came to Luo Zixi's side with light lotus steps. Sister Xiao Mei, compared to your Doqi 6th stage, it seems that Sooner's Doqi 9th stage is better. After seeing this scene, Xiao Zhan, who was standing there in a daze, looked at Luo Zixi, and then looked at his good-for-nothing rebellious son. Alas, I can only say that my youngest son has not learned well since he was young. When he was 6 years old, he broke into Sooner's boudoir at night and was beaten out. When he was 8 years old, he almost saw Xiao Yu bathing naked and was beaten again. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Even though he just became a fighter last night, I will settle all the old and new accounts with him tonight. As Xiao Zhan saw the next name, his anger immediately rose. The next test member is Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was sitting in a shady place watching Luo Zixi, Sooner, and Xiao Mei playing, his eyes full of envy. He really envied Luo Zixi's woman's face, it was so damn beautiful, even a straight man like him could feel the amazement. But fortunately, the other party's cultivation talent should not be as good as mine. After all, I am already a fighter now. As Xiao Yan easily jumped onto the platform, he pressed the stone tablet with one hand in a very showy manner. Xiao Yan, 1-star fighter, high rank. As Xiao Zhan's voice fell, there were bursts of exclamations from the clan. After all, an 11-year-old fighter. Such talent would be considered an absolute genius even in the Gama Empire. At this moment, Luo Zixi also cast his gaze towards Xiao Yan, who was standing on the high platform in great glory, but at this moment he was observing a moment of silence for him for 2.5 seconds in his heart. It won't be long before Xiao Yan will spend the darkest 3 years of his life in the midst of abuse. And Xiao Yan also noticed Luo Zixi's gaze and gave him a smug smile, as if to say, "Do you think I am cool?" However, when Suner followed Luo Zixi's gaze, she saw Xiao Yan's arrogant expression. Suner was unhappy and very angry. "You're just a small fighter, why are you so proud? Brother Zixi, you should also go up and take the test, so that some pervert won't get too carried away." After hearing Suner's words, a bitter smile gradually appeared on Luo Zixi's lips. "Well, Suner, why don't you just forget about it? It doesn't seem like a good idea to do this." Luo Zixi wanted to refuse. After all, if he really compared himself with Xiao Yan, he was afraid that the other party would feel inferior. But before he could say no, Xiao Ning, who had been standing not far away and paying attention to the place, stabbed him again. "Brother Luo Zixi, go up and take the test. Just treat it as a test of your cultivation results in recent years." However, when Xiao Ning opened his mouth, Suner glanced at him coldly. Feeling Suner's unfriendly gaze, Xiao Ning felt a chill on his back, as if he was being stared at by some kind of ferocious beast. "Sister Suner, if Brother Zixi doesn't want to go up, then he doesn't have to. What's the big deal?" Seeing that Luo Zixi didn't want to go on stage, Xiao Mei hurried to smooth things over. However, since Suner had already spoken, Luo Zixi naturally had no reason to refuse. After gently touching their two little heads, Luo Zixi slowly stood up. "Patriarch Xiao Zhan, can I also take the test?" After hearing Luo Zixi's words, Xiao Zhan instantly became interested. After all, according to Suner, this incredibly handsome young man was picked up by her from the garbage dump outside on a rainy night. Although he was suspected of lying, he was also very curious about the other party's current cultivation level. "Yes, you can come and test it." Xiao Zhan is not an old stubborn and pedantic person. The stone tablet is used to test one's level. As for whether one is a member of the Xiao family or not, it doesn't matter at all. Luo Zixi came closer and jumped easily to the Xiao family's test stone tablet. At this moment, the children of the Xiao family stared at Luo Zixi. After all, his appearance was too enviable. If the other party was also very talented, then this world would be too unfair. Xiao Zhan also stared at Luo Zixi at this time, accompanied by a white light flashing wildly on the stone tablet, and then the white light reached the top, and the yellow light continued to rise from the bottom. After that, the green light reached the top, and the purple light rose all the way to the top. The whole process happened very quickly, and in the eyes of the Xiao family's disciples, it was just a moment. Soon, a bright number appeared on the stone tablet, 9. Damn! This guy actually has the same 9th level fighting spirit as Suner. He's not cheating. Oh God, you are so unfair. How can he be so handsome and talented? The younger generations of the Xiao family all burst into mournful howls after seeing Luo Zixi's talent. Oh my God, you are so unfair. However, at this moment, 3 clear purple characters appeared on the stone tablet. Great Fighting Master 9 stars. Soon the wailing stopped, and even the breathing stopped at this moment. All they could hear was their own violently trembling heartbeats and those of the people around them. Luo Zixi turned around nimbly and patted his fellow villager Xiao Yan on the shoulder before leaving. "Come on, Xiao Yanzi, don't let me fall too far behind. End of this chapter. Chapter 21, Farewell with Pen and Paper, Return to Douluo. Chapter 21, Farewell with Pen and Paper, Return to Douluo. Late at night, on the back mountain of the Xiao family, Luo Zixi and Sooner were lying on a big rock together, looking up at the stars. Not far away, Ling Ying, the 9-star Do Huang, was doing sit UPS and push UPS. Brother Zixi performed very well today. Sooner is going to give you a very special reward. Sooner sat up gently, and Luo Zixi's attention was attracted by her next action. A special reward? Is this little girl going to force pills on me again? But after seeing Sooner's next move, Luo Zixi realized that he was too materialistic after all. Boom! Sooner tapped his cheek lightly without any warning. Hee, stamp it, and you'll be mine from now on. Seeing Sooner acting funny here, Luo Zixi just smiled and gently pinched her little face. As for why Xiao Wu was so quiet today, she didn't even come out when Sooner kissed Luo Zixi. That was naturally because Luo Zixi had already told her that they would return to Douluo world tonight, and he had come here specially to say goodbye to Sooner tonight. In the past 6 years, Xiao Wu also learned that this is not the original world, but another world with a completely new cultivation system. She knew that Luo Zixi would have the means to come back here again after taking her away, but that would definitely be a long time later. So even if Xiao Wu was so jealous in her heart, she didn't plan to say it directly tonight. After an unknown amount of time, Sooner slowly fell asleep due to tiredness. After all, Luo Zixi didn't dare to tell Sooner, the greedy girl, directly that he was leaving. After covering her with his coat, Luo Zixi carried her back to her boudoir. After settling Sooner in the room, Luo Zixi quietly helped her close the door, and then whispered in a certain direction. Ling Ying, you old man, please don't leave your post again. After all, you know Sooner's temper. If you are not careful, you may really be laid off. After saying this, Luo Zixi disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the mechanical sound of the system came from his mind. Ding! Ling Ying's favorability -1%, current favorability 60%. When did the favorability of this old guy Ling Ying improve? No matter what, this old guy doesn't dare to kill me anyway, so it doesn't matter if his favorability is almost good. Xiao Wu, you stay in my Huanling Xians and don't come out. We have to leave here now. After hearing Luo Zixi's words, Xiao Wu hid in the center of Huanling Xians almost instantly. According to Luo Zixi, if he rashly left his body when leaving here, he would most likely be strangled by the space. Luo Zixi muttered to himself at this moment. System, return to Douluo continent. Ding, dimensional travel, destination Douluo continent. Space channel built successfully. Shuttle in progress. SHH. Luo Zixi instantly turned into a white light and disappeared in his room. On the other side, in Douluo continent, 10 miles outside Nuoding City. With a flash of white light, Luo Zixi returned to the place where the dream almost ended. This time there were no accidents, and he found himself at the place he had left before. Looking around, Luo Zixi found that the place was desolate. The area within a radius of 10 miles had turned into a bumpy wasteland. Looking at the hole next to him that was created by some huge object, Luo Zixi knew that it must be the masterpiece left by the battle between the two Beast Kings and Tang Hao in the Star Do Great Forest. Looking back at Nuoding City, it seemed that there was no impact, but Luo Zixi could not guarantee whether Tang Hao was still there, so he did not return to Nuoding City out of curiosity. Looking up at the stars in the night sky, the moon in Douluo continent tonight does not seem as full as the moon in Duki continent tonight. In Sooner's boudoir, she had fallen into a deep sleep at this moment, but as her body moved slightly, a well-wrapped letter appeared from the grey and black windbreaker covering her quilt. The tip of her small nose twitched slightly, as if she was having a sweet dream. When the first ray of sunlight came up in the early morning, Luo Zixi, who had been resting on a tree trunk all night, slowly raised her eyes and looked at the green ocean around her. This was the mixed zone of the Star-Do Great Forest. The lowest level soul beasts here were 1,000-year soul beasts, and his goal this time was to get the soul rings of soul beasts that were over 10,000 years old. Now that he is a 49th level soul master, what he needs now are 3 high-quality 10,000-year soul rings. What? He is only a soul sect with only 2 rings, and he can't beat a 10,000-year soul beast? I'm afraid you are kidding me. Do you understand the value of a 9-star Grand Master? Luo Zixi dared to say that it would be easy for him to kill 2 10,000-year soul beasts before the fighting spirit stored in his body was exhausted. Now, the lifespan of soul rings is nothing in his eyes. He improves it by 100 years a day, which means 36,500 years a year. However, the higher the level of the spirit ring, the higher the soul power feedback it brings to him, and the faster his strength will increase. The next moment, the second ring behind Luo Zixi quietly emerged, and Xiao Wu was rubbing her sleepy eyes as she emerged from the soul ring. Where is this? Xiao Wu looked around in confusion, but soon she found that the scenery here gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. My dear aunt, you are finally awake. This is the mixed area of the Star-Do Great Forest. How about you help me find where there are 10,000-year soul beasts? Looking at Xiao Wu, who crawled out of his second ring, those who knew her might think she was a spirit, while those who didn't would think she was an old ghost in the mountains. After hearing Luo Zixi's words, Xiao Wu immediately became alert. Those 1,000-year soul beasts in the mixed area that like to go to the core area to cause trouble and do evil? She knows all about this. Well, about 10 miles southeast of here, there is a deep pond. In it, there is an 18,000-year-old evil shadow dragon. However, the last time I saw it was 100 years ago. Now, it should have a cultivation level of almost 20,000 years. An evil shadow dragon that is nearly 20,000 years old? Although the age of its soul ring is not very good, fortunately it is a very rare earth dragon with dark attributes. The spirit rings of dragons are much stronger than those of other spirit beasts. The spirit ring energy produced by a 20,000-year-old dragon spirit ring is definitely not worse than that of an ordinary 30,000-year-old spirit ring. Xiao Wu, help me show the way. Let's go and kill this guy now. Luo Zixi was already eager to try. After all, he also wanted to see if he could kill a 10,000-year soul beast with his own strength as a 9-star great fighter. On the other side, in the mixed zone 20 miles away from the Star-Do Great Forest, 2 men and 1 woman were cautiously forming a strange triangle formation and advancing forward. In the dark, a middle-aged woman with a feminine look, fair skin, and a finger picking an orchid, watched them moving forward with great satisfaction. End of this chapter. Chapter 22, The Tyrannical Evil Shadow Dragon, Constant Schemes. Chapter 22, The Tyrannical Evil Shadow Dragon, Constant Schemes. 5 minutes later, Luo Zixi and Xiao Wu were rushing around in the mixed zone. With his cultivation as a 9-star master, he could easily rush around in this forest. A 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider that had just woken up glanced at Luo Zixi and then slapped him directly. Its background board immediately turned into the appearance of heaven. But unfortunately, this was not the one that Tang San used to obtain his 3rd spirit ring a year later, because this unfortunate thing did not explode with a spirit bone. You did a great job, Zixi. This ugly and dirty thing should be slapped to death. Xiao Wu watched as Luo Zixi slapped the 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider to death with one slap, her eyes full of little stars. This was her man, strong and invincible. However, Luo Zixi was also in a daze at this time, because the defense of this 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider seemed to be about the same as the defense of a 2nd-level demon beast in the fights world. It breaks into pieces with just one tap. With this slap, his confidence was overflowing. After all, the original book said that the defense of a 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider was comparable to that of a 10,000-year-old soul beast. If a 10,000-year-old soul beast was really that fragile, then he could not eat beef before his fighting spirit was exhausted. Well, compared to the Warcraft beasts, the soul beasts in the Douluo world seem to be as fragile as a piece of paper. When Xiao Wu heard Luo Zixi's words, she nodded very seriously. Even Xiao Wu found it hard to disagree with this. After all, when Luo Zixi was still a fighting master, he was chased by a 4th-order peak-level monster in the Monster Mountain range. Fortunately, he was able to possess Luo Zixi directly and complete the Dupo exclusive skill Ghost Possession to complete the counterattack. However, the 4th-level Wood Magic Core could not support Luo Zixi's cultivation for a long time, and it was sucked dry in just 1 month. Zixi, turn left ahead and you will see the lake. Seeing Luo Zixi getting closer and closer to the evil dragon's lair, Xiao Wu directly reminded him. After all, it is a 20,000-year-old dragon soul beast, and its defense is definitely much higher than that of a 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Although she believes that Luo Zixi can defeat the opponent, she also does not want the opponent to get hurt. Well, don't worry. You have seen the intermediate level of the mystical phantom immortal step before. With this technique, even a 4th-level monster would have difficulty detecting it, let alone this beast that is only 20,000 years old. With light footsteps, Luo Zixi's figure gradually became illusory. As a mid-level Xian-level body fighting skill, it is extremely rare even in the Duqi continent. Of course, this was naturally given to him secretly by the rich woman Suner. Otherwise, in that barren northwestern continent, it would be impossible for him to pick up such a good thing even if he was lucky enough. Looking to the right at the corner, there was a huge circular lake with a radius of about 100 meters. As Luo Zixi approached, he found that there was a dark and cold atmosphere in the air here. As he jumped to the top of a tall tree beside the deep lake and looked down, he found that the water about 3 meters from the shore suddenly turned dark green, and the center of the lake was even darker and deeper black. The greener the water, the deeper it is. If this lake existed in the past life, it would have become a check-in destination for many diving enthusiasts and a permanent residence for anglers. This beast is cunning and cruel by nature, and it lives at the bottom of a pond 100 meters deep. If it is not hungry, it will be difficult to lure it out. Xiao Wu looked at the pool of water that looked like an abyss and her eyebrows slightly raised. It can be seen that she seems to be troubled by this problem. And what about our blue star quality youth Luo Zixi? What trouble is it? Just deal with it. Wood Spirit Body, full power activation. Luo Zixi was surrounded by an emerald green light at this moment, and then he suddenly slammed his hands into the ground. Rumble. Almost instantly, the space at the bottom of the deep pool was illuminated by a thick green light, followed by vines as thick as an adult's thighs running wildly at the bottom of the lake. Although he controlled so many vines, he did not look tired at all. As the saying goes, take from the tree and give back to the tree. The power he exerted at this moment was only the most basic power of the wood spirit body. He poured his will into these trees without any intelligence, urging them to do things for him. Finally, the remaining energy could be used to feed back to the main body. That's great, although this energy cannot be used for cultivation. It can quickly repair his damaged body and replenish his soul power. Accompanied by Luo Zixi performing rituals on the shore. His behavior finally angered the owner of the lake, the 20,000-year-old soul beast, the evil shadow dragon. Deep in the cave at the bottom of the lake, thick green vines gradually moved deeper into the cave. The scarlet eyes suddenly opened, and a violent tremor suddenly emerged from the ground. Seeing this, Luo Zixi directly turned the body of the wood spirit, and soon a supergiant fist with a radius of about 30 meters appeared beside Luo Zixi. He may not be very strong, but his fighting style is definitely the originator in the underworld. Seeing the ground shaking more and more, Luo Zixi simply waved his hand. As Luo Zixi's palm slowly fell, the giant beast with green light flashing in the air rushed straight to the lake like an arrow. When the 20,000-year-old evil shadow dragon just poked its head out of the lake to see which desperate creature was trying to provoke it, it found that it did not see the enemy, but instead saw a huge palm shining with green light coming directly down on its dragon face. Boom! The evil shadow dragon had no chance to react and was knocked back into the lake by a single punch. At this moment, the surface of the lake was spraying into the forest like a raging sea, and Luo Zixi succeeded in one strike, and then the insidious combo immediately emerged in his mind. As he condensed three human-like figures in the darkness of the woods, Luo Zixi knew that normal people might not be able to see them at first glance, but the beast that was the evil shadow dragon would definitely be able to see them almost exactly. Roar! A deep purple breath instantly corroded the green fist made of wood that Luo Zixi had used. Along with an angry dragon roar, all the soul beasts within a dozen miles fled frantically. In the forest 8 miles away, 2 men and 1 woman also noticed this situation. Looking at the 100-year or even 1,000-year-old soul beasts around them who were only concerned with escaping and did not choose to attack them, they knew that the owner of the dragon's roar was definitely the overlord of this area. The three of them looked at each other and could see the solemnity in each other's eyes. Oh! A deep purple dragon broke through the water with a loud bang. At this moment, its eyes were red, and it looked like it wanted to tear apart everything that disturbed it. Soon, it discovered 3 human figures in the forest. It is very intelligent, and at this moment it is laughing at human stupidity in its heart. Of course, if it were a human, they might not be able to spot their hiding figures, but it is an evil shadow dragon. A noble dragon. Roar! As another stream of purple-black breath rushed towards the place where the 3 figures were in the forest, a playful look appeared in the eyes of the evil shadow dragon. However, at this moment, an illusory figure appeared behind it, and then a palm containing dark green light gently pressed on the dragon's neck. Xian level advanced fighting skill, Phantom Wood Palm. One more chapter. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 The Evil Shadow Dragon and Number 039, S External Soul Bone, The Evil Shadow Thorn. Chapter 23 The Evil Shadow Dragon's External Soul Bone, The Evil Shadow Thorn. As Luo Zixi's palm was completely pressed against the thick neck of the evil shadow dragon, all the dark green force in his hand was injected into the opponent's neck. Kaka! The sound of bones breaking reached Luo Zixi's ears, but he knew very well that this was not because the power contained in his attack had not yet been fully exerted. As a high-level Xian-level fighting skill, how could the effect exerted by Luo Zixi when driving it with all his strength be as simple as just destroying one bone of the opponent? Kaka! Accompanied by a sharp pain, the evil shadow dragon felt as if his neck was being violently torn by something. Looking back, I found that there was still a hateful human who had escaped. Roar! The dragon's roar was even more violent than before, and it was obvious that the severe pain in its neck had made it furious. As the absolute overlord within the area of dozens of miles, it was actually injured in the neck by a little kid who looked only in his teens. How ridiculous! This is truly the greatest shame in its life. However, before the other party's angry red eyes could stare at Luo Zixi, a huge force appeared behind it. Boom! That's right, there's more combo after combo. Once the dirty tricks start, they never stop. Kaka! As a giant plant fist with a radius of about 8 meters hit its 50-meter-long body directly, a crisp sound came again from under the hard scales on its neck, but at this moment, just to raise its head was extremely painful, not to mention that it had suffered such a heavy blow. Roar! The evil shadow dragon was completely enraged and in a crazy state with its eyes. It was now madly exhaling purple-black breath in all directions. Luo Zixi, the cat behind the first big tree in front of it, just watched it vent its anger in all directions like a headless fly. As for why Luo Zixi appeared behind the tree closest to it. As the old saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. From the previous behavior of the evil shadow dragon, it is not difficult to see that the opponent's intelligence seems to be quite high. So Luo Zixi came up with another trick. However, as Luo Zixi gently pressed the ground with one hand, two noises of varying sizes were instantly heard from behind the evil shadow dragon. Just as the evil shadow dragon was turning its head to release its breath, Luo Zixi took the phantom fairy steps and in just a moment, used the phantom wood cotton palm to reach the back half of its neck where it was still firm. "Little silly dragon, it is your honor to become my spirit ring." As soon as Luo Zixi finished speaking, the evil shadow dragon reacted instantly, but before it turned around, it felt a sharp pain in the bones at the back of its neck. Then the pain spread throughout its body, and its neck could no longer support it, and it finally fell to the ground covered with dead branches and rotten leaves. Although it was not dead at this moment, the completely broken bones in its neck made it so painful that it could not even stand up. It could only stare at Luo Zixi with bloodshot eyes, as if this would cause the other party to be cut into pieces. Seeing that the other party was unable to move, Luo Zixi was naturally not an indecisive saint. As dozens of sharp wooden sticks as thick as the necks of evil dragons gathered above it, Luo Zixi pressed lightly with one hand. You should know that these dozens of wooden nails are not ordinary wood. The tips of them have been covered with a layer of fighting spirit armor by Luo Zixi. That's right, after reaching the Grand Fighter level, Luo Zixi obtained his own Do Chi armor, but his Do Chi armor was a little special. It was an invisible and intangible energy body that could condense into weapons according to his mind, and cover other weapons. And this thick wooden cone can naturally be considered a weapon. Pft! Pft! With the sharp power attached to this Do Chi armor, this 20,000-year-old evil shadow dragon was killed. Dozens of wooden nails pierced through the opponent's body at this moment. Xiao Wu had told him that the evil shadow dragon was very vicious and cruel, so she came up with this gentle and practical plan. So in the final analysis, the opponent was so miserable, it was all Xiao Wu's fault. Xiao Wu? However, after I gently gave it a set of massage and acupuncture, it should have reported to the god of death by now. At the same time, the two men and one woman standing not far away finally moved closer. However, when they saw that a young man could actually fight against the 20,000-year-old evil shadow dragon on his own, the shock in their eyes could not be wiped away no matter what. "Brother, you just saw it too." The only girl among the three opened her eyes wide and looked ahead in disbelief. The girl has a beautiful face and a pair of charming fox eyes. Although she is wearing a light brown combat uniform, it still can't hide her devilish figure. You're not mistaken. It seems to be just a young boy. He seems to be fighting with a 20,000-year-old soul beast. But how is this possible? The thin young man who was called brother by the other party was also full of disbelief at this time. After all, this kind of thing was too unbelievable. Haha, that kind of power is definitely not something a little brat can control. There must be a protector behind him, and the one who just made the move should also be the person behind him. The young man with red hair, red eyes, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, who looked just a little handsome, also expressed his opinion at this moment. However, his eyes were filled with viciousness as he looked into the distance. Whoever dared to steal his limelight in front of Nana would have to pay the price. Is that so? But if the other party has a protector, then we should just go ahead. There was a hint of uneasiness in the thin young man's eyes. If the reckless man Yan was not present, he would like to go to the front and make friends with him. However, since Yan was there, he absolutely could not go. That's right, the three of them are none other than the golden generation of Spirit Hall, the Pope's disciples Hulina, Xiaoyu, and Yan. There is a saying that goes, it is better not to know each other than to have hatred towards each other. Yan knew this guy's character very well. If he didn't have great talent and a good father, he would have been beaten to death by others long ago. Not to mention others, even I would beat him up directly. No need to speculate. He is just one person and has no protectors. Let's go and take a look. Maybe we can gain something. At this moment, the sissy who had been following them quietly appeared behind them, with a somewhat amused smile in his eyes. If this person is not Zhu Douluo Yu Guan, who else could it be? On the other side, Luo Zixi dragged the stupid dragon into the deep pool. It was too dangerous to absorb the soul ring above, so he planned to absorb his soul ring in the dragon's lair. Fortunately, he was blessed with the wood spirit body, so he would not suffer from lack of oxygen due to holding his breath for too long at the bottom of the sea. Those who have studied chemistry will understand. In the empty cave at the bottom of the deep pool, Luo Zixi discovered a natural cave upside down under the water. This seemed to be where the evil shadow dragon rested. Looking at the holes made by its own vines on all sides, it became clear why this stupid dragon was so angry. My house has been ransacked, it would be strange if I wasn't angry. At this moment, Xiao Wu, who had been hiding in the fantasy fairyland, finally poked her head out. Not bad. Although your trick is very damaging, it is really useful. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Luo Zixi curled the corners of his mouth. A good move is one that can win, I don't care if it hurts or not. Justified and very proud, however, at this moment, the small palm of the evil shadow dragon actually flashed a dark deep purple against the backdrop of darkness. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 The Spirit Hall and Number 039, S Unfriendly Visitors. Chapter 24 The Spirit Hall's Unfriendly Visitors. It's actually the external dragon claw bone of the evil shadow flood dragon. It was hard to believe that his luck was so good. The second soul beast he killed actually dropped an external soul bone. Luo Zixi was shouting in his heart at this moment, and Xiao Wu's light red eyes were filled with little stars after seeing the shining dragon claw. Zixi, keep its dragon claw soul bone and absorb its soul ring first. As a 100,000-year soul beast, Xiao Wu also knew how precious the soul bone dropped by the other party was. Luo Zixi didn't waste any words and casually stored the entire dragon claw into his system space. As he gently slapped the ground with one hand, dozens of vines began to madly wrap around the deep pool below. You can have the intention to harm others, but you must always be on guard against others. In Luo Zixi's opinion, no matter what he does, his life always comes first. Xiao Wu, help me protect the law. If anything comes to cause trouble, just go into the sea of spirits and call me. After hearing Luo Zixi's words, Xiao Wu nodded very seriously. Soul masters are extremely vulnerable when absorbing soul rings. If they are not careful, they may suffer internal injuries at best, or their cultivation may regress and stagnate at worst. However, as Luo Zixi introduced the soul ring into his body and his mind gradually returned to the sea of spiritual spirit, 4 figures of different shapes quietly appeared beside the lake. When they looked around from the center of the lake, their eyes were filled with horror. The trees and the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters were all reduced to ruins. The lake has now become turbid because of the fierce battle between humans and dragons. Looking down from here, one can only see silt and gravel suspended in the middle layer of the lake. Nana, be careful. The beast just fought so fiercely. Now he must have killed the child and is now recuperating in the lake. Yan then said what he could see at a glance, and although Hulina and Xiaoyu didn't want to pay attention to each other, they still nodded and responded to each other since they were colleagues. Why don't we leave? I always feel like something is wrong with this place. Xiaoyu, who was cautious by nature, was the second to express his opinion. After all, even from a distance they could still feel the opponent's terrifying purple dragon breath. Even if there were 3 of them, they would definitely be seriously injured if they were hit head-on. Run? What are you running for? It's just a 10,000-year-old evil shadow dragon that was injured and dared not come out. How can the 3 of us from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall not be able to defeat it? At this moment, Yan was staring at the bottom of the lake, his scarlet eyes full of greed. The probability of a dragon soul beast over 10,000 years old exploding soul bones is extremely high. Not to mention this kind of earth dragon soul beast with excellent appearance. Of course, even if the soul bone did not explode in the end, the opponent's dragon tendons and dragon scales are priceless treasures. Elder Ju, look. Hulina actually preferred her brother, but Ju Douluo was standing next to her, so she wanted to hear his advice. When Yu Guan heard Hulina asking him, he did not hide it like Yan did. This is a 20,000-year-old evil shadow dragon. You should know that the probability of a dragon soul beast over 10,000 years old exploding soul bones is about dozens of times that of other soul beasts, so. Yu Guan paused at this point, and Hulina and Xiaoyu's eyes also flashed with a gleam of light. 10,000-year soul bone, treasure of the blood river, you have to know that there are not many 10,000-year soul beasts and each of them is extremely cunning, and there are even fewer dragons. The fact that it has been encountered by them now can only be attributed to the fact that this evil shadow dragon is extremely unlucky. Although it has just killed a genius soul master, it is now being targeted by Yu Guan, the titled Douluo. Elder Ju, just look at me. Let me lure it out. As Yan's figure gradually became taller and more terrifying, his huge fists smashed directly on the lakeside. Boom! For a moment, there were earthquakes, magma surged on the ground, and the entire lake surface became shaky due to the violent destruction of the other side. At the same time, in the underground cave, Luo Zixi was still very calm as he absorbed the soul ring of the 20,000-year-old evil shadow dragon. As for the opponent's residual soul and soul vibration, they were directly crushed into powder by his powerful mental power and turned into nutrients for his own spiritual sea. Xiao Wu also told Luo Zixi about the situation outside, but the other party's method could not interfere with the cave at the bottom of the lake, which was several hundred meters deep. But through his perception relying on plants, Luo Zixi discovered that there was a tall and thin middle-aged man among them whose strength he could not even detect. Although he didn't know why they stayed here to cause trouble, he was already on guard the moment they appeared. He now has about 80% of his fighting spirit left. The two palm strikes that killed the evil shadow dragon consumed 10% of his fighting spirit each. This thing is a non-renewable resource in Douluo continent. If you use up your reserves, it will be gone forever. 5 minutes passed quietly without him noticing. Although he was still being bombarded from above, fortunately this cave was strong enough and was supported by countless vines set up by Luo Zixi, so he was not affected much while absorbing the soul ring. Soon, Luo Zixi had completely absorbed the soul ring, and his own soul power seemed to have reached level 52. Of course, to know the exact number, you need to wait until you have absorbed the remaining 2 soul rings before checking. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the 20,000-year-old evil shadow dragon soul ring. The entry was extracted successfully. Blue entry, stamina plus 20%. Blue entry, all damage received is reduced by 1%. Blue entry, strength increased by 100 points. Black entry, I am your grandpa, every time people see you, they have to call you grandpa. Golden entry, famous sword Sima Ming, listening to the sound of the famous sword breaking can help the host resist a fatal injury and remain invincible for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 hours. Red entry, ice spirit body, when fully developed, the god of ice and snow, the absolute ruler of the great red lotus hell. Black entry, increased resistance to attack by 100%. Blue entry, increase speed by 20%. Guaranteed gold entry, super lucky, literally, super lucky. Almost at the same moment when he had absorbed his soul ring, the electronic sound of the system came from Luo Zixi's mind, and 10 options appeared on the template in front of him. After browsing through it, Luo Zixi did not hesitate too much. After all, the options this time were not very good, but they were not too bad either. But is this famous sword Siming serious? How can the equipment taken from Xiao Wang be an entry? System, select the famous sword Siming, gold, ice spirit body, red, super luck, gold. Ding, the host has been selected and is being merged with the host. Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating the golden entry, the famous sword Siming. Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating the red entry, Ice Spirit Body. Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating the golden entry, Super Lucky. End of this chapter. Chapter 25, Self-Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Frost Forest. The Suicidal Liquor Yan. Chapter 25, Self-Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Frost Forest. The Suicidal Liquor Yan. With the integration of these three terms, Luo Zixi only felt that the burden on his body was lightened a lot. A cool energy swept through Luo Zixi's whole body. At this moment, he felt that he had one more ability to use. And his Wood Spirit Body and Ice Spirit Body were naturally upgraded to the third level because of his soul ring. He just waved his hand casually, and a piercingly cold ice crystal directly covered the surrounding vines. Seeing this, Luo Zixi thought of the martial arts fusion technique performed by the pair of sisters with Ice Spirit and Wood Spirit martial arts in Tianhai City during the Dragon King Legend period, the Frost Forest. Feeling the ground still shaking violently, Luo Zixi immediately decided to test underground to see if he could combine the two abilities to complete his special self-martial soul fusion technique. However, using this ability consumes a lot of energy. But considering Luo Zixi's personality, will he use his energy to perform a big move? Don't be ridiculous, don't we plant brothers have inexhaustible energy in our bodies? Just draw it out. As Luo Zixi's crazy concentration increased, Douluo, who was standing on the ground, frowned slightly. For some reason, he always felt that the surrounding environment was becoming more and more weird, giving him a sense of danger. Looking at Yan, who was still at the lakeside using his power of fire and earth to wreak havoc on the lake and try to attract the creatures below, Yu Guan called out directly. Yan, come back first. However, after hearing what Douluo said, a hint of dissatisfaction rose in Yan's deep red eyes. After all, he had been busy for a long time, but the other party asked him to go back. How embarrassing! But the other party was an elder of the Spirit Hall, so he had to listen to him. He then directly used his own spirit skills to prepare for a final attack by the lake. Fourth soul skill, Lava Hell. As Yan transformed into a giant lava beast, he punched directly into the lakeside, and terrifying lava gushed out from under his body. As soon as the magma came into contact with water, it gradually turned into black charcoal. At this moment, half of the water on the lake surface was boiling. However, just as he was about to retract his martial soul and return to Douluo, an indescribable aura of extreme cold instantly enveloped him. When he looked back with horror, he found that the lake surface that was boiling just now was now covered with a thin layer of frost, but what frightened him even more was that the surface of the lake was still boiling as before, as if time had stopped and was frozen above the lake. Not good. Yan, get out of there. Douluo's martial soul is the Qirong Tongtianju, a top-level plant-based martial soul that is very sensitive to natural elements. It was not until now that he realized what the uneasiness in his heart had come from. The wood element energy under their feet had become more intense than anywhere else. He finally realized all this since the extreme coldness appeared just now. At the same time, in the underground space, Luo Zixi was frantically absorbing the energy of the surrounding plants and converting it into ice spirit power. Anyway, those guys up there were banging and banging to force me to go up, and it was obvious at first glance that they weren't good people. If you want to play, you might as well play big. After this attack, except for the middle-aged man whose breath he can't detect, the rest of them will be dead. Self-Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Improved Version, Frost Forest. Oh! 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 The ground within a 200-meter radius near the lake was almost instantly covered with ultra-low temperatures, and thousands of frost trees condensed from extreme ice suddenly rose from the ground. Oh! A frost tree carrying extreme ice and covered with sharp ice thorns instantly broke through Xiao Wu's feet. However, his feet had already been frozen at this time, and even though he was a soul sect master, he could not sense the subtle soul power fluctuations coming from the ground. Not good. Douluo Yuguan was the first to feel the movement under his feet. He then grabbed Xiao and Hulina by the collars and threw them directly into the sky. Pfft. However, he was still a step too slow. A flash of ice spike pierced through Xiao's foot with almost no resistance, and a bright red stain instantly stained his shoes. Ah! Even though Xiao had gone through the rigorous tests of the spirit hall, he could not withstand the excruciating pain of having his foot bones pierced. Moreover, this feeling of extreme coldness now spread directly from the solace of his feet to his entire body. Hateful! Douluo watched Xiao, who was standing beside him, suffer such harm, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Sixth soul skill, thousands of trees, flowers blooming. This is the comic version, the animation version. Golden stamens floating in the clouds. Looking at Yan standing on the edge of the lake surrounded by the extremely cold trees rising from the ground, Douluo's eyes were filled with a bit of hostility. Arrogant and ignorant boy, if he loses his life this time, he can only blame himself. Douluo was very disgusted with Yan's reckless character, but the other party still had some influence in the spirit hall, and his own spirit and talent were also excellent. If nothing unexpected happens, he will at least be a titled Douluo level player in the future. Of course, that's assuming nothing unexpected happens. No, no. I don't want to die. Elder Ju, save me. As his cry for help was heard, hundreds of petals of the strange chrysanthemum burst towards Yan. All the frost trees that these petals passed by turned into broken branches and fell to the ground. However, the growth of these trees did not slow down at all. At this moment, they continued to grow taller, and new branches continued to grow in the gaps, and then they instantly broke through the ground and became terrifying weapons that could tear apart human bodies. Just when hundreds of flower stamens were about to reach Yan's feet to rescue him, a piercing coldness came from his right arm. Pfft! The warm, bright red blood blurred his vision instantly, but at this moment, hundreds of golden petals had completely wrapped him up, and the icy branches that were wildly extending out around him were also cut into ice foam by the petals. Kaka! Kaka! At the same time, all the frost trees, no, the entire frost forest, began to grow taller again, as if they were making their last struggle. Thinner branches grow on the thick branches, and thinner ice crystals continue to form on the thinner branches. At this time, Luo Zixi, who was at the bottom of the lake, was finally about to end his spell. In just a few breaths, he converted all the life energy within 300 meters around the lake into nutrients to supply his frost forest. It can be said that without any external support, the area within 100 meters of the lake will be a lifeless dead zone in the next 10 years or so. But he just heard the other party shouting something about the sixth soul skill, and that voice that couldn't be more feminine. Douluo is definitely the sissy in the spirit hall, and he is also a die-hard fan of the crazy woman Bibi Dong. But now he should think about how to get away. After all, the other party is a titled Douluo, so it may be difficult for him to leave here without any injuries. Zixi, there's a person up there whose aura is very similar to one of the people who hunted down my mother. At this moment, Xiao Wu instantly rushed out of Luo Zixi's second ring, her light red eyes full of anger. No, I'm not strong enough now. If I want to help my mother-in-law get revenge, I need to think long and hard. Luo Zixi's expression was also a little nervous at this moment. After all, she really couldn't do what Xiao Wu asked of her now. Xiao Wu's cheeks turned red after hearing Luo Zixi's words. So what are we going to do then? Just wait here for them to leave. Luo Zixi was also thinking about how to deal with the situation at this time. There is an old saying that goes, as long as your thinking does not slip, there are always more solutions than problems. If it really doesn't work, Luo Zixi can only try more dirty tricks. If all else fails, we can capture a prisoner of some importance as a hostage. And then he won't dare to attack his own people. Succubus is not equal to stud, the protagonist is not a saint, there are expected to be many heroines, but the crazy woman is a married woman, forget it, at most she will be taken in as a female slave for you to enjoy. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Hostage Hulina, Ju Douluo and number 039, S Rage. Chapter 26 Hostage Hulina, Ju Douluo's Rage. An extremely cold and icy air enveloped everyone in the spirit hall. However, at this moment, a figure containing ice and wood elements rushed out of the lake at an incredible speed and almost instantly left the frost forest. After this battle, Ju Douluo was already on the verge of rage, and now the murderer actually ran out by himself, which saved him the effort of releasing his soul power to search for him. Hulina, take the injured Yan and Xiao Wu to a safe place to hide. I'm going to kill this bastard first. As Ju Douluo spoke, he disappeared from the spot in a flash. At this time, Xiao Wu had recovered his ability to move under Ju Douluo's treatment, but Yan, whose throat was still pressed against the sharp frost branch, was in a not very optimistic situation. However, his martial soul contains the elements of earth and fire, so his resistance to ice is far greater than that of Hulina and Xiao Wu. But at this moment, another figure covered with sky blue ice suddenly rushed out from the lake. On the other side, 2 kilometers away, the puppet in front of Ju Douluo shattered into pieces. The ice crystals that came with the puppet's explosion also caused him a little trouble. Oh no! Hulina and the other 3 are in danger. Only at this moment did Ju Douluo finally realize that he had been tricked by the other party, and that the other party had designed to lure him away from Hulina and the others. Luo Zixi, who was covered in ice crystal armor, knew clearly that he was not strong enough to fight against the titled Douluo. The dummy he released just now was actually testing whether he really wanted to kill him, but now the result is very clear. After all, he has left his own child here to hunt him down. As for the captives, Xiao Wu is not important enough, let alone Yan. Only Hulina, this slutty fox, has a special identity. She is the direct disciple of Pope Bibi Dong. Such a comparison makes the judgment clear. Apart from Hulina, the best hostage, he couldn't think of any better candidate. Who are you? Why are you in the lake? Xiao Wu was the first to speak and protect his sister behind him. Seeing this, Luo Zixi didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and flashed directly in front of him. Boom! Luo Zixi's punch containing extremely cold ice crystals hit Xiao Wu directly in the chest. Boom! Pfft! His powerful punch actually broke 2 frost trees directly, and finally a sharp branch pierced through both shoulders and left him hanging in the air. Pfft! Xiao Wu spat out a mouthful of warm blood, his breath was very weak. The power of one punch is so terrifying. Elder brother. When Hulina saw her brother being nailed into the 10-meter-high frost tree, her brown-black pupils were filled with tension and fear. However, before she could recover, a hand containing extreme ice clamped her neck. Click! In just a moment, Hulina felt her body temperature dropping rapidly, her vision gradually blurred, and her consciousness gradually turned into chaos. A thin layer of ice froze her body's surface almost instantly. Get out of here! You are not allowed to hurt Nana. Flame Lord, possessed. Yan, who is from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, actually showed manliness for once when he saw his goddess was about to be hurt. He endured the tearing pain in his arm and forcibly summoned his own spirit. 4th soul skill, Lava Hell. As he displayed his 4th soul skill, Luo Zixi just looked at the other party very calmly as he released his strongest soul skill towards him. What a joke! He could remain calm in the face of a titled Douluo, let alone this little soul master. Luo Zixi held Hulina, who still had a trace of consciousness, with one hand, while a layer of white frost quietly appeared on the other hand at this moment. That's right, this was his improved version of the phantom wood palm, but the energy he injected now was not of wood attribute, but ice, extremely cold ice. Exclusive improved version, no snow and severe cold. With a slight movement of his lips, Luo Zixi's soft palm landed directly on the chest of the lava beast, while he and Hulina used the opponent's strength to create a safe distance between them. Click! A crisp sound accompanied by dense ice crystals quickly spread outward from the other person's chest. Soon Yan lost consciousness and went down, his eyes gradually becoming unfocused. However, at this moment, several golden petals flashing with cold light burst out from the frost forest, and then they scattered in the 5 directions of Luo Zixi. The third soul skill, Breath Barrier. That's right. Douluo finally rushed back at this moment after realizing that he had been tricked. As the golden petals filled the sky and enveloped Luo Zixi, he found himself unable to move. Boy, you are very good. If I don't kill you here today, I will lose face. At this moment, Luo Zixi's whole body was covered with ice crystals, and Douluo could not see his face. But the other party could sense his soul power level, which was just that of a low-level Soul King. The Soul King here refers to the soul power level, not the number of soul rings. Don't get stuck in a rut. The protagonist only has 3 soul rings now. Haha, who said it wasn't? Just throw it away. Your face doesn't seem to be that valuable anyway. Luo Zixi was not afraid of Douluo's threat. Because Hulina was in his hands at the moment. As for this aura barrier, who said that this thing could control him? Boy, you are courting death. Douluo attacked in rage. In his opinion, his aura barrier could definitely control a small soul king. However, what he didn't expect was that Luo Zixi was not an ordinary soul king. Click. Inside the nodule, seeing the petals controlled by Douluo about to burst towards his head, Luo Zixi's palm, which had not moved for a long time, slowly moved at this moment. Kaka. The sharp ice crystal armor cut Hulina's snow-white neck. With a casual wave of Luo Zixi's hand, he directly used Hulina's body as his shield. Chiang. The fragmented golden petals quickly spread out in all directions the moment they were about to touch Hulina, and the powerful impact force made a sound of metal colliding on the surrounding ice surface. Seeing this scene, Luo Zixi's lips curled slightly, while Douluo's back was already soaked with cold sweat. Almost. If he hadn't stopped in time, Hulina would have died along with the other person. He is a lunatic. Tisk, what a pity, you were so close to killing me. Looking back at Douluo, Luo Zixi's eyes were full of mockery. I can let you go, but you have to let Hulina go. He can ignore the lives of Yan and Xiao, but not Hulina. She was the direct disciple of Pope Bibi Dong. If anything happened to her, he would have no way of going back to explain. No, I don't believe you. Luo Zixi shook his head. After all, who knew what Douluo was thinking? Now that the grudge has arisen, he must take the initiative into his own hands. Haha, this is a late chapter, it's cheaper than grass, I'll drink 3 cups as punishment. End of this chapter. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Listen to the sound of the famous sword breaking, the inheritance of the god. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Listen to the sound of the famous sword breaking, the inheritance of the goddess of life. Looking at Douluo's eyes full of resentment, Luo Zixi also gave his own answer. I will release him after I leave safely. As for what you said, forget it. What was there for Luo Zixi to be afraid of? Anyway, he had a famous sword by his side, so even if the other party had the guts to perish together with him, he would not be afraid at all. As an elder of the Spirit Hall, he has never been threatened by a mere soul king. Yu Guan wanted to take action directly, but he was afraid that the madman opposite would drag Hulina to die with him. However, at this moment, Luo Zixi did not notice that Hulina, who was already losing consciousness and about to faint, shook her fingers slightly twice. But this scene was seen clearly by Yu Guan, who was standing opposite Luo Zixi, and then Hulina's originally lifeless eyes suddenly became brighter. Elder Ju. The next moment, a light pink light flashed in her brown-black eyes, an array of mental power rushed directly in front of Luo Zixi. That's right, as a soul master with pure spiritual attributes, Hulina's willpower is extremely strong. She has been using her consciousness to resist this nightmare-like drowsiness, and she also heard clearly the conversation between Douluo and the ice-armored man just now. The fifth soul skill, Gathering of Han Yings. Douluo no longer held back upon seeing this. Hulina was now a level 45 soul master with pure spiritual attributes. Now he was launching a mental attack at such a close distance, and he thought that this time, the opponent, who had just reached the Soul King stage, would definitely be hit. However, the development of the story always likes to exceed their expectations. What? The moment Hulina's mental power touched Luo Zixi, she felt a powerful mental power wave that directly tore apart her full-strength attack. Looking at the attack coming so close, Xiao Wu instinctively wanted to jump out and use the only invincible golden body left after her sacrifice. However, as soon as she showed her head, she was pushed back by Luo Zixi. It's not that he didn't want to use it, but he could still wrap Hulina up within the range of his invincible golden body. As the saying goes, if you can be ruthless, you will avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles. But Luo Zixi showed a strange smile, and then grabbed Hulina's body to block the opponent's fifth soul skill. No. Douluo was so frightened after seeing this scene that his face turned pale. But how could this be possible? How could the other party directly break Hulina's mental attack? SHH. As expected, the opponent's fifth soul skill easily pierced Hulina's chest, but when the opponent's attack reached Luo Zixi's heart. Click. At this moment, please listen to the sound of the famous sword breaking. Luo Zixi's figure became illusory at this moment, and Hulina, whose neck was tightly strangled by him, now had a very smooth round hole on her chest. Pfft. Hulina, who suffered such a severe injury, could not stop bleeding from her mouth. Her hands and feet hung limply in the air, as if she had lost all life. As for Luo Zixi, apart from the fact that his figure was illusory for 5 seconds, he was not affected at all. Ah! Damn it! You deserve to die. Douluo was about to lose his last sanity. Hulina was dead, and she died in his own hands. No. This matter must not be spread out. Seeing Douluo's furious look, Luo Zixi's mouth curled up slightly. Everything was within his plan. As a person who escaped the 9-year compulsory education on Blue Star, he was well versed in Jinping. Oh no, 36 stratagems. OM. At this moment, a powerful life energy suddenly appeared on Luo Zixi's left hand. As the owner of the wood spirit body, he has a very good control over the injuries. Hulina's injuries are just right, and with his help, she can survive for the time being. Hey, she's not dead yet, but if you kill me now, she will be dead for sure. Seeing Douluo with red eyes wanting to eat him alive, Luo Zixi was not afraid of him at all. After all, he had Hulina, the disciple of the Pope, in his hand, which was more useful than anything else in front of him. Luo Zixi shook Hulina, who was in a coma due to excessive blood loss, to wake her up to prove himself, but she did not move after he shook her repeatedly. Seeing that the other party was uncooperative, Luo Zixi slapped her on the butt without mercy. Snapped. After the slap, the dying Hulina regained some consciousness with the help of the huge pain and shame. However, when she felt her neck was still surrounded by frost and saw the bloodshot eyes of Douluo in front of her, she knew that she was still a captive. And at this moment she could feel that if it were not for the ice crystal armor behind her supplying her with energy, she would have died long ago. Elder Ju. Hulina murmured in a low voice, and Yu Guan, who was a titled Douluo, also heard the other parties mumbling. After seeing that Hulina was still alive, the rage in his eyes eased a little, but the murderous intent towards Luo Zixi in his eyes became even deeper. At the same time, in the divine realm, in the Temple of Life, a beautiful girl in an emerald green dress was lying in a cradle woven with flowers. At this moment, she was staring at the crystal ball in her hand with curiosity. It's been a while since I've met such an interesting and good-looking boy. But he can forcibly take a person who is about to die away from the gates of hell. He is indeed a talented person. The girl in the green dress raised her lips into a beautiful arc, but she soon muttered softly. Although what he did is indeed the best solution, the hostage is a girl after all, so it's better to be gentle with her. At this moment, the goddess of life has curved eyebrows and puffed cheeks. She doesn't look like a goddess at all. That guy is really hungry. Pure destruction and life cannot be integrated. We have been colleagues for tens of thousands of years, but we still don't understand this. I treat him as a brother and he actually wants to pick me up. No, I can't let this air go. After I leave, I will go out into the world to find my own love. As the goddess of life's flawless white finger gently stroked downwards, a green gold light almost instantly rushed straight from the divine realm to the Douluo continent below. At the same time, in the mixed area of the Douluo Great Forest, Luo Zixi is still confronting Zhu Douluo, because the other party now knows very well that as long as Luo Zixi stops recovering Hulina, the other party will definitely die. At this time, Zhu Douluo finally didn't dare to act like a demon anymore, and just looked at Luo Zixi with a cold expression. I take her away and we can both live, or you kill me and we both die. It's your choice. Luo Zixi doesn't care about things like multiple choice questions. He still has Xiao Wu's invincible golden body of 100,000 years level. Therefore, as long as the other party dared to take action, Hulina would definitely be the one to die, and she would be able to inflict serious damage and escape from the other party's pursuit. Boy, you'd better remember what you said. If she dies, you will become the number one person hunted by the Spirit Hall. At this time, Zhu Douluo still refused to give up and wanted to use the Spirit Hall to suppress Luo Zixi. However, at this moment, a ray of emerald green light descended from the sky and instantly enveloped Luo Zixi's body. An extremely terrifying emerald green divine power instantly crushed Zhu Douluo to the ground, making him unable to move. At this moment, Zhu Douluo's pupils were full of horror. Is God? The goddess of life in this article is my secondary setting, a pure and flawless spirit of life that has not been polluted by the secular world. So her personality may be relatively simple, which is what the protagonist calls the Madonna. What follows is the love-hate relationship between the goddess of life and the protagonist. The subsequent situation of the goddess of life is similar to that of Lu Shen and Shi Hao, except that their relationship will be closer. A reminder, she is one of the heroines. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, The Heartwarming Gift from the God of Destruction, Slave Mark. Chapter 28, The Heartwarming Gift from the God of Destruction, Slave Mark. Douluo Continent, Realm of God, Temple of Life. At this moment, the goddess of life was lying in a cradle made of flowers and looking at the crystal ball. As she injected her inheritance into Luo Zixi's body, she also obtained all the information about Luo Zixi. Extreme ice, extreme wood element, the sacrifice of 100,000-year soul beast, 200,000-year soul rings, 110,000-year soul ring, and this person with only 3 rings but a soul power of level 52, an almost abnormal mental power and a physical strength comparable to that of a soul saint. Even though the goddess of life was knowledgeable and experienced, she couldn't help but be amazed when she saw Luo Zixi's outfit. You are such a lucky kid, but my future son of destiny will definitely be better than you. Soon, she determined her first level of assessment. After all, she was a powerful god king in charge of life, so it was normal for the assessment to be a little more difficult. Thinking of this, she gave herself her first divine test. At the same time, Douluo Continent, Douluo Great Forest, Mixed Zone. A soft female voice came into Luo Zixi's mind as he was enveloped by this beam of green light. The first test of the Life God test, complete the remaining spirit rings, and the time should not be less than 80,000 years, time limit, 1 year. Punishment, if you can't do it within the specified time, you will be eliminated directly. There is no way around it, this is the rule. Award? Immediately afterwards, a green gold mark appeared between Luo Zixi's eyebrows. As it appeared, all the green and gold light surrounding Luo Zixi was completely absorbed by it. Although Luo Zixi was a little confused at this time, he was still relatively calm. At this time, Zhu Douluo saw that the terrifying pressure disappeared, but his light golden eyes were still full of solemnity. However, before Luo Zixi could speak again, he stepped on Chrysanthemum and took Yan and Xiao Wu away from him at an extremely fast speed. On the other side, in Wuhan City, Wuhan Hall, and the Pope's Hall, on the gilded throne in the center, Bibi Dong, who was wearing the purple gold Pope's robe and covered in black air, instantly restrained her own strength after sensing this breath, and the black air that had been lingering around her also disappeared at this moment. She slowly looked towards the direction of the star forest with her cold and gloomy eyes, murmuring softly, "Another person chosen by the gods? But unfortunately, I am the only one who can become a god in this era." Angel Temple, in the Angel Secret Realm. Qian Daoliu raised his eyes and looked towards the star forest in the distance, and a hint of solemnity appeared in his clear eyes. Is there another lucky person chosen by the gods? Poseidon Island, inside the Poseidon Palace. Poseidon looked into the distance with her soft ice-blue eyes. After feeling this breath, she felt her heart being tightly gripped, and then she sighed softly. Ah! At the same time, in the divine world, inside the Temple of Destruction. Is there a little green presence on the continent? A tall, thin, handsome young man frowned slightly, but he quickly reacted. That's right, he is our greatest god of destruction. He immediately opened the crystal ball and checked the location where the little green aura had appeared. Found it. I didn't expect Xiao Wu to pass on the throne to this little guy. But he seems to be in a bit of trouble. As he used his divine power to restore the situation 5 minutes ago, he saw the whole story. Tisk, what an interesting boy. I like his decisive and murderous character, but it's a pity that he is not suitable for my throne. The god of destruction thought to himself that it was a pity, but as the man behind Xiao Wu, he would definitely not stand idly by after seeing her inheritor suffer such humiliation. Thinking of this, he casually waved his hand, and his words mixed with a white ball of light left the god realm very obscurely and rushed straight to the Star Do Great Forest of Douluo Continent. Douluo Continent, Star Forest Mixed Area. Luo Zixi looked at Hulina, who was being kept alive by the power of the wood spirit, and wondered whether he should just throw her here to feed the soul beast. After all, he might be marked as a wanted criminal of the highest level by the Spirit Hall in the future, and it would definitely not be a wise move to carry around such a burden. As he thought of this, an ice blade flashing with cold light condensed directly on Luo Zixi's left hand. At the same time, the goddess of life who was far away in the divine realm was stunned after seeing this scene. I'm not your best friend, but you not only don't treat such a beautiful woman as a treasure, you actually want to kill her with a knife. The goddess of life hurriedly gave down the oracle. Be gentle with girls. It's not a good thing to carry too much murderous sin on you. Just when Luo Zixi's ice blade was only 0.0001 centimeters away from Hulina's neck, the oracle of the goddess of life finally reached his mind. However, Luo Zixi was too lazy to pay attention to the words of the goddess of life. If you want to take it, take it. If you don't want to take it, just leave it there. I don't care. Oh my, what's the tone of the other party? Luo Zixi's temper flared up immediately after hearing this. Why keep it if you don't kill it? Keep it to warm your bed? He is hiding from pursuit with such a burden, and he has to be on guard against the other party going back to tip off at any time. Do they really think he is a horny fool? The goddess of life was stunned on the spot after hearing Luo Zixi's reply. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? I am God, the goddess of life, a goddess. The kind that can even give you a divine position. What do you mean by saying this? However, just as Luo Zixi was about to continue using the knife, another white ball of light shot directly into Luo Zixi's mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine skill, slave mark, effect. You can impose a soul mark on people whose strength is lower than your level, and the other party will obey your orders 100%, only when the other party is in a coma. The host read the name and effect. The effect of the heaven-defying insight entry is activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine skill, slave mark, great perfection, effect. You can impose a soul mark on people who are one level higher than you, and the other party will obey your orders 100%, can only be used when the other party is in a coma. At this moment, another voice came from Luo Zixi's mind. Boy, I am the god of destruction. This magical skill is a gift for us. As Xiaolu's successor, you must listen to her, otherwise. What? No, what are you doing? Soon, another urgent voice came to Luo Zixi's mind. Don't kill her. At worst I can let her off in the next level. A slightly hurried female voice reached Luo Zixi's ears. Yes, this was the voice of the goddess of life. Feeling the magical skills in his mind, Luo Zixi looked at Hulina again. A very bold idea came into his mind. There is one more chapter, it may be posted later, I have a lot of things to do these 2 days, but I will post it on time. End of this chapter. Chapter 29. Hulina was planted with a slave mark, and the goddess of life became a punching bag. Chapter 29. Hulina was planted with a slave mark, and the goddess of life became a punching bag without any hesitation. Complex and profound words instantly condensed on Luo Zixi's left hand. At this moment, Hulina was still in a dying state, so Luo Zixi easily pressed the slave seal on her head. Well, Hulina only felt as if her brain was pierced by a cold sharp thorn, and she couldn't stop groaning from her mouth. But the slave mark does not end here. His perfect level slave mark is not ordinary. It has one more function compared to the original mark. At the same time, in Hulina's spiritual sea, Hulina's consciousness is now curled up in the corner of her spiritual sea, which is a pink ocean. However, the peaceful time did not last long, as a huge crack was torn in her sea of consciousness by a ray of emerald green light, and then Luo Zixi's spiritual body stepped directly into the place. With his arrival, Hulina's spiritual sea was gradually eroded by the green-gold energy. With Luo Zixi's approach, the other party's spiritual sea was gradually completely assimilated. At this moment, Hulina's consciousness, who was curled up in the corner, was also eroded by a powerful mental force. Who are you? Why are you attacking our spirit hall? At this moment, Hulina's consciousness was already very weak, and her voice was even more unclear. You were the ones who disturbed me while I was absorbing my spirit rings and caused me trouble first, but now you are biting me back. You are really interesting. Seeing that his power and the slave mark completely enveloped the opponent's consciousness, Luo Zixi finally breathed a sigh of relief. From today on, if Luo Zixi dies, Hulina will die with him. However, Hulina's death will not have any impact on Luo Zixi. I will be your master from now on. Once your injuries are healed, just follow me and be my servant. After saying this, Luo Zixi left Hulina's sea of consciousness directly. As he left, a pure and flawless white light instantly enveloped Hulina's spiritual world, which was on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the outside world. At this moment, Luo Zixi directly mobilized all the energy of his wood spirit body to help Hulina recover her severely damaged body. In less than a minute, Hulina had fully recovered consciousness and returned to her own body, and her damaged body was fully restored at this moment. Hu ho ho! After regaining consciousness, Hulina almost subconsciously took a deep breath of fresh air from the outside world. Luo Zixi also loosened his right hand that was clamped around her snow-white neck and threw it casually on the ground. Cough cough cough. While she was still coughing, she felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, followed by a feeling of alternating hot and cold. But this feeling of discomfort only lasted for a moment, and was followed by a feeling of clear breath and light body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the female slave, Hulina. Slave girl, Hulina. Identity, Saint of the Spirit Hall, disciple of the current Pope. Martial soul, Demon Fox. Soul power, level 45 soul sect, yellow, purple, purple. Exclusive slave seal engraving, pink wild rose. However, when she looked back at Luo Zixi who was standing in front of her, she felt as if she had been electrocuted, and she knelt down in his direction almost instantly. At this moment, Hulina only felt that her brain seemed to be stimulated by something, and there was an irresistible will that pinned her body to the ground, and then two trembling words came out of her mouth. Owner. Seeing this scene, Luo Zixi nodded silently. It seems that the slave mark given to him by the god of destruction is quite useful. What he didn't know was that Hulina was extremely angry at this moment, but he couldn't get rid of her control at all. At the same time, the goddess of life who was far away in the divine realm was completely confused after seeing this scene. Slave mark? How could this little human boy possibly have such a magical skill? But before she could come to her senses, Luo Zixi looked up at the sky. Hey! Big sis! Are you going to accept this shrine or not? If not, I'll keep it for myself. It's not a child, you really don't want it. I am a god or a goddess. Are you being a little disrespectful to me? Humph. Since you didn't use force on this girl, I won't punish you. However, before she could finish, Luo Zixi interrupted her. You are such an annoying woman. Why don't you just take it away? It's really annoying to listen to you talk. Luo Zixi now wants to kill Tang Hao and his stupid son in Douluo continent. As for the position of God or something, what difference does it make? The green little head of the goddess of life was so angry that steam was coming out of it. She had never suffered such humiliation since she was born in the world of gods. You don't want the position of God, right? Humph. I will increase the difficulty until you beg me under the skirt of this goddess. Very arrogant, tactical retreat. I haven't asked for anything back that I gave you, but since you are so arrogant, don't blame me for making your subsequent assessments more difficult. However, after hearing the words of the goddess of life, Luo Zixi just looked up at the sky speechlessly, then lowered his head, covered his eyes, and couldn't help but sighed. As long as you are happy, but next time when I make a decision, please don't mess with me. Life is not easy, Luo Zixi sighed. He was really confused. Shouldn't the decisive and ruthless god of destruction be the one who should be passing on his legacy to him? Why is it that the divine test that befell him was from the Holy Mother Goddess of Life? No, you. However, before the Goddess of Life could speak, Luo Zixi directly blocked the language communication function left by the Goddess of Life in the throne. Listening to the beeping busy tone in his mind, Luo Zixi could guess how harsh the other party's curse was. Oh, this is a goddess? She is just a low-level Dozong in Do-Chi continent, and her attack power is not as good as that of Do Huang. At the same time, in the divine realm, in the Temple of Life, the goddess of life was standing in her flower garden with her bare white feet, and her delicate and beautiful face was filled with an unnatural blush. At this moment, she was holding a crystal ball in her hand, and her pink little mouth seemed to be covered with honey. As a result, after talking for a long time, she found that the inheritor had ignored her at all and actually blocked her oracle. That's right, the divine test itself is a two-way contract. Gods can choose mortals, and mortals can also choose to reject gods. If gods don't want to listen to mortals, they can block them out. And if mortals don't want to listen to gods, they can naturally block them out. However, most people don't have the courage like Luo Zixi to block God's oracles. Of course, if the chosen one is disobedient, God can withdraw his test at any time. This is a unique privilege of God. How dare you block me, my goddess? Today I will let you see why my flowers are so red. Douluo continent, Star Forest, Mixed Zone. Luo Zixi looked at Hulina and said softly. Don't kneel on the ground anymore. Just bend down and bow slightly. After hearing his words, Hulina slowly stood up from the ground. However, at this moment, a long string of green and gold characters condensed by divine power appeared in front of him. Luo Zixi. Don't block my oracle, I. The handwriting was so long that Luo Zixi immediately waved away the words as soon as he saw the first line. As for asking yourself to open the shield? You want me to turn off the shield? How about you try to beg me? Ahem, please treat the slave girl rationally, there will be a love line. End of this chapter. Chapter 30, The Sinful Ice and Snow Villa. Chapter 30, The Sinful Ice and Snow Villa. Douluo continent, outside a quiet little mountain village 100 miles away from the edge of the far north. In the past 2 days, Luo Zixi, wearing a black mask, took Hulina to change carriages several times along the way. Although they encountered several violent inspections from the spirit hall along the way, fortunately, Luo Zixi was able to rely on his perception of the surrounding plants to know the situation ahead in advance each time and take Hulina to walk around it. In this way, although the other party can guess your approximate location, they cannot find your specific location at all. Perhaps it is because they are close to the far north. Even though they are still nearly 100 miles away from the real far north, the temperature here has already dropped to nearly -10 degrees Celsius. Master, Nana is so cold. Although Hulina is a soul master, all her abilities are in the area of mental strength, and her ability to withstand extreme cold is only about the same as that of a defensive soul master. In fact, this was also the reason why he wanted to leave Hulina behind. After all, according to the test of the goddess of life, if he wanted to obtain a soul ring of more than 80,000 years, he could only look for it in the far north except in the sea. He directly ruled out the sea, because the sea soul beasts that were more than 80,000 years old had at least hundreds or thousands of them under their command, not to mention the deep-sea demon whale king that lurked in the depths of the sea. He himself has a body of ice spirit and is not afraid of extreme cold or heat. He can move freely in the far north. But if Hulina is brought along, the difficulty and risk will definitely increase more than tenfold. Thinking of this, Luo Zixi seemed to hear the voice of the goddess of life again. Damn, what should I do if I want to spank her little butt? Looking for a guide online. At the same time, in the divine world, the temple of life. Xiao, the goddess of life, who was originally lying in the flower garden and taking a light nap, suddenly sneezed. She sat up slowly and rubbed her sleepy eyes. I feel like someone is scolding this goddess. Immediately, she opened the crystal ball, and the people inside were Luo Zixi and Hulina. The far north? Oh, you are worthy of being the one I chose. You have a smart mind. Luo Zixi looked back at Hulina. Perhaps it was because of the effect of the slave mark, or perhaps the other party had compromised, but she had been very cooperative with his actions over the past 2 days. Although there was a hint of dissatisfaction in her expression sometimes, it was all within Luo Zixi's acceptable range. Now that the other party said she was cold, she was probably really about to be frozen to death. After all, most of the time she wouldn't say a word to Luo Zixi, and Luo Zixi was too lazy to pay attention to her and simply treated her as a bargaining chip for his survival. Looking at her trembling body, Luo Zixi took out a soft women's winter clothing from his system warehouse. Inside the cold-proof suit is a layer of very warm fur of the second-level magical beast Red Flame Tiger, and outside it is covered with a layer of the skin of the third-level explosive Flame Bear, giving the overall suit a reddish-brown color. There was still a faint scent of milk and lavender in the soft winter clothes. It was obvious that this was not Luo Zixi's, but one of the personal winter clothes that Sooner had given him. Every night when the weather was cold, Sooner liked to wear various kinds of cold-proof clothes for Luo Zixi to see. And after sending her back to the room, she would directly put her own clothes on Luo Zixi. The excuse is that they are afraid of catching a cold. In fact, he just wanted Luo Zixi to wear clothes with her scent. There were at least 80 of these clothes in his system warehouse. He naturally knew that this was Sooner's good intention, but now was an extraordinary period. If Hulina, whom he had spent a lot of effort to rescue, froze to death on the way to the far north, then he would really have nowhere to complain. Put it on to keep out the cold. He casually handed the winter clothes to Hulina, and in her opinion the clothes did not seem very thick, and could even be said to be thin. Seeing this, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. After all, she is also a slave now, and the other party can't really watch her freeze to death here. But she didn't dare to say anything. In order to keep warm, she could only put on this thin fur clothes. But when she actually put on this set of winter clothes, she realized that this was not an ordinary fur coat. Warmth, comfort, and softness, these three simple words appeared in Hulina's mind at this moment. But after the warmth, she smelled a special scent that was a mixture of light lavender and milk. As a girl, she almost subconsciously recognized that this was the unique body odor of other girls. We are going to go into the far north to hunt for spirit rings recently. You only have this one piece of clothing to keep warm. Don't damage it. Luo Zixie's words were as cold and blunt as usual. Now they have entered the last mountain villa where they can stay 100 miles away in the far north. In the past 2 days, they have only practiced in the carriage instead of sleeping. Coming here today is just the right time for them to rest up. After all, according to Luo Zixie's estimation, he would most likely have to obtain 3 soul rings that were more than 80,000 years old here. After all, absorbing spirit rings can also quickly improve your cultivation. Tisk, we are one step closer to killing Tang Rishan, so happy. The luxurious carriage slowly stopped at the gate of the villa. Luo Zixie knew that this should be the maximum distance they could deliver. As the sky was gradually getting dark, Luo Zixie got off the carriage with Hulina, who was wearing winter clothes. He paid the driver the balance and gave him a very generous tip. Luo Zixie was walking in front and Hulina was following behind him. Looking at the 4 big words carved out of ice beside him, Ice and Snow Villa, Luo Zixie stepped straight into it. As Luo Zixie stepped in, his originally excited mood gradually turned gloomy. The goose feather-like university blocked their view, and soon they arrived at the entrance of an inn on higher ground. Pushing open the door, Luo Zixie and Hulina shook off the ice and snow on their clothes at the porch, and then walked straight in. In the warm hall, a hint of cold air poured in with the entry of Luo Zixie and Hulina. After feeling the chill, the 3 strong men who were sitting on the other side drinking and eating meat revealed a hint of subtle ferocity in their eyes. Boss, 1 room upstairs, and another table of food and wine. He placed a bulging bag filled with 500 gold soul coins directly on the front desk. For some reason, Luo Zixie's eyes were full of hostility when she looked at the waiter, and the other party seemed to be frightened by Luo Zixie's eyes and nodded quickly. Sir, here is the key to the guest room. It is on the 2nd floor on the right. Please wait for the excellent banquet. I will arrange for someone to prepare it for you right away. The waiter's eyes were filled with flattery, and Hulina was very puzzled after seeing this scene. After all, according to her observations over the past 2 days, the other parties seemed to be rarely angry, but now, well, speed up. Ahem, come on. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Scarlet Snow, Bloodstained Ice, and Snow Villa. Chapter 31 Scarlet Snow, Bloodstained Ice, and Snow Villa. Ice and Snow Villa, Central Inn, in a room on the 2nd floor. The room was not small, about 100 square meters, and was overall a dark red and black color. After all, this was the far north, and darker colors could also help store heat energy. By this time they had already lit the fireplace on the north side of the room. As the flame in the stove continued to burn, the temperature in the room rose little by little. Crackling. Listening to the sounds from the stove, Luo Zixie released his senses and carefully explored the room. After confirming that it was safe, he lay down on the soft crimson bed and looked up at the thick ceiling. At this moment, Hulina was squatting beside the stove and adding firewood into it. The blazing flames made her originally stiff body gradually become soft. The temperature here is cold, but the people here are colder than the temperature. What is buried beneath the white snow is not only the land, but also the white bones and skulls full of sin. Luo Zixi could actually guess in his heart that the inn opened on the edge of the far north would definitely not be a good place, but he did not expect that things could be done to this extent. Where is this ice and snow villa? It would be more appropriate to call it White Bone Villa. However, Luo Zixi didn't want to think about these things. As long as these beasts didn't provoke him, he wouldn't bother to care about their dirty deeds. Boom boom boom. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door, and the little slave Hulina went to open the door very honestly. "Hello, this is the banquet you ordered, please take a look." The person who came to deliver the food was not the waiter, but a middle-aged, skinny, pale man with a rat-like mustache who was pushing a food cart. When he saw Hulina's face, a hint of barely perceptible greed and excitement appeared in the depths of his dark eyes. However, at this moment, his eyes, which were filled with greed and excitement, suddenly froze, and then a hint of disbelief appeared in his deep eyes. He then looked at his chest, and found that a sharp blade made of ice had pierced into his heart without him noticing. Without any reversal, he just fell straight back. Boom! The dull sound echoed in the corridor, and Hulina's brown-black eyes were full of shock and confusion. At this moment, Luo Zixi had arrived at the door at some point. Looking at the steaming food, a hint of coldness appeared in his dark pupils. "Throw him and all these meat and vegetables out of the window." Having said this, Luo Zixi took away the only 3 remaining vegetarian dishes on the plate, while Hulina still looked a little dazed. Luo Zixi didn't indulge her when she saw her like this, but she was his servant after all, so he just gave her a simple slap on the head. Boom! Ouch! Hulina covered her head in pain, but what followed was Luo Zixi's emotionless voice. "If you want to get some rest tonight, you'll have to go faster." After saying this, Luo Zixi didn't say much. He just put the remaining vegetables on the table and took out a giant 3rd-level Warcraft skewer as thick as his calf that was stored in the system space in the Duki continent. There is an old saying that is very nice: more is better, and 1 stick can fill you up. You have to know that the space inside his system is an absolutely static space, and even if you put things in it for 100 years, there will be no energy loss. However, he didn't have much monster meat stored. Now there were only 3 cows and 6 tigers left for cooking. If he didn't save them, he would have nothing to eat in the future. Looking at the big skewer of meat that was roasted until golden and crispy in Luo Zixi's hands, Hulina drooled at the corner of her mouth. Oh! After Hulina threw the dishes and the man out of the window and quickly closed the window, she sat back in front of the oven. Although she didn't have any skewers, she still had a lot of dry food in her storage soul guide that could restore her strength. Put it by the stove to roast it to make it warmer, and it will feel more comfortable after eating. But at this moment, a large skewer of roasted golden and fragrant meat with auxiliary ingredients appeared in front of her. Hulina was obviously confused after seeing the skewers of meat. She raised her eyes to look at Luo Zixi, who had come behind her at some point. "Starting tomorrow, you will follow me to the interior of the far north to hunt spirit rings. As for the time of departure, I am not sure yet, so you should eat well today. You may not be able to eat in the future." Luo Zixi, who is used to traveling alone, is more or less not used to having Hulina as a burden. "Master, you don't want to eat?" Hulina looked at the fragrant skewers of meat in front of her and was so greedy, but she also knew that she was the fish and they were the butchers. Even if she was greedy, she didn't dare to reach out and take them. "Well, you can rest right after you finish eating. I still have things to take care of." As he said this, a short knife made of extreme ice appeared in Luo Zixi's hand, and the blade shone with a dazzling edge under the reflection of the flames. He then left the room with brisk steps. Hulina looked at Luo Zixi's leaving figure, then looked at the skewers in her hand, and thought about everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Thinking back carefully to the whole story, it seemed that they were the ones who disturbed the other party from absorbing the spirit ring first, and they also coveted the 10,000-year spirit bone in the other party's hand, which they didn't know whether it existed or not. Hulina, slave, favorability plus 5%, current favorability 5%. At this moment, 6 or 7 burly men wearing thick animal skin cold-proof clothing were sitting in the lobby of the Central Inn, their eyes full of greed and lust. Why hasn't Lao Ba come back yet? Didn't we agree to wait until the young couple was knocked unconscious before killing the man and drinking with him, and then eating the woman's meat after she died? Why are you taking so long? The leader, a middle-aged sturdy man with a deep scar on his face, had eyes full of ferocity and lust. He, don't worry, boss. I think old 8 is carrying someone right now. The sturdy man's eyes were full of lewd smiles. He clearly saw Hulina's true appearance when she walked. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was the best of the best. But at this moment, one of the middle-aged men who was originally sitting here saw a familiar figure. Hey? That boy is not. However, before he could open his mouth, a cold icy blue light instantly pierced into his throat. Pfft! Scarlet blood spurted out like a fountain in front of the eyes of these strong men, followed by several cold rays that instantly pierced into the throats or hearts of the rest of the people. They received their lunch boxes before they even had time to react. Ice Bear Possession. The tall middle-aged man in the lead was the only one who reacted and avoided Luo Zixi's attack. At this moment, relying on his rich fighting experience, he instantly possessed his martial spirit and turned into a giant bear about 3 meters tall. 4th soul skill, Ice Bear's Fury. You are going to pay for the lives of my brothers. Seeing so many of his brothers being killed, the middle-aged man's eyes turned bloodshot with anger. In response to his anger, Luo Zixi's eyes were still full of indifference. Frost Tree, stab him to death, he murmured. Just as the opponent was leaning towards Luo Zixi, a frost tree covered with extremely icy thorns suddenly emerged from the ground and accurately pierced the opponent's heart. What? His painful and shrill screams echoed throughout the entire snow villa. At this moment, the frost branches that pierced his heart were still extending, and his eyes gradually changed from pain to numbness. Finally, his powerless hands fell down, and he helplessly felt his life slipping away bit by bit. After doing all this, Luo Zixi turned his gaze to the guy at the front desk. At this moment, the front desk clerk had collapsed to the ground in fear. In his black eyes, which were filled with fear, an ice blue dagger flashed with cold light. The rest of the story is full of high energy. Please don't criticize me for writing a watery article. I really don't have any water. Some things must be laid out first, otherwise it will be impossible to write the rest of the story. Please be merciful. End of this chapter. Chapter 32, 8-year-old ice scorpions fighting each other, the extreme north magic skill Ice Explosio. Chapter 32, the 80,000-year-old ice blue scorpions are killing each other, and the extreme north magic skill Ice Explosion technique. The next morning, Luo Zixi woke up from her sleep. Although the fireplace in the room was still burning, the temperature in the room had obviously dropped a little. He slowly stood up and opened the window a crack. Just as he had guessed, the sky outside was still pitch black. As far as he knew, the far north was a forbidden area for humans, and this small mountain village only 100 miles away from the pole was no exception. The temperature here is close to -10 degrees Celsius, not to mention the ultra-low temperature of nearly -100 degrees Celsius in the interior of the far north. At this time, the little slave Hulina was still sleeping soundly wrapped in a thick quilt, and Luo Zixi had no intention of disturbing her rest. It was already very late when Luo Zixi returned to the room last night, and the other party had been lying on the bed waiting for him to come back. Isn't it strange? I didn't even ask her to wait for me. But she was waiting for him to come back, and then gave him the warm bed. Luo Zixi is an emotional person, but his emotions will be treated differently depending on the object. Having a beautiful girl warming the bed does sound great, but if he didn't have enough strength and means, he would have died in their hands days ago. In his opinion, a large part of the relationship between him and Hulina was based on the slave mark. If there was no such mark, he believed that Hulina would not be so kind. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Luo Zixi woke up Hulina, who was still sleeping soundly. After being woken up by him, her consciousness seemed still a little fuzzy. She rubbed her eyes lazily and stretched comfortably. However, at this moment, the door was opened directly by Luo Zixi. The biting cold wind blew in from outside the house. Hulina came back to her senses instantly when she felt the biting cold wind. After seeing Luo Zixi's still cold eyes, she tactfully put on the fur coat that the other party gave her. Luo Zixi didn't say anything. He just stood at the door and watched Hulina buckle her leather boots and put on a brown and black cold-proof coat. Hulina quickly straightened her clothes and stood next to Luo Zixi tacitly. "Let's go." There was still no emotion in Luo Zixi's voice, and Hulina just followed closely behind Luo Zixi. After seeing dozens of hideous-looking corpses still frozen in the lobby of the inn, Hulina finally understood what Luo Zixi was doing last night. Both sides of the road at the villa were filled with frozen corpses with desperate expressions on their faces, and beside them lay all kinds of sharp farm tools. Hulina also crawled out of the spirit hall's hellish assessment, so she was not too shocked when she saw this scene that was like purgatory on earth. After walking out of the villa, Luo Zixi looked back at Hulina and pointed his index finger with a hint of ice blue power at her forehead. The next moment, she actually saw the entire picture of the villa through the ice and snow. Then her brown-black pupils suddenly widened, and an emotion called fear gradually spread in her spiritual world. At 3:15 in the afternoon, Luo Zixi and Hulina finally arrived at the Frost Forest, the real dividing line between the far north and the mainland. The Frost Forest is located in the southwestern part of the far north. From the map, it can be seen that the habitat of the far north soul beasts is directly divided into the forest, while the outside is a lifeless ice and snow plain of nearly 100 miles. Even though this is just the corner of the far north, the temperature can reach horribly low temperatures of over -70 degrees Celsius. The wind and snow here were at least 5 times stronger than in the ice and snow villa. Walking here was like walking in a maze. With his tacit consent, Hulina held her arm tightly and walked forward with only a pair of eyes exposed. The bare Frost Forest was not a place to set up camp, so Luo Zixi wanted to go to the far north to build an underground ice house near the inner circle as a foothold. The Frost Forest was not very safe during the day. Only after they dealt with a group of 1,000-year-old ice wolves did they successfully pass through the forest and officially enter the far north. However, before they entered the territory of the far north, a loud roar was heard from afar, and the violent explosion was still approaching them. "It's a bad start." Without saying a word, Luo Zixi used his icy body to clear a path through the thick snow beneath his feet. Then he grabbed Hulina and jumped down, and the bright cave entrance above was sealed tightly by the thick snow mixed with ice chips controlled by him. Boom! Boom! 2 more terrifying explosions were heard in succession, shaking the entire northern border. Luo Zixi did not hold back at all and directly used the power of his ice spirit body to cover him and Hulina, concealing their breath. Soon, a violent ups and downs sound came from above their heads, followed by some tiny crackling sounds, as if it was the sound of some creature eating. In the dark and covered corridor, although Hulina didn't know what was going on, she instinctively felt fear for this unknown and powerful creature. However, Luo Zixi's eyes emitted an icy blue glow in the pitch-black underground. Yes, he could rely on the information conveyed to him by the surrounding ice elements to determine what kind of creature the other party was. But at this moment, the sound of a huge object falling to the ground reached Luo Zixi's ears, and the hairs on his body stood up instantly when he felt it. Then he and Hulina pressed their bodies together at the bottom of the tunnel, which was already very small. Boom! The violent explosion created a terrifying energy wave that flattened the surrounding glaciers and forests within a few hundred meters. After the violent explosion, Luo Zixi slowly raised his body and tried to observe the situation outside through the ice and snow. Hoo-hoo! The biting cold wind blew Luo Zixi's black hair. Why did he need to observe through the feedback of ice and snow? Now he could open his eyes and see for himself. That's right, the area above the deep pit where Luo Zixi and Hulina were was flattened, and the explosion affected just a few centimeters from them. Looking at the irregular ice crystals around him caused by the explosion, Luo Zixi felt a chill on his back. But soon he discovered that less than a meter in front of him, there were 2 emerald green ice cubes flashing. Just when he was feeling confused, all the information about this thing appeared directly in front of him. Item: 40,000-year-old ice scorpion right arm bone. Soul skill: ice explosion. The triggering conditions are harsh, the victim's body must be completely frozen and filled with ice. The stronger the victim's strength, the stronger the explosion. Absorption conditions: possessing extreme ice. Item: 80,000-year-old ice scorpion left arm bone. Soul skill: extreme ice favor, increases one's own ice attribute by 200% and all attributes by 50%, and when using the next ice attribute soul skill, there is an additional 100% increase in ice attribute. Absorption conditions: possessing extreme ice. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, The Wrath from the Ice Emperor. Hulina accepted her fate, but she is really a face love. Chapter 33, The Wrath from the Ice Emperor. Hulina accepted her fate, but she is really a face lover. Looking at the scene in front of him, Luo Zixi couldn't help but take a breath. At this moment, he only felt that the super lucky on his entry panel was shining brightly. Hulina, who had just stood up, felt a bone-chilling chill in her heart when she saw that the pit where they had originally been hiding was almost flattened. At this time, Luo Zixi put both soul bones into his pocket, and Hulina saw this scene. When she saw the 2 crystal-clear soul bones, a gleam of light flashed in her brown-black eyes, but soon the light in her eyes dimmed. What does this soul bone have to do with her? She is now just a slave who is at the mercy of others and has no freedom. It's strange to say, but these past 2 days Xiao Wu has been hiding in the Huanling fairyland and is unwilling to come out, as if she is afraid of being discovered. However, Luo Zixi knew very well that the goddess of life had probably discovered her existence long ago. Although the current divine world does not allow soul beasts to become gods, if the soul beasts sacrificed to humans can retain their own souls and assist humans, the gods in the divine world will simply turn a blind eye in this case. At the same time, a small green figure far away in the core area of the far north slowly opened his eyes full of hostility. You dare to kill 2 of my people? I want to see who is the one who dares to kill himself. On the other side, Luo Zixi had already taken Hulina to set up camp on an iceberg far away from here. After all, the explosion here was too shocking. If they didn't stay away from here, they would probably encounter a lot of trouble. What made Luo Zixi feel regretful was that the 80,000-year-old ice jade scorpion was blown to pieces with nothing left except its soul bone. According to his guess, it is very likely that this 80,000-year-old ice jade scorpion coveted the 40,000-year-old ice jade scorpion's magical skill, the ice explosion technique. The other party was afraid of being discovered by his clan leader, Ice Emperor, so he drove it to the border to hunt it, and wanted to obtain the other party's innate skill, ice explosion. However, the final result was that he was directly blown to pieces by the opponent's ice explosion technique along the way, and was entangled by the opponent at the last moment and died. It's a pity that the other party's 80,000-year soul ring was wasted. It would have been great if he could absorb it. The icebergs in the far north are called icebergs, but in fact they are just ordinary mountains. It's just that under years of wind and snow, the surface is covered with a thick layer of ice and snow. Outside the far north is the endless ocean, but it itself cannot be considered an ocean. Books on the mainland say that this is a glacier, but Luo Zixi feels that it is more like permafrost covered with dozens of meters of snow. However, the real core area of the far north is adjacent to the sea, and it is possible that there are actual glaciers floating on the sea. Relying on the advantages of his own ice spirit body, Luo Zixi quickly opened up an ice tunnel at the foot of the iceberg that could be passed by one person. Finally he dug out a small igloo here that was 4 meters long and 3 meters wide. As for why they didn't dig a bigger one, it's mainly because a smaller igloo would keep warmer. By the time he finished all this, it was getting dark outside. Inside the ice house, Luo Zixi took out some unprocessed furs of third-level monsters and asked Hulina to spread them on the ice surface under her feet. These furs are all from fire-attributed monsters, so they feel very soft and warm. Fire-attributed magical beast, yes, yes, yes. He controlled the ice element to block all the passages leading into the small room, leaving only a few holes with a radius of about 2 centimeters to supply oxygen. She took off her shoes very comfortably and came to the soft animal skin carpet, but when Hulina took off her leather boots, she felt a bit of pain and numbness on her cheeks. Sigh. She gasped and pulled her feet out of her boots. Luo Zixi also noticed her expression full of pain. He looked back at her feet and found that her feet had turned blue and purple due to the cold, and the forefoot of her left foot had become ulcerated due to the extreme cold. Aren't your boots warm enough for the cold? Luo Zixi finally realized at this moment that although she paid attention to her cold-proof clothing, she had forgotten her shoes. Master, we came out this time just to get the spirit ring for my brother, so Hulina murmured with her head down. She didn't expect that her feet would be frozen like this. Next time you feel uncomfortable, learn to speak up. If you delay noticing it for a while, your foot will be completely useless. He just sat next to Hulina and put her calf on his thigh. Hulina's feet began to turn blue and purple from the lower part of her calves, but fortunately, the frostbite on her feet was not difficult to treat. Buzz! A stream of emerald green life energy gushed out from Luo Zixi's right hand. As the life energy was injected into her, Hulina's feet slowly returned to their normal color. In less than 2.5 minutes, Luo Zixi's opponent had recovered. Luo Zixi naturally pressed the soles of the other person's feet and pinched her calves, and Hulina's cheeks had already turned red. Although she was very sensitive, she was now her slave. But in fact, Luo Zixi was comparing Hulina's calves and feet with those of the little girl sooner. After touching for a while, he finally came to a very definite conclusion: Suner's feet were whiter and more tender, while Hulina's were more fleshy. In comparison, Luo Zixi still prefers pinching Suner's feet. It's for no other reason, she simply likes the feeling of it. Master. Hulina was extremely confused at the moment. She knew very well that if the other party really wanted to force her, she would not have any thoughts of resistance as she had been planted with the slave mark. She might even go along with the other party. Hey! Say! Hearing Hulina calling her, Luo Zixi raised her eyes and met her brown-black eyes directly. It's okay, thank you for treating me, Master. Luo Zixi didn't know what Hulina was thinking, so she just waved her hand casually and took out 2 grilled skewers. You don't have to thank me, because you are my personal property now, and I don't like to see things that belong to me being damaged. After he finished speaking, he directly handed a sizzling skewer of meat to the still dazed Hulina. Face the reality. If I die, you die. If you die, I live. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too greedy. Hulina took the fragrant skewers somewhat taciturnly, but at this moment she was still thinking about what Luo Zixi had just said. But she soon came to her senses, and her somewhat distracted eyes gradually focused again as she looked at the skewers in her hands. Master, I don't even know your name yet. Hulina seemed to have finally accepted her fate. Her originally confused eyes gradually became gentle as she looked at Luo Zixi. My surname is Luo, my given name is Zixi, Luo Zixi. Seeing the other party's state, Luo Zixi also knew that after 3 days, the other party finally saw the situation clearly. If she follows me, she might die, but if she doesn't follow me, she will definitely die. How could Hulina make the wrong choice for a multiple-choice question with only one option? Late at night, the cold wind was howling outside the ice cave. After Hulina came to terms with it, she slowly began to understand Luo Zixi's situation. The 3-ring soul master coerces the 9-ring titled Douluo. The winter clothes were given to me by my sister who is not related to me by blood. A 3-ring soul king monster with 2 red and 1 black soul rings missing the beauty under the black mask, Hulina, the beauty dog, Hulina, slave, favorability plus 25%, current favorability 30%. That night, Hulina seemed to open up and blurt out all the doubts in her heart. Late at night, Hulina greedily held Luo Zixie's arm and slept beside him. However, at this moment, an ice blue figure quietly entered Luo Zixie's sea of consciousness. Little one, do you crave power? End of this chapter. Chapter 34, The Remnant Soul of the Ice God Who is Poaching Others, the Protector of the Extreme Ice. Chapter 34, The Remnant Soul of the Ice God Who is Poaching Others, the Protector of the Extreme Ice Temple, the Snow Queen. Late at night, Luo Zixie was awakened by a deep voice. When he woke up, he found himself in a very special ice blue space. Boy, I am the Ice God. I am going to pass on my inheritance to you. I wonder if you are willing. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a burly figure, a stern appearance, and wearing ice blue armor slowly appeared in front of Luo Zixie. Fuck. When Luo Zixie saw his true face, she couldn't help but swear. No, you call yourself a god, how can you look like this? Seeing the incredible expression on Luo Zixie's face, the Lord Ice God thought that he agreed and nodded contentedly. Since you have agreed, I will let your future protector take you to the inheritance land. Okay, we can talk about the rest after you arrive at the inheritance land. As this mysterious space collapsed, Luo Zixie's consciousness returned to his body. No, you have 2 arms. How the hell did you just leave like that? Never mind, never mind. Anyway, I already have the inheritance mark of the goddess of life in my body. Even if this stupid ice god takes me to his inheritance place, it will probably be useless. Luo Zixie opened her eyes and discovered through the reflection of the ice and snow that it was still late at night. He wanted to turn over but found that half of his body was pressed down by something soft, followed by a very regular breathing sound. After her true face was seen by the other party yesterday, Luo Zixie discovered that Hulina was just like in the original novel, a face lover. God knows how dazzling the light in the other person's eyes was when he saw his cheek last night. Luo Zixie casually pulled Hulina's hands and feet aside, and then threw the animal skin blanket scattered around her on her. This woman's sleeping posture is really ugly. If he had known this, he should have made this place bigger. But it doesn't matter. Now that he is awake, he is ready to absorb this soul bone that possesses the magical skill of ice explosion. As he took the soul bone out of the system warehouse, a cool touch appeared between his palms. But before he began to absorb it, a system prompt sounded directly in his mind. The right arm bone of the 40,000-year-old ice jade scorpion was detected and it has a special skill, ice explosion. Congratulations to the host for touching the right arm bone of the 40,000-year-old ice jade scorpion that is rich in the ice explosion soul bone skill. The golden entry Incredible Perception is still in effect for you. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully learned the ice explosion technique, perfect level. Wow, I can use this term in this way. Now Luo Zixie was very excited, as he still had 2 soul bones left in his backpack. As he took out the soul bone and placed it in his hand, his system did not respond at all. It was only after he read the skill introductions of these 2 spirit bones that he suddenly realized. Because these 2 soul bones are just simple amplification skills, only by absorbing them can you improve your own attributes. If it is not absorbed, it is equivalent to having no medium. Without a medium, this skill naturally cannot be replicated by the system. Soon, all the uses of ice explosion were integrated into his memory as if he had practiced it thousands of times. With the help of the system, he now had a complete understanding of all the uses of ice explosion. Soon Luo Zixie turned his attention to the 2 soul bones again. Forget it, just put them in the system warehouse and let them sit on the bench. He really didn't think much of this increase. After hurriedly putting all 3 soul bones back into the system warehouse, Luo Zixi began to sleep soundly again. But what he didn't know was that after an unknown being sensed the energy fluctuations caused by him taking out the 2 ice jade scorpion soul bones, it looked in his direction with emerald green eyes filled with anger. Damn humans, not only did you hunt down my people, you also took their soul bones. This is unforgivable. An emerald green figure flashed by, and next to where she had just stood, a piece of countless emerald green crystal debris lay there quietly. On the other side, in the core area of the far north, there is an unfrozen lake. An ice blue figure awakened the snow-white figure who was still resting in the snow house by the lake. My successor has appeared. You should quickly take him to the place of inheritance. The snow-white figure was calmly gazing at the ice-blue figure in front of her, but in the end she still put one hand in front of her and bowed slightly. Snow Emperor, the protector of the extreme ice temple, obeys your orders. That's right, this snow-white figure that looks like an ice and snow elf is the leader of the 3 kings of the far north, a 790,000-year-old soul beast, a natural and naturally raised spirit of ice and snow, the Snow Emperor. When the ice-blue figure saw the other party's actions, he naturally knew what the other party was thinking and said softly, "Your time is coming. If you are not blessed by the spiritual creatures of heaven and earth, you will not survive the next catastrophe. My successor may be able to allow you to gain eternal life in another way." The ice-blue shadow looked at her with a somewhat kind expression in his eyes, like a father looking at his daughter. However, after hearing these words, Shweta just nodded slightly. There was a slight ripple in his silver-white eyes, but more of it was indifference. Damn human! Where did they go again? Why did the aura of the tribe suddenly disappear again? An ice scorpion with a completely green body, a golden mark on its head and a body as emerald as jade, tossed around for a long time beside the mountain where Luo Zixi was resting. Boom! Boom! Every step it moved was a test of the solidity of the mountain. Luo Zixi, who had just closed his eyes not long ago, was frightened awake after feeling this horrifying breath, and Hulina was also awakened by the shaking of the mountain. However, before she could say anything, Luo Zixi came directly behind her and covered her mouth tightly. However, the giant green scorpion that was hesitating outside the mountain still hadn't left. She could feel the presence of her people was indeed here. She thought about it over and over again, and she couldn't figure it out. She really couldn't figure it out. She really can't stand this with her bad temper. If brains aren't enough, make up for it with soul power. Boom! This big green scorpion directly released all its soul power, and actually wanted to raise the entire place to the ground. Damn you humans! I'm going to make you pay for the lives of my people. An angry female voice roared out from the mouth of the giant green scorpion, and Luo Zixi and Hulina looked at each other, and could see the solemnity in each other's eyes. Luo Zixi knew that this ice cave was definitely not a place to stay for long. If the mountain collapsed, they would be crushed directly. However, before he could release his ice spirit body and use the shaking of the iceberg to cover his movement, Luo Zixi felt as if he was being stared at by some terrifying existence. At this moment, a cold female voice came directly through the ice and reached his and Hulina's ears. "Dirty humans, I'm here to find you." End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Luo Zixi and number 039, S invincibility frame is too long, Shweta saves the day. Chapter 35, Luo Zixi's invincibility frame is too long, Shweta saves the day. A pair of emerald green eyes stared at Luo Zixi and Hulina through the more than 20-meter thick layer of ice and snow. Die! As the opponent's crystal green pincers, which were like a small hill, smashed directly on the ice, violent tremors spread throughout the entire snow mountain in an instant. Don't just stand there, hold on tight if you want to live. How could he not know who the other party was? It was the Ice Emperor Scorpion, a 400,000-year-old beast ranked second among the 3 heavenly kings of the far north. The Ice Emperor, after hearing Luo Zixi's words, Hulina subconsciously hugged him tightly from behind. As the ice surface completely shattered, the other party's emerald green eyes were fixed on him. Don't you feel the creepy feeling of being spied on by a ferocious beast from ancient times? Sister, I said I just happened to pass by and picked up 2 soul bones. Do you believe me? Luo Zixi showed some helplessness on his face, but who was Bingdi? How could he listen to the one-sided words of a human like him? Hee. Shh. Bingdi sneered, and then the scorpion tail behind her, which was like a giant sickle, stabbed directly at Luo Zixi. Boom! Following a loud roar, a deep pit was smashed out where Luo Zixi was originally standing. Looking at the cracked ground facing outwards, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Xian level intermediate skill, Phantom Immortal Step. He narrowly avoided the opponent's attack. Of course, if he had encountered this situation 2 days ago, he might have chosen to wait for death. But things are different now. He has mastered a magical skill unique to the far north. You know, his 3rd level ice spirit body can completely control all ice elements within a radius of 150 meters, so what if he adds the ice explosion technique? Moreover, this is the far north, and there is no shortage of ice elements. Dirty human, go to hell! Her huge ice tongs, carrying tiny particles like diamond ice crystals, flashed towards Luo Zixi's direction. Luo Zixi naturally knew that the opponent's attack was not simple, it was the Ice Emperor's claw. This is an innate ability of every ice scorpion. When its pincers become hard and covered with ice, they reach a terrifying ultra-low temperature. Buzz! The opponent's attack, as fast as thunder, slid down the night sky, and even the air was torn apart, making a mournful sound. However, this time Luo Zixi did not completely dodge it. Pfft! A stream of blood spurted out from his chest, but fortunately his reaction speed was fast enough, and the opponent's attack only tore a horrible crack in the flesh on his chest, but did not hurt the bones in his body. Sigh! The excruciating pain made Luo Zixi gasp. Fortunately, he can absorb the surrounding ice elements and transform them into wood spirit power in his body to repair his injuries. However, Ice Emperor is no pushover. Although she did not use her full strength in this attack, it is definitely not something the 2 little ants in front of her can dodge. Thinking of this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in her green eyes. Shh. Seeing that the next attack would directly split the 2 of them in half from head to toe, Hulina felt desperate at this moment. She didn't expect that in a place like the far north, there would be a super soul beast of 100,000 years level, burst. But as Luo Zixi moaned softly, the injuries on his body returned to normal. Not far from him, the ice element began to become restless. Boom! With Luo Zixi as the center, within a radius of 50 to 150 meters from him, a horrific explosion suddenly arose almost instantly. Just at this moment, a snow-white figure appeared on the snow-capped mountains in the distance. At this moment, she looked at the explosion below with a calm expression and had no intention of intervening. Are you the successor of Lord Ice God's throne? Then let me see what you are capable of. Damn human! Die! The Ice Emperor herself is a 380,000-year-old ferocious beast. In the far north, her overall strength is at the level of a 98th level Super Douluo. Now, she is still in the form of her original form, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, and her strength is even more powerful. But who is Luo Zixi? In this far north land full of ice elements, his ice spirit body can do so many things, not to mention that he also holds the powerful weapon of ice explosion in his hand. So what if I don't die? Do you really think I was brought up by being scared? Self-spirit fusion technique, Frost Forest. He didn't even have to absorb it deliberately, the vast ice element gathered in his body consciously. As the wood spirit power and ice spirit power in his body continued to merge, an extremely terrifying life force, with him as the main body, madly rushed into the underground. Boom! However, at this moment, a giant green claw tore through the wind and snow and was about to hit him, but at this critical moment, two dazzling scarlet lights quietly appeared behind him. A light pink figure quietly emerged from the second blood-colored soul ring, and there seemed to be a hint of resentment in her eyes as she looked at Luo Zixi. At this time, Hulina, who was standing behind Luo Zixi, also saw the girl's shadow. Invincible golden body. A clear female voice, along with the muffled sound of a giant emerald claw smashing down, echoed in the snow-white wilderness. Boom! An invisible air wave directly blew away the ice and snow in the sky. However, after the Ice Emperor saw Luo Zixi's soul ring, his hostility increased a bit. Whoosh! Oh! The next second, endless giant frost trees shot up into the sky almost instantly. Compared with the ones that had previously condensed in the Stardew Great Forest, the ones here appeared to be even more sturdy. The Ice Emperor's huge body was also staggered by this sudden change. But at this moment, she was still waiting for time. As long as the invincible golden body of the human in front of her disappeared, his death would be here. But, Bingdi is waiting, Luo Zixi is waiting too. The frost forest is now madly absorbing the surrounding ice elements. At this moment, there is already a lot of ice power stored in these frost trees, but these are just some eye-catching tricks. A crystal-clear emerald green soul bone appeared on his left hand, and he injected ice blue power into it. When Xuedi, who was standing far away and watching the battle, felt this situation, she slightly glanced. That's right, she was finally ready to take action. The moment she first saw Luo Zixi, perhaps because she had selfish motives or perhaps because she was unwilling to accept the result, she did not take direct action. But now it seems that this child is really a little different. Bing bing, stop it. At some point, a beautiful woman in a thin, snow-white dress appeared beside Bingdi. However, Bingdi was stunned at first when he saw the other party, but what followed was still the terrifying murderous aura that dyed the surrounding air blood red. No. This filthy human has killed so many of our compatriots. We can't just let him go. A girl's voice full of hostility came out of Bingdi's mouth, and it seemed that she really wanted to crush Luo Zixi to death. However, after hearing the other party's words, Xiao Wu, who was in the shadow state, simply refused to do it and stood directly in front of Luo Zixi to confront Bingdi face to face. You are so unreasonable, Scorpion. I am willing to sacrifice myself to Zixi. Wash your mouth before you speak. The setting of this article, Xuedi is the high priest of the god of ice, with the same nature as Qiandaoliu and Poseidon. Her strength in the far north is, the peak of level 99 ultimate Douluo, and her strength in other places is, an ordinary level 99 ultimate Douluo. If the protagonist wants to become the ice god, she must sacrifice her life, so she has selfish thoughts and resentment in her heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 36, The Ice God and Number 039, S Inheritance Place, the Ice Temple, formally meeting the Ice God and Number 039. Chapter 36, The Ice God's Inheritance Place, the Ice Temple, formally meeting the Ice God's remaining soul. The far north, the core area, the unfrozen lake, the lakeside. As a royal soul beast, how could you be so careless as to sacrifice yourself to such a weak human? A cute little girl with emerald hair and golden eyes, wearing a turquoise short skirt, asked the pink shadow sitting next to her in a very unhappily manner. Humph! You, a cold-blooded soul beast, wouldn't understand even if I told you. Zixi and I are in love with each other. That's right. This little lowly with emerald hair, golden eyes, and a turquoise miniskirt is the second of the three kings of the far north, the Ice Emperor, and the pink shadow is naturally Xiao Wu, who has been sacrificed to Luo Zixi. You two are in love? As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, you actually fell in love with a human after transforming. You are really pathetic. Haha, that's better than a cold-blooded soul beast like you. In the ice house, Luo Zixi and Xuedi sat opposite each other, and in front of him was a spiritual fruit that the other party had obtained from somewhere unknown. Listening to the bickering between Xiao Wu and Bing Di outside, Luo Zixi looked at Xue Di with a hint of apology in his eyes. So you have been chosen by another god, and the ice god misunderstood your meaning during the conversation. There was no joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness in Xue Di's voice, only calmness and indifference. Okay, I know what you're talking about. You can rest here tonight. Tomorrow I will escort you to the ice temple, the inheritance site of the ice god. She stood up slowly, and Luo Zixi was stunned after hearing the other party's words. So do I still have to go to the ice god's inheritance place? No, in fact, I don't want you to accept the inheritance of the ice god, but the oracle of the ice god asked me to take you there. As for whether you have been tested by other gods, that has nothing to do with me. Xue Di gently turned his head and looked at Luo Zixi, but at this moment he could see a hint of jealousy in the other's eyes. Yes, Snow Queen practiced for hundreds of thousands of years before she reached the pinnacle of the continent, but she could not take even one step forward. Soul beasts cannot become gods. This is the iron rule of the god realm. But now she saw a child who had only practiced for a few years being fought over by two gods. This huge gap made her feel deeply powerless. But soon she turned her gaze to Hulina. As for you, a little human girl? Never mind. Just go with him tomorrow. After saying this, Xue Di left the snow house directly. Even the snowstorm could not conceal her quiet and calm temperament. She was like an elf who was not affected by the mundane world. Outside the house, Xiao Wu and Bingdi, two girls with bad tempers, were still arguing about something. When Bingdi saw Suedi coming out, there was a little more joy in his golden eyes. Xue. With brisk steps, Ice Emperor quickly came to the side of Snow Emperor. Ah! Seeing that Bingdi was hugging her as usual, Suedi's cold eyes softened a little at this moment. Don't make it difficult for that little guy. His first spirit ring was a divinely bestowed spirit ring, his third spirit ring was taken from a 20,000-year-old evil shadow dragon, and his second ring was obtained through the sacrifice of this little sister Xiao Wu. Bingdi was also stunned after hearing her words, but he quickly reacted and muttered to himself while Suedi caressed him. What a freak! He only has 3 rings but is a soul king. He can even withstand my attacks. 2 of his rings are even 100,000 years old. Then Xue Di turned his gaze to Xiao Wu. As a fellow soul beast, you are really lucky, little girl. However, before Xiao Wu could react, Xue Di picked up Bingdi and entered the snow house they lived in. Xiao Wu, What do you mean? The next morning, the sky was still dark and heavy snow was still falling in the core area of the far north. Temperatures of more than 150 degrees below zero were normal here. This place is at the extreme point of the Douluo world, and the environment here is extremely harsh, so the sun is rarely seen here. This is why the residents of the Douluo continent call this a restricted area for humans. After all, the ultra-low temperature of more than 100 degrees below zero would make even a soul saint shiver. The temperature of the unfrozen lake located in the core area of the far north is even lower. Although it is called a lake, Xue Di learned from Xue Di that it is actually liquid ice formed by condensation and squeezing of extreme ice elements the size of soul molecules. According to Xue Di, the temperature of the unfrozen lake is about -270 degrees Celsius. This is the place created by the previous ice god after he became a god. It is also the only way to enter the extreme ice temple. Although the igloo is isolated from the cold wind and blizzard, the temperature inside the room is still around -70 to 80 degrees Celsius. Even if a person at the soul sage level were to rest in such a place, it would be tantamount to seeking death. However, Luo Zixi, the owner of the ice spirit body, is not afraid of the extreme conditions here at all. But it was a bit difficult for Hulina, because even if she covered herself with the fur of a third-level fire monster, she could not resist the extreme cold. However, in the end, in order to survive, she chose a safer but also very shameful method. Hulina, slave, S favorability increased by 10%, Hulina, slave, S current favorability is 40%. Hulina, slave, S favorability increased by 10%, Hulina, slave, S current favorability is 50%. Hulina, slave, S favorability increased by 10%, Hulina, slave, S current favorability is 60%. At 9 o'clock in the morning, when the sky was just getting light, Luo Zixi woke up from his sleep. An even breathing sound came from beside Luo Zixi's cheek. The warm breath with the fragrance of orchid brought him back to his senses instantly. A slight moaning sound came from Luo Zixi's arms, but it was not what you thought. Hulina slept close to Luo Zixi simply because she didn't want to freeze to death. At this moment, there were only two words in Luo Zixi's mind: fragrant and soft. As a lucky and excellent young man who has lived on Blue Star for 18 years, waking up to find a gorgeous girl of the same age hugging you tightly in her sleep, it is really hard not to feel excited in this situation. But if he wasn't afraid that she would freeze to death, Luo Zixi would not agree to let her hold him while sleeping. Half an hour later, Hulina followed Luo Zixi with her face flushed, her butt covered, and she was still muttering to herself. You are the master, but you can't do that. That's right, Hulina was spanked by Luo Zixi for staying in bed, just like Xiao Wu did before. Under the escort of the Snow Queen, they successfully reached the deepest part of the unfrozen lake, the Extreme Ice Temple. You are finally here, my successor. Before Luo Zixi stepped into this extremely cold palace made of ice, a familiar middle-aged man's voice sounded in his mind. Hey, old man, I didn't promise to be your successor. It was you who took the initiative to let your temple guardian take me here. End of this chapter. Chapter 37, Is the Ice God a Romantic Transformed Soul Beast? The Dying 10,000-Year-Old Ice SP. Chapter 37, Is the Ice God a Romantic Transformed Soul Beast? The dying year-old ice spirit dragon, however, when the ice god heard Luo Zixi's words, he was stunned at first, and then his very unhappy voice came directly from the hall. Why are you so stubborn? I am a god, and a first-level god at that. Although I can't compare to that old man, the sea god, I am definitely the best among the first-level gods. I advise you to be more sensible and not force me to force the throne on you. Bingshan's words seemed to imply that if you don't agree, I will rely on you, and Luo Zixi was confused after hearing his words. No, you are really a fool. Wow, really wow. As the saying goes, those who are suffering from drought will die of drought, and those who are suffering from floods will die of floods. But the truth is that he simply doesn't care about things like the throne of God. Now, with the god of life in his left hand and a god of ice in his right hand, do you really think he is a bastard? You stuff everything into his body. After hearing the voice, Hulina and Xuede looked at each other for a rare moment. In fact, Hulina only found out from the conversation between Luo Zixi and Xuede yesterday that the other party already had a divine inheritance. After learning this, her mood became much more confused. Recalling his previous confrontation with the titled Douluo level Elder Jew, and his calmness and composure when confronting the nearly 400,000-year-old beast, she knew that she and the other party were two completely different people. She was once hailed as the leader of the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation and was also the direct disciple of the current Pope. However, compared with her, who was considered a genius in the eyes of the world, there was still a world of difference. Hearing the ice god's seemingly threatening words, Luo Zixi directly called for help in his sea of consciousness. Hey, hey! I need to come out and do something. If you don't come out soon, your successor will be poached by someone else. Luo Zixi continued to beat the inheritance left by the goddess of life in his sea of spirit. On the other side, in the divine realm, in the temple of life, in the boudoir of the goddess of life. Wu. Who is calling this goddess? The goddess of life rubbed her still sleepy eyes. She had only slept for a short while. Everyone gets grumpy when waking up, let alone a goddess. Is it that handsome boy Luo Zixi? Never mind, I will go down and see what happened this time. If there is nothing wrong, I will not be polite. Douluo continent, the far north, the core area, deep in the unfrozen lake, inside the extreme ice temple. Boy, have you thought it through? Do you want me to be rough or gentle? The ice god didn't seem to be in a hurry, as if he had already defeated Luo Zixi. Hulina's eyes were full of envy. After all, this is the throne of God. As long as you pass the test of God, you can become a great god. Old man, if you know what's best for you, get us out of here right away. Otherwise, when my sister comes over to beat you up, it will be too late. Luo Zixi was not in a hurry either. I'm waiting for my saintly sister. Are you waiting for chicken feathers? Ha ha ha. Your sister? I'm telling you, today, even if you bury me in the ground and chop off my head and kick it like a ball, you still have to accept my inheritance of the throne of God. The ice god seemed to be amused by Luo Zixi's words, and he actually laughed without any image. After hearing his voice, Xuedi's delicate face, which was originally whiter than snow, turned dark. Even in death, he was still the same as he was tens of thousands of years ago. However, Xuedi was also curious about which god in the god realm the elder sister Luo Zixi was referring to. After all, a first-level god was very important in the god realm boom. However, before the ice god could finish his laugh, an emerald-green shadow descended directly into the far north. At this time, Bingdi, who was eating fruit and teasing the bear above, was frightened by this scene. However, before she could come to her senses, she found that the shadow had actually sunk into the unfrozen lake. Humph! You're lucky you ran fast, otherwise I would have let it go. Bingdi glanced at the little face, and quickly moved away from here, holding the big ears of the white ice bear beside her, which was dozens of times bigger than her. Ouch! Ice bear seemed to want to say something, but Ice Emperor's white little hand still did not loosen. That's Lord Ice God's territory, it's okay. 2.5 minutes later, inside the ice temple. The residual soul of an ice-blue middle-aged man was lying in the center of the hall, while another beautiful emerald-green shadow was holding an emerald-green scepter and waving at him. Sister! I was wrong. I didn't know he was your successor. After another round of swinging the stick, the beautiful emerald-green figure seemed to have calmed down, and the ice-blue middle-aged man's eyes had lost their original luster. You flirted with good soul beasts before you transformed, and you still flirted with good soul beasts after you transformed. We in the god realm don't care about your romantic affairs in the lower world, but you dared to flirt with good soul beasts in the god realm. If it weren't for my divine thought, it would have been extremely difficult for you to transform into a god. Do you really think that after the divine beast riot caused by you, my colleagues would have been kind enough to leave a trace of your divine thought in the world? That's right, this emerald-green shadow is the incarnation of the goddess of life, but at this moment she seemed to have said something extraordinary. After hearing the words of the goddess of life, Luo Zixi, Hulina, Xuedi, and Xiao Wu, their 4 pairs of eyes and 8 pupils were filled with confusion and helplessness. No, is this really something they can listen to without paying? Ahem, big sister, look. The remnant soul of the ice god pouted towards Luo Zixi, but the goddess of life did not tolerate him at all. Bang! He was sent flying by the cane. I was already annoyed by being woken up, and now I see a horrible thing like you. After she finished speaking, she looked back at Luo Zixi, slowly came in front of him, and floated in the air, looking Luo Zixi up and down. Tisk, you're quite handsome, but you're still too weak. I'll leave this power of my sister with you. After teasing the inheritor Luo Zixi, she turned her gaze to Hulina with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Your talent is pretty good, but it's still a little short of the standard for inheriting the divine test. It's not bad to be a servant who warms the bed of my successor. The shadow of the goddess of life playfully passed through Hulina's body and then turned into a spot of light and merged into Luo Zixi's body. At this moment, Hulina only felt that the speed of her soul power circulation seemed to have increased a bit. As the shadow of the goddess of life left, Luo Zixi looked back at the ice god whose face was covered with scars, and then he sighed. It's not just him, Xiao Wu and the others are the same, even Xuedi is the same. Moreover, one can see deep helplessness in Xuedi's eyes. After all, Xuedi is unlucky to have such a romantic god with abnormal sexual orientation and mental state. But just when Xuedi was about to take them away, Bing Shen actually licked his face and spoke again. Little brother, I see you are short of spirit rings. I have 100,000-year spirit ring here. Do you want it? There was some hesitation in the ice god's voice when he said this, and after hearing this, Luo Zixi stopped where he was and looked back at the ice god's shadow. Free. Yet. Free. Seeing the other party being so proactive, Luo Zixi always felt something was wrong, but soon Luo Zixi suddenly had a very ridiculous idea in his mind. It's your former child? And it's dying. After hearing Luo Zixi's words, the ice god's phantom couldn't help but blush. Ahem, look at what you said. But she is my great-great-great-granddaughter. Don't worry, although she is not in a very good condition now, she is an ice spirit dragon with pure true dragon blood. In the original setting, the ice god is already dead, and he also gave birth to a lineage of snow demon titans with the Titan clan. As for why there is no such thing, that depends on my secondary creation. Please watch the VCR. Ice God's second creation setting. The ice god died 150,000 years ago. His original form was a 190,000-year-old violent ice ape. He was extremely lustful, but was only interested in large female soul beasts. After transforming, he still didn't like human women, and gave birth to the Titan snow demon lineage in the far north with the Troll Titan clan that had not yet become extinct on the continent at that time. After becoming a god with the faith of all the tribes in the far north, he met the Snow Empress, the spirit of ice and snow who was born for the first time in the world, and trained her to become the high priest of the extreme ice temple before ascending to heaven. After ascending to the divine realm, he still did not change his bad habits. He became lustful towards the female divine beasts that remained in the divine realm at that time, which later caused a collective riot among the divine beast population. Finally, he was helplessly beheaded by the god Shura in the first 30 years after he became a god. Later, the goddess of life took pity on him and left a wisp of his soul in the human world to find his successor. This is just a secondary setting of this book, and has nothing to do with the original Douluo of San Shao. End of this chapter. Chapter 38, Sacrifice of the Ice Spirit Dragon, Taoist Thoughts. Chapter 38, Sacrifice of the Ice Spirit Dragon, Qian Daolia's Thoughts. Hearing the personal admission from the ice god's remnant spirit, Luo Zixi felt his head spinning. Good fellow, he is really good. He has lived happily in the god realm for so many years, and his remaining soul can even meet his descendants after staying in the underworld. Hi, it is hi. And the other party is really a wolf mine. Well, I am indeed short of 2 spirit rings older than 80,000 years. If this ice spirit dragon is willing to sacrifice herself, I will do my best to preserve her soul. Luo Zixi didn't waste any time. She said it was a free spirit ring, so why not just accept it? As long as it is more than 80,000 years old, he is not picky now. I apologize for my previous offense. I would like to thank you for saving my life. The phantom of the ice god bowed to Luo Zixi to express his gratitude, and Luo Zixi just nodded slightly in response. After all, he is now the successor of the god of life, and his status is no lower than that of the remnant soul of the god of ice. With a wave of his hand, an ice spirit dragon with a body length of 30 meters and a width of 10 meters appeared in front of everyone. Although the opponent's body was covered with noble ice blue scales, its breath and life signs were already extremely weak. When Xuedi saw the ice spirit dragon, there was a hint of surprise and confusion in her snow-white eyes. Bing Shen also explained after seeing the other party's expression. Shui Di, you read it right. It is the ice spirit dragon that was hunted by human spirit masters 3,000 years ago. It is also the only pure-blooded real dragon with ice attribute left on the continent today. The ice god smiled silently when he said this. After all, her grandmother's grandmother and I were together more than 100,000 years ago, cough cough. It's okay, I will help you wake her up. As an ice blue light fell from the ice god's phantom into the body of the 100,000-year-old ice spirit dragon, her originally weak heart began to slowly resume its steady beating. It struggled to open its heavy eyelids and looked towards the shadow of the ice god, with a hint of gratitude in its ice blue eyes. Xiaoling, you should offer sacrifice to him. He is the successor of the god of life. In the future, you may be able to rely on him to gain eternal life. At this moment, the ice god was no longer as frivolous as before, and instead looked like an elder comforting a younger one. Roar! The ice spirit dragon growled in agreement, then placed its huge body in front of Luo Zixi. As if he had sensed something, Luo Zixi placed his left hand on the opponent's huge dragon head. An ice blue light suddenly bloomed from the ice spirit dragon's huge body, exactly the same as when Xiao Wu sacrificed herself before, and this special and sacred aura once again echoed across the entire Douluo continent. At the same time, Spirit Hall, Elder Hall. Bibi Dong, dressed in the majestic purple gold Pope's robe, is now confronting Qian Daoliu and other priests of the Elders' Hall. He is a divine examiner who is of the same lineage as your noble angels. Don't you want to eliminate this threat at its source, High Priest? There was a hint of sneer in Bibi Dong's eyes at this moment. She guessed that the old man Qian Daoliu would not let a god inheritor who did not belong to the Spirit Hall be out there without a care. At this moment, Qian Daoliu looked at Bibi Dong with disgust in his eyes, but now Bibi Dong was in a high position and was Shue'er's mother, and she was suspected to have the aura of other gods. Therefore, it is not reasonable for him to take action against Bibi Dong, the apparent ruler of the Spirit Hall. Haha, one-sided statements cannot be used as evidence. Qian Daoliu made up a random excuse and wanted to drive the guests away, but at this moment, a special and sacred aura like the one 5 years ago came from the direction of the far north to the Spirit Hall. In almost an instant, the eyes of Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong became solemn, and the golden crocodile Douluo, who had the highest cultivation level among the crowd at the back, seemed to have sensed something, and there was a bit of unnaturalness in his eyes when he looked at Qian Daoliu. So what about now? Should Great Priest Qian Daoliu be nervous? I remember that there seemed to be a soul beast sacrifice 5 years ago. But if the person sacrificed by the soul beast 5 years ago is the divine examiner who is being sacrificed now? Ha 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 ha. Bibi Dong stopped talking here, then she turned around and left. After all, in her opinion, she was not the one who should be anxious now. After the other party left, Qian Daoliu began to think about it. But if it was true as Bibi Dong said that the 2 soul beasts sacrificed one person, and that person also passed the god's assessment, then Golden Crocodile, take Guangling and Bibi Dong with you. There was a gleam of brilliance in Qian Daoliu's golden eyes. The person chosen by the gods is definitely a genius that only appears once in a million years on the continent. According to Bibi Dong's description, the other party is still a teenager. If the other party can submit to the Spirit Hall and marry Shue'er, then even if Bibi Dong can become a god in the future, she will definitely not be Shue'er's opponent. That's right, although Qian Daoliu was afraid of the rising divine examiner, he was more worried about Bibi Dong, the invisible bomb hiding beside him. Qian Daoliu completed the 8th test of angels when he was still a young man and inherited his father's position as high priest. He is much more familiar with the aura of gods than Tang Chen and Poseidon. And he also captured the divine aura that Bibi Dong had accidentally leaked out of. As for why the other party did not confess, Qian Daoliu attributed it to the fact that the other party did not trust him, but considering that the other party worked diligently for the Spirit Hall, he did not expose it. In the evening, inside the elders' hall, in a dark room. "Brother, are we really?" Golden Crocodile looked at Qian Daolio with difficulty at this time, and Guangling Douluo had the same unsightly expression as him. After all, hunting and killing the divine assessors was the first time such a thing had happened on the continent. Since the other party is a candidate for the god assessment, he must have at least a peak level 98 warrior protecting him. And now that he has obtained the inheritance of the god in the far north, his god position is likely to be that of the ice god. Having said this, Qian Daolio showed a wise smile. After hearing these words, Guangling and Jinyu were both full of question marks. Are there any special connections between these words and their plan to surround and kill each other? Don't put too much effort in the fight. Remember, your goal is to bring this divine examiner back intact as much as possible. As for killing the other party, that is only Bibi Dong's personal wish. You two have to protect each other's lives when necessary. After he finished speaking, Qian Daolio directly transmitted the message to the Golden Crocodile. "Old buddy, our temple of worship is still lacking a son-in-law worthy of Shuer. But if the other party refuses to cooperate, then just kill him." After hearing Qian Daolio's message, Golden Crocodile Douluo's golden eyes revealed a hint of disbelief, but followed by an inexplicable excitement. He knew that if this thing could really succeed, the rewards it would bring would definitely be huge. "Brother, I know what to do." Guangling Douluo, so what do you know? "I don't know yet." Golden Crocodile Douluo is the only one who knows Qian Rongxiu's identity, which is written in the original novel. End of this chapter. Chapter 39, The Slave Falls in Love with the Master. Chapter 39, The Slave Falls in Love with the Master, Douluo Limited Edition. It is detected that a 100,000-year-old dying ice spirit dragon that has lost most of its energy is offering a sacrifice for the host. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the 110,000-year-old ice spirit dragon soul ring. The entry was extracted successfully. Red entry, critical hit. When the enemy's soul power and blood are both depleted by 90%, a fatal hit is triggered. Red entry, golden spirit body, perfection wherever it goes, no one can hurt it. Golden entry, true invincible golden body, after use, you can enter the true invincible state, which lasts for 5 seconds, the cooling time is 15 minutes. Red entry, fire spirit body, the state of perfection, can resist all kinds of fire, and is immune to all kinds of fire. Red entry, body of light spirit, the state of perfection, the power of light can dispel all evil and filth, the Holy Spirit shines in the world, and nothing can be broken. Red entry, king of involution, forces the host to practice for 14 hours a day, but the practice speed is doubled. Red entry, gentleman, as a gentleman, you may not steal, rob, or deprive others of their freedom, but no evil thing in the world may harm you in the slightest. Blue entry, I am your dad, your enemies will call you dad when they meet you, cooldown time is 3 minutes. Blue entry, please call me handsome, your enemies will call you handsome when they meet you, cooldown time is 2.5 minutes. Guaranteed gold entry, resurrection armor, after the host dies, he will be resurrected once unconditionally on the spot, and the cooldown time of all skills on the panel except the resurrection armor will be restored. If the host dies during the resurrection armor cooldown period, he will die completely, the cooldown time is 1 year. Along with a series of prompt sounds from the system, an electronic panel appeared in front of Luo Zixi. Luo Zixi's face was full of speechlessness. Let's not talk about the 2 blue entries for now. After all, no matter how outrageous the blue ones are, they are acceptable. But what's the matter with your 2 red entries? What the hell is the king of involution? What about forced training, and you put this red entry of a gentleman here to imply me? Stealing, taking, robbing, and seizing, as well as restricting others' freedom, I have not left out a single one. What does it mean that all evil things in the world cannot harm you at all? What if he encounters someone full of holy light who wants to kill him? Luo Zixie's head grew big when he looked at the entries the system gave him this time. After removing these 4, there were only 6 left. After thinking it over, Luo Zixie confirmed her choice. System: Fusion Resurrection Armor, Gold, True Invincible Golden Body, Gold, Light Spirit Body, Red. Congratulations to the host for integrating the golden entry, Resurrection Armor. Congratulations to the host for integrating the golden entry, True Invincible Golden Body. Congratulations to the host for integrating the red entry, Light Spirit Body. In fact, Luo Zixie wanted to choose the body of Fire Spirit, but after some thought, he chose the attribute of light. After all, the fire element is really useless in the extremely low temperature of more than 150 degrees below zero in the far north. Ding! Huanling Xians is automatically repairing the soul of the 100,000-year-old Ice Spirit Dragon. Ding! Repair successful. The soul of the 100,000-year-old Ice Spirit Dragon Xiaoling has been included in Huanling Xians. As the soul of the 100,000-year-old Ice Spirit Dragon was collected into the Fantasy Spirit Fairyland, this sacrifice gradually came to an end. The Light Spirit body merged into his body, and Luo Zixie's temperament seemed to have added a bit of holiness at this moment. After feeling this scene, Xuedi's eyebrows were full of doubts. The breath of light? The Ice Spirit Dragon has the attribute of light. The sacrifice was over, and Luo Zixie's figure slowly fell to the ground. Now, with the blessing of the succubus body, his appearance has reached a new height. Name: Luo Zixie. Sex: Maleage, Wuhan. Entry Collection Bag Soul Power Level, Level 56 Soul King, Soul Ring, Red, Red, Black, Red. Fighting Chi Level, 9-star Grand Fighter Appearance, Succubus herself Constitution, Wood Spirit Body, Super Recovery, Super Healing, King of Plants, Succubus Body, Current Charm Value 1295%, Example, 40% of an ordinary person. Skills: Xian Level Advanced Skills, Phantom Wood Heart Skill, Xian Level Advanced Fighting Skills, Phantom Wood Cotton Palm, Perfect, Xian Level Intermediate Footwork, Phantom Immortal Step, Perfect. Ice Explosion, Perfect, Slave Mark, Perfect. ×1 ×380 ×12 ×43 ×19. Current entry: Body of the Succubus, Gold, Body of the Wood Spirit, Red, Too Lazy to Move, Black, Phantom Spirit, Gold, Traveling Through the Myriad Worlds, Color, Heaven-Defying Enlightenment, Gold, Body of the Ice Spirit, Red, Famous Sword Sima, Gold, Super Lucky, Gold, Body of the Light Spirit, Red, True Invincible Golden Body, Gold, Resurrection Armor, Gold. 100%, 1000%, 100%, 99%, 95%, 98%, 70%, 65%. Comprehensive evaluation: the succubus comes to the world, the Emperor's posture. Looking at his current panel, Luo Zixie couldn't help but feel emotional. Once he gets out of the far north, he will go and seek revenge on that old thief Tang Hao. However, although the soul ring of this 100,000-year-old Ice Spirit Dragon was very beautiful, the energy it provided to him was really pitifully small, and it only slightly improved him by 3 or 4 levels. Luo Zixie felt a pang of pain in his heart when he thought of this. If the other party was intact, then the energy brought by this sacrifice could at least increase his level by 3 to 4 levels. At the same time, in Luo Zixie's spiritual sea, inside the fantasy fairyland, a ball of ice blue energy gradually gathered into a petite little loli, who looked at the misty fog around her with a bit of confusion in her sky blue eyes. But soon she felt as if she could open a passage to the outside world. As her mind moved, her figure disappeared from the spot almost instantly. Outside world, inside the extreme ice temple. While Luo Zixie was still in a daze, a blue shadow floated out of his body. Hey? Is this the extreme ice temple? In the evening, in the snow house outside the unfrozen lake. Luo Zixi lay comfortably on the ice bed covered with the fur of a third-level monster and rested. After all, after Xue Di saw that the ice spirit dragon's soul was revived, the other party immediately agreed to help him find another 100,000-year-old soul beast that could be sacrificed for him. Luo Zixi was in a very good mood about this. There was a fundamental difference between sacrificing soul beasts and killing soul beasts to absorb their soul rings. If nothing unexpected happened, his strength would definitely reach the Soul Emperor level after accepting another sacrifice. Then I can ask Xue Di to help me find a new soul beast. After all, there are not many ferocious beasts in the far north, but there are quite a few soul beasts over 80,000 years old. Accompanied by a burst of sweet and soft fragrance wriggling on his body, Luo Zixi gradually came back to his senses, and then a series of electronic sounds came from Luo Zixi's mind. Hulina, slave, favorability increased by 5%, current favorability 70%. Hulina, slave, favorability increased by 5%, current favorability 75%. That's right. At this moment Hulina fell asleep in Luo Zixi's arms for warmth just like yesterday, but today she felt Luo Zixi's body was particularly warm. As if she had sensed something, Hulina, who had originally pressed her cheek against Luo Zixi's chest, looked up and saw Luo Zixi's strange eyes. Hulina and Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall are both slaves. I wonder if Jian Rongxue will be the heroine or a slave girl. The female masters buckle 1. The female slaves buckle 2, buckle here, it mainly depends on everyone's opinions. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, Hulina completely falls. Bibi Dong arrives. Chapter 40, Hulina completely falls. Bibi Dong arrives inside the Huanling fairyland. The ice dragon Xiaoling looked at her little slave Hulina hugging her master with full of curiosity. Sister Xiao Wu, what are the master and this little slave doing? At this moment, Xiao Wu, who was sitting next to Xiaoling and watching this erotic scene, had an unhappy look written all over her pretty face. However, the other party was the closed disciple of Pope Bibi Dong, and now he had become a little slave for her husband to play with at will, so she was still quite happy in her heart. Looking at her current slutty expression, Xiao Wu was really curious about how Pope Bibi Dong, who killed her mother, would feel after knowing this. Would he kill her with a single knife? As for whether the other party would steal her position as the mistress? That was absolutely impossible. Xiao Wu could even guarantee that the other party's slave status would never change in Luo Zixi's eyes. If Hulina is a slave, she will always be a slave. If I am the mistress, I will always be the mistress. She loves Luo Zixi, but now her body has been sacrificed to Luo Zixi, so before that she can only let Hulina, the wanton fox from the spirit hall, help her husband warm the bed. After all, you can't let anyone down, but you can't let your husband down. Little Ling, let's not watch these. Sister Xiao will take you to get familiar with them. Xiao Wu pinched Xiao Ling's tender little face. She was very happy that there was a little sister who could chat with her. After all, although Huanling Xian's is very comfortable, she will feel lonely when Zixi doesn't come in to play with her. Inside the ice house, Luo Zixi and Hulina looked at each other. Hulina, slave, favorability plus 10%, current Hulina, slave, favorability 85%. Hey? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Listening to the continuous prompt sounds from the system, Luo Zixi felt that something was not right. System, what happened to Hulina? Luo Zixi quickly asked the system in his mind. After all, the current system can answer some questions that happened to him. Ding! Succubus body, host's charm will increase unlimitedly as the level increases. Girls living nearby will gradually be attracted to the host and plot ill will in the future. Host, please protect your personal safety. The current host's succubus body level is too high. Women who have close contact with the host for a long time will gradually be attracted to the host. The system has no solution. Please protect your personal safety. As the system voice fell, Luo Zixi felt that he was now overwhelmed. After all this time, is there a drawback to improving my strength too quickly? However, the improvement of strength is imminent now, and he will not be at peace unless he kills Tang Hao and Tang San as soon as possible. Master, can I do this, my servant? At this moment, in Hulina's vision and mind, she only felt that Luo Zixi was a truly perfect man who attracted her. Peerless beauty, divine examiner, and powerful strength, these three are almost like three heart-shaped knives stabbing into one's heart. She really likes Luo Zixi. Even though she is his slave now, she still likes him very much. Before Luo Zixi could react, the little slave Hulina gave him her first kiss. At this moment, she entangled Luo Zixi in the quilt like an octopus. But who is Luo Zixi? In his previous life, he was an 18-year-old good young man. His age in both lives combined is already over 30 years old. Although I don't have any experience in kissing, has it ever been possible that I haven't seen a pig run even if I haven't eaten pork? Fortunately, his first kiss was taken away by Xiao Wu on that stormy night 5 years ago, so there was no need for him to care whether it was his first kiss or not. As the saying goes, if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard, let alone taking advantage of your own slaves. Hulina, slave, favorability plus 5%, current Hulina, slave, favorability plus 90% Hulina, slave, favorability plus 10%, current Hulina, slave, favorability plus 100%. After a long time, Luo Zixi finally let go of Hulina, who was almost suffocated by lack of oxygen. Although it was Hulina who took the initiative to send her away at the beginning, how could Luo Zixi be bound by her? Huff huff, Hulina broke out in a sweat and collapsed in Luo Zixi's arms. Just when she was about to take the next step, she felt a piercing chill rushing to her brain. Her hazy consciousness came back to her senses almost instantly, but when she saw Luo Zixi's handsome face so close to her again and felt his perfect body fitting against her, her eyes were instantly filled with a layer of pink love. Bah! But then, another chill ran straight through her head, and then Luo Zixi's indifferent voice reached her ears. You are just my bed-warming slave. You can't refuse what I give you, but you can't touch what I don't give you. At noon the next day, Luo Zixi slowly opened his eyes on the ice bed. At this time, Hulina's cheeks were red and she was still holding him tightly with her hands, as if she was afraid that Luo Zixi would abandon her. At this time, Xiao Wu, who was in the fantasy fairy lake, was looking at Hulina, the little slave, hugging her husband here. Although she was not very happy in her heart, she was still very satisfied with Luo Zixi's attitude last night. After all, in the soul beast's worldview, powerful creatures are qualified to have multiple spouses, just like the emperors in the human world can have 3,000 beauties in their harem. Of course, if you don't have the strength, let alone having 3 wives and 4 concubines, it would be difficult to even find a female soul beast that is willing to be with you. Hulina's appearance and figure are indeed alluring, and she exudes an alluring charm all the time. In the situation that happened last night, basically any man would be unable to control himself, but Luo Zixi is still very principled. He would not give his virginity to the female slave under his command. After getting dressed and opening the door, Luo Zixi found that Shuedi and Bingdi had already placed spiritual fruits picked from somewhere on the table outside the house. Oh, you are so lucky, you have 2 lovely 100,000-year-old female soul beasts to sacrifice to you, and you even sleep with a charming little slave in your arms at night. Bingdi looked at Luo Zixi with a wicked smile in her eyes, as if she had secretly witnessed the whole process last night. Haha, you little loli are not ordinary. You actually like a pure and beautiful big sister. Hearing Bingdi's teasing, Luo Zixi was not to be outdone. In terms of views on love, Bingdi's was obviously more explosive. However, after hearing Luo Zixi's words, Bingdi was obviously unhappy. As a ferocious beast with high intelligence, she could clearly hear that Luo Zixi was teasing her. You unreasonable fellow, I will settle all old and new scores with you today. However, although Bingdi said this, he was actually using the most common methods such as pulling hair and scratching people with his nails to fight Luo Zixi one-on-one. Xue De laughed silently at the scene. Their far north had not been so lively for a long time. At this time, the big white bear lying behind Xue De was looking at the fight between Bing Di and Luo Zixi with a puzzled look on his face, his dark eyes full of confusion. But before the two of them could finish their fight, Xue De felt several unfamiliar forces approaching the inner area of the far north. Bing Di seemed to have sensed something at this moment and stopped fighting with Luo Zixi. It seems that there are guests coming to the far north, and there seem to be quite a few of them. Binger, go and call the Titan Snow Demon over first, and tell him that I ordered him to come. On the other side, the inner area of the far north. At this moment, Bibi Dong was flying high in the sky with 6 purple wings on her back, scanning the surroundings for places where human beings might live. Less than 100 meters to her left and right stood 2 figures, 1 gold and 1 black. On the ground behind them, 2 figures, 1 blue and 1 dark gold, were walking slowly at the back. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 History repeats itself. Teacher, I love him. Chapter 41 History repeats itself. Teacher, I love him. Bibi Dong Hulina, Yu Xiaogong Luo Zixi. After hearing what Xue De said, Luo Zixi also felt that something was wrong. Seeing that Bing Di was about to go find the Titan Snow Demon King, Luo Zixi suddenly had a somewhat absurd idea in his mind. Hiodi, wait a moment. The silly Ice Emperor who was about to go find the Titan Snow Demon King was stopped right where he was after hearing Luo Zixi's words. What? I don't have time to play house with you right now. After saying that, Bing Di no longer paid attention to Luo Zixi and prepared to call that bastard Titan Snow Demon King over as soon as possible. SHH. SHH. However, at this moment, 2 crystal-clear emerald-green bones were thrown directly to Bing Di by Luo Zixi, and after feeling this breath, the other party's emerald-green eyes widened. But before he could open his mouth, Luo Zixi shut her up with a single word. Ice explosion and extreme ice favor. These are what was left after the two killed each other. I will return them to you now. Luo Zixi's words were concise and to the point, and after Bing Di heard the 2 skills Luo Zixi mentioned, her originally gloomy eyes almost instantly flashed with a gleam of brilliance. Crack! The Ice Emperor opened his small mouth and placed the soul bone containing the ice explosion technique directly into his delicate little mouth and began to chew it as easily as if he was eating a pancake. If it is the ice explosion technique, then I will trust you for once. As she said this, the Ice Emperor swallowed the 40,000-year-old ice scorpion soul bone in just a few bites. Then she swallowed half of the 80,000-year-old soul bone that possessed the talent skill of extreme ice favor. This scene made Luo Zixi feel a chill on her back. If we are not sisters, how could your teeth be so good? As Bing Di swallowed the 2 soul bones in a few bites, Luo Zixi was surprised to find that her body surface was emitting a light golden glow. Although I am still very unhappy with your behavior, thank you very much this time. Immediately, the Ice Emperor turned into a residual shadow and disappeared in the ice and snow. After seeing this scene, the Snow Emperor raised his eyebrows, as if he was happy for the Ice Emperor. Only Luo Zixi was left standing there in confusion. No, not only does she have good teeth, but her digestive ability is also that strong. However, at this moment, Xue De seemed to sense Luo Zixi's doubts and began to explain. In Binger's tribe, talents and abilities can be taken from each other. Although Binger does not have any companion talents, she possesses the purest royal bloodline in the tribe. She doesn't like the killing of her own kind, so after she broke through 200,000 years of cultivation, she used her absolute strength to suppress the killing of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan, and she herself has never taken away the talents of her own people. Having said this, Xue De turned his gaze to Luo Zixi. The 2 soul bones you gave him contain the 2 strongest talents of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan. Don't look at her current expression. In fact, she should be quite happy in her heart. On the other side, outside the lair of the Titan Snow Demon King, the Ice Emperor felt the two forces in his body. Although there was excitement in his eyes, there was also a bit of cruelty. What he didn't expect was that some members of his tribesmen openly disobeyed his orders and attacked their own people. "You big fool, there are foreign spirit masters coming to our far north to mess things up, are you going to go or not?" The voice of the Ice Emperor stretched for miles, and after her voice, the huge iceberg cave suddenly trembled violently. "What does it have to do with me if an outsider comes? Leave immediately and don't force me to use force." A long and lingering sound came from it, and although Bingdi was angry at this moment, now was not the time to teach the other party a lesson. "It's up to you to come or not. I have delivered the message that Xuedi asked me to pass on. If you don't go, I'm afraid Xuedi will crush your skull this time." After saying that, Bingdi turned around and left. As for whether the other party would come? Haha, if the opponent comes, he might be injured and killed in battle, but if he doesn't come, he will definitely be crushed to death by Xuedi. After the Ice Emperor left, the Titan Snow Demon King's eyes, which were as big as stone lions, were filled with uncertainty. But soon he took his heavy steps and headed towards the direction of the unfrozen lake. A quarter of an hour later, all the soul beasts in the core area of the far north were driven away by the Snow Queen to a distance of 50 miles. The Snow Queen was not only the high priestess of the Ice Temple, but she was also the king of all soul beasts in the far north. Hulina had come behind Luo Zixi when she was talking to the Snow Queen. But when she knew that it was most likely her teacher who sent people to the far north to find her and her master, her expression was filled with nervousness and uneasiness. Really, if possible, she didn't want her teacher to come looking for her. She didn't want to go anywhere now and just wanted to stay with her master Luo Zixi. "Master, my teacher." Hulina's eyes were full of uneasiness at this moment. After all, she knew that the sister beside her was a 790,000-year-old ferocious beast, and her strength was comparable to that of a 99-level extreme Douluo in the human world. She didn't want to leave Luo Zixi, but she also didn't want to see her teachers suffer heavy losses because of her. "So my little slave, do you want to go back?" Luo Zixi directly pulled her into his arms at this time, and there was a hint of amusement in his eyes when he looked at her. No, I don't want to go back. I just want to stay with my master and not go anywhere." Hulina was stunned at first after hearing Luo Zixi's words, but then an inexplicable fear flashed in her brown-black eyes. "Don't want to go back? Well, then you can talk to your teacher later. After all, I'm not forcing you to stay." Luo Zixi casually pulled Hulina's little face, and then looked towards Xuedi. "Xuedi, thank you very much this time." However, upon hearing this, Xuedi just nodded slightly. "You and I are destined to be together. Maybe I will need your help in the future." At this time, Bingdi was in human form just like Xuedi. The little loli stood directly in front of them. After hearing the conversation between Luo Zixi and Xuedi, she looked back at him. "You guys just hide behind me for a while, I will get serious later." The arrogant Ice Emperor is protecting his child online. The Titan Snow Demon King, who was standing aside waiting at this time, was a little dazed by the scene, but when he saw the figure of the Snow Emperor, he felt a chill on his back. Soon, 3 figures appeared first. It was Bibi Dong, who was floating in the air relying on her soul power, and the 2 generals, Yu Guan and Gui Mei, who had been by her side for many years. And the last 2 people who appeared were wearing masks, a tall middle-aged man and a short little kid. Bibi Dong, who was floating in the air, recognized Hulina standing in the crowd below almost the moment she approached. "Nana." When Bibi Dong saw that she had finally found her most beloved disciple, even her cold and vicious eyes softened a little. However, at this time, after hearing her teacher's voice, Hulina hid behind Luo Zixi, lowered her head and remained silent. After seeing this scene, anger and dissatisfaction instantly rose in Bibi Dong's eyes when she looked at Luo Zixi. "Boy, I'll give you one last chance to survive. Let Nana go now." There was still a hint of madness in her voice, but Luo Zixi didn't care whether she was crazy or not, and just gently signaled Hulina to reply. "Old teacher, I." Hulina felt sad when she saw the teacher who had rescued her and her brother from the rubble, but in the end she remained firm in her inner thoughts. "Teacher, please go back. Even if I beg you, I really like him." End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Bibi Dong's Rage and the Enhanced Ice Emperor's Powerful Strength. Chapter 42 Bibi Dong's Rage and the Enhanced Ice Emperor's Powerful Strength. But after Hulina's voice fell, not only Bibi Dong, but even Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo were stunned. Ju Wu Douluo and Gui Wu Douluo looked at each other and could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. Does this scene seem so familiar? However, Bibi Dong, who was already blinded by anger, did not care about these things. At this moment, her eyes were filled with anger and ferocity as she looked at Luo Zixi. Golden Crocodile Douluo and Light Feather Douluo, who were standing behind the three of them, were frozen in place. They looked at each other and could see the gloating in each other's eyes. Perhaps they thought that the task assigned to them by Qian Daolio was very simple, so they both treated the matter for fun. After all, as long as Bibi Dong could tie up with the other party's protector, wouldn't it be easy for the two of them to kidnap a kid with the cultivation level of a soul king? "Nana, what kind of drug did he give you? You've only been captured by him for a few days and you've already dared to disobey your master's orders." After all, Hulina was her most beloved disciple, and Bibi Dong now wanted her to change her mind and leave the divine examiner who was about to be killed by her. "No, Master, please go back. Can you let me be willful just this once?" Hulina looked at her teacher who was on the verge of a rage. She was really afraid that her teacher would get hurt, but she didn't want to leave Luo Zixi. "Since you are so stubborn, Nana, I will have no choice but to kill him and his protector in front of you. So that you can stop thinking about this forever." When Bibi Dong said this, there was a hint of madness in her eyes, and the aura in her body also surged wildly at this moment. "Haha, you're just a level 98 mad woman. Schwetter doesn't even need to do anything. Let me meet you for a while." Bingdi, the inconspicuous little loli standing next to Luo Zixi, suddenly turned into her true form, an ice wall emperor scorpion that was 10 meters long, 5 meters wide, and had a scorpion tail that was more than 20 meters long. The only difference is that now, compared to before, she has a layer of light golden glow on her body. Claw of the Ice Emperor. Even though the Ice Queen is huge in size, with the blessing of the ice and snow all over the sky, her true strength is at the level of a 98th level Super Douluo. Coupled with her body that looks like an ice armor, she can defend against a Super Douluo at the peak of level 98. Possessed by the Death Spider Emperor. Second soul skill, Thorn Spider Armor. Bibi Dong used her second soul skill to add a layer of defensive armor to herself in just a moment. Only at this moment did she finally wake up from her anger. She originally thought that the little girl standing in front of Hulina was just an ordinary soul master, but she never expected that this was actually a terrifying soul beast that could transform into a human form. On the other side, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo saw that their own pope was entangled and wanted to help. But before the two of them got close, they discovered that the snow mountain that was originally towering into the clouds was actually moving. Roar! A roar like that of a wild beast came from the top of the snow mountain, and then a sonic boom accompanied by wind and snow almost instantly swept towards their direction. Buzz! Following a buzzing sound, Chuigui and Douluo, who were not paying attention at the moment, were knocked over 100 meters away by the wind of the punch. Bibi Dong, who was fighting the Ice Emperor, became alarmed after seeing this scene. She had not noticed that the nearly 100-meter-high snow mountain was actually a soul beast. "Haha, you dare to be distracted when fighting with this emperor." As a terrifying emerald green light burst out from Ice Emperor's body, Bibi Dong instantly wanted to use her soul skills to resist. The wrath of the Ice King. Bing Di has never had any good feelings towards human soul masters, especially those titled Douluo who think they are very powerful and come to the far north to hunt for the soul rings of her people. She will kill them if she sees one. Boom! The powerful energy was about to directly destroy Bibi Dong's body. However, just as the attack fell on Bibi Dong, a strange purple-black light burst out from her body. At this moment, the 900,000-year soul ring quietly emerged from behind Bibi Dong and shone with dazzling light. Bibi Dong's body, which had been severely injured by Bingdi's attack, recovered at an incredible speed. Seeing this, Luo Zixi immediately thought of the two bug-like skills of the opponent. One of them was the 9th soul skill of the opponent's first martial soul, the immortal body, and the other was the 9th soul skill of the opponent's second martial soul. Thinking of this, Luo Zixi shouted loudly into the air. Ice Emperor! You must not be attacked by the 6th soul skill of her second martial soul. Her 6th soul skill will ignore any physical defense. After hearing Luo Zixi's words, Bingdi's heart tightened instantly. After all, the opponent's martial soul had changed after he had just used his soul skills. She almost instantly distanced herself from Bibi Dong, and Bibi Dong naturally heard Luo Zixi's shout. At this moment, she looked at the good disciple who had betrayed her with resentment in her eyes. But now the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. The 6th soul skill, Eternal Creation. As the 6th soul ring of the opponent's second martial soul behind him burst out with dazzling light, a silver-white energy spike instantly burst out from the opponent's hand. Bibi Dong's 6th soul skill was too fast. Even Luo Zixi was frightened by the terrifying speed. Almost in an instant, Eternal Wound appeared in front of the Ice Emperor. The extreme ice favors you. But at this critical moment, the Ice Emperor used for the first time the strongest attribute talent of their Ice Jade Scorpion clan, which was the skill contained in the 80,000-year-old soul bone given to her by Luo Zixi. At this moment, Ice Emperor instantly increased his extreme ice attribute by 200% and all attributes by 50%. SHH. She instantly transformed her body into human form, and then with the blessing of 50% of all attributes, she turned into a phantom and directly shook off the opponent's fatal attack. However, the pretty little face of Bingdi, who had transformed into a human form, was full of fear and nervousness, and she almost capsized in the ditch. Die, you cunning human! The realm of permanent frozen. A ray of emerald green light instantly spread out in all directions with Bingdi as the center, and after noticing the opponent's movements, Bibi Dong flashed and tried to leave the opponent's attack range. But what she didn't know was that the skills released by Ice Emperor were not offensive abilities. SHH. Under the amplification of favor of extreme ice, the Ice Emperor's permafrost domain is now directly enveloping Bibi Dong, who wants to escape from her territory at an incredible speed. However, at this moment, looking at the Ice Emperor gradually approaching her, Bibi Dong showed a smile of success on her face. Little soul beast, you are still too naive. At this moment, the 6th soul ring behind Bibi Dong suddenly burst out with a strange red light, and then a silver-white arrow gathered in her hand. Do you really think I'm afraid of a weak soul beast like you? End of this chapter. Chapter 43, The Strongest Person in the Far North, The Pressure from the Snow Emperor. Chapter 43, The Strongest Person in the Far North, The Pressure from the Snow Emperor. However, just as Bibi Dong was about to move her hand, a stream of snow-white energy instantly covered the entire battlefield. At this moment, Guangling Douluo and Golden Crocodile Douluo, who were staring at Luo Zixi from behind, had a gleam of light in their eyes. Their chance has come. If Binger is not your opponent, then what about me? After the Ice Emperor's permafrost domain came into contact with the snow-white energy, it was like a child who had found a home, and it instantly merged and exploded with even more powerful ice and snow power. The soul power in Bibi Dong's body also stagnated a little because of this coldness. The voice of the Snow Empress was as cold as if it had been buried in the frozen soil of the 9 heavens and 10 earths for 1,000 years. At this moment, Bibi Dong directly changed direction and attacked the Snow Empress. Because she could clearly feel that the woman in front of her, who was like a spirit of ice and snow, was on the same level as the old man Jiandaoliu. However, how could Bibi Dong's tangible attack target the Snow Empress, the spirit of ice and snow? As long as the gods don't show up, she is absolutely the strongest person in the far north. Bibi Dong's eternal wound passed through Xuedi's body and fell directly into the air, while Xuedi turned into ice and snow all over the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight. At this moment, Bibi Dong only felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart. It was as if someone was holding a sharp knife against her throat all the time. Then please accept your own death. A light voice echoed in Bibi Dong's ears. Bibi Dong frantically released her soul power to detect, but there was nothing. Not even a trace of soul power fluctuation was detected. However, her actions were not in vain, as she suddenly sensed a slight fluctuation of soul power. Without any hesitation, she directly used her soul bone skills. Soul bone skills, invincible golden body. Emperor's palm, great cold with no snow. Xuedi gently pursed her lips and placed a palm without any attacking intent directly on the heart of Bibi Dong, who was using the invincible golden body. That's right, she used the invincible golden body, and her seventh soul ring was Xiao Wu's mother's 100,000-year soul ring. At the same time, in the fantasy fairyland of Luo Zixi's spiritual sea, Xiao Wu had already been shouting and calling for the death of Bibi Dong. Come on, Sister Binger. Kill this enchanting bitch. Yes. Sister Shui will slap her to death. However, when Xiao Wu saw that the other party used her mother's 100,000-year soul bone to block Xuedi's palm, her eyes were filled with anger. You damn bitch! Give me my mother back! In order to avoid any accidents, Luo Zixi locked the entrance and exit of Huanling Xians in advance. Otherwise, he was really afraid that Xiao Wu would rashly rush towards Bibi Dong out of anger. You know, the opponent's death demon spider martial spirit has the ability to deal specifically with souls. Although his own phantom spirit fairy aura can repair the soul, he still doesn't dare to release Xiao Wu at this time. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling was also babbling beside Xiao Wu. Although the words she spoke were not very good, at least she was enriching her vocabulary, right? An invincible golden body and the aura of a transformed soul beast? It's quite rare, but that's all. Although Xuedi is beautiful, she never shows mercy to her enemies. During Bibi Dong's 3 seconds of invincibility, she used extreme ice to condense a very gorgeous ice blue sword right in front of her opponent. Luo Zixi felt his scalp tingling when he saw this scene. You know, the use of soul skills requires time for soul power to flow. The invincible golden body is certainly a life-saving skill, but what if someone is holding a big move and waiting for your invincible golden body time to end? At this moment, Bibi Dong looked with horror at the Snow Emperor in front of her, who had already condensed a terrifying energy ice sword in his hand. Her eyes were full of solemnity and ruthlessness, as if she was thinking about how to break the impasse. Jin Yu and Guangling, who were standing below and preparing to attack Luo Zixi, saw that Bibi Dong, the so-called Pope, was forced to this point, so they decided to rescue Bibi Dong first. After all, the inheritor of the gods is the icing on the cake for their spirit hall, but if Bibi Dong really died, they would suffer a heavy loss. As for the effort they put into the construction of the spirit hall, they have invested no less than Bibi Dong, the so-called Pope. Possessed by the Golden Crocodile King. The Golden Crocodile King's true body. Golden Crocodile Douluo, the peak Super Douluo at level 98, finally couldn't help but take action. In the state of Wuhan's true body, his body directly transformed into a terrifying crocodile with golden skin. His back was covered with golden spikes and sharp blades. The wind and snow were blown away wherever he passed. He jumped up and almost instantly arrived at the 100-meter high altitude where Xuedi and Bibi Dong were. However, Xuedi ignored him and just pointed the frost sword at Bibi Dong's heart, with a pair of white and clear eyes full of coldness. Haha, you think you can touch my Xuer? The wrath of the Ice King. After Snow Emperor used the Imperial Sword to hold the crazy woman's heart against him, Ice Emperor began to observe the situation on the battlefield. The two low-level titled Douluo nearby were stopped by the Titan Snow Demon King in the distance, so she didn't have to worry about them. What she was paying attention to were the two idiots on the ground who came here to watch the fun. With the blessing of the favor of extreme ice, although Ice Empress does not have such a thing as a martial soul avatar, her current strength is not weaker than that of the golden crocodile Douluo in front of her. Not to mention that this is the far north, where she has lived for more than 100,000 years. Boom! The two completely different forces, one gold and one green, collided in the air, causing terrifying energy fluctuations. At this time, Guangling Douluo was standing in the same place. Although there was no aura fluctuation on his body, Luo Zixi, who had an ice spirit body, found that the fifth soul ring behind him was quietly flashing. Hi Odi! Be careful! Luo Zixi used the power of ice and snow to transmit these words to her ears almost instantly. Because of Luo Zixi's previous reminder, she didn't hesitate at all after hearing Luo Zixi's words. Ice King protects the body. Buzz! Accompanied by a buzzing sound coming from Ice Emperor's body, the next moment a green gold light instantly enveloped Ice Emperor's entire body. Kaka! The energy shield in front of her suddenly had a crack, as if it had been hit by something. At this time, Guangling Douluo's face was full of sternness. He had condensed 40% of his invisible arrow into a powerful arrow, but the other party saw through it. But how could this be possible? 3 seconds passed, and the golden light on Bibi Dong disappeared instantly. Emperor Sword, Ice Extreme Unparalleled. Xuedi didn't hesitate at all, and the ice blue sword instantly pierced through Bibi Dong's heart. Pfft! A mouthful of bright red blood gushed out from her mouth, but Xuedi's eyes were still full of solemnity at this moment, and the hand holding the long sword continued to pierce down suddenly. Pfft! Another sound of a long sword piercing flesh was heard. However, at this moment, Bibi Dong, who was pierced by her sword, was torn into two halves by a pair of snow-white hands, and then turned into soul power and disappeared in the heavy snow. When the body pierced by Xuedi disappeared, Bibi Dong with a gloomy face appeared in front of Xuedi again. At this moment, the fifth soul ring behind her was flashing with a strange black light. Fifth soul skill, Blood-Sucking Spider Thorn. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Bibi Dong is seriously injured and on the verge of death, the pride of the second emperor. Chapter 44, Bibi Dong is seriously injured and on the verge of death, the pride of the two emperors of ice and snow. The hatred of the Rakshasa god. Suddenly, a cold voice came into Xuedi's ears, and she seemed to have known all the other party's thoughts. She let go of the sword and dodged the opponent's attack by flying in the air and turning sideways. However, just when Bibi Dong wanted to press on with her victory, she discovered that Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor had stood together at some point. At this moment, their fingers were interlocked, and a faint golden light burst out from their eyes. Buzz! Along with a buzzing sound, the next moment a light golden light instantly enveloped the two Ice and Snow Emperors. SHH! At this moment, it seemed as if the heaven and earth were frozen. The light golden light that enveloped the two emperors of ice and snow faded away, and a girl in a green and gold emerald dress walked in the air in this space that seemed to be frozen. At this moment, she slowly came in front of Bibi Dong, her light golden eyes full of contempt and disdain. As a girl, it's really great that you can make it this far, but after this palm strike, you will die. At this moment, the previous resentment in Bibi Dong's eyes was gone, and it was replaced by fear and tension. However, the Rakshasa hiding in her body was also panicked. She did not expect that the other party would use this level of killing move so decisively. Bibi Dong was also yelling in her heart, asking Luosha to remove the restrictions on her strength. After all, her strength should not be like this. If she didn't need to take the Rakshasa God test, her true strength would be that of an extreme Douluo at level 99. This palm is called the pride of the two emperors of ice and snow. An ethereal and clear voice echoed in Bibi Dong's ears, and at this time, the Rakshasa god directly removed the restrictions on her soul power. Bibi Dong's soul power now soared to the 99 level almost instantly. However, it's too late. The girl in the green and gold dress slapped Bibi Dong directly on the heart. The extremely cold air froze her heart instantly. This palm contains something that is completely unheard of on the continent, absolute zero. But at this moment, a very powerful arrow shot out from Luo Zixi, who was far away from the battle. However, this kind of attack is nothing to him who has defensive buffs all over his body. Just when the arrow was about to touch Luo Zixi, a golden light suddenly burst out from his body. Invincible golden body. This skill is not only used by Bibi Dong, but also by him. The person who shot the invisible arrow was none other than Guangling Douluo, who had been standing at the end. Perhaps it was because he felt that he could not win the battle today, so he wanted to kill himself, the inheritor of the throne, first. However, the opponent's calculations were obviously wrong. The invincible golden body that Xiao Wu's 100,000-year soul ring brought him could be used 3 times a day, each time lasting 3 seconds. His own true invincible golden body lasts for 5 seconds once every quarter of an hour, his famous sword lasts for 5 seconds once every quarter of an hour, and his resurrection armor can revive him directly on the spot and refresh his skill cooldown. So even if he stood still, the opponent would not be able to take him down in a short period of time. At this time, Hulina saw that her teacher had lost consciousness. She wanted to call her teacher, but she couldn't call out at all. She knew in her heart that she was just a slave girl under Luo Zixi. No matter how much she liked him, it could not change the fact that she was a slave. But she also didn't want to watch her teacher die in vain. Master, the teacher. At this moment, Hulina knelt directly in front of Luo Zixi and wanted to hold his hands that were hanging on both sides. Luo Zixi also noticed Hulina's actions, but his heart remained unmoved. After all, Bibi Dong would not die so easily, because she had the incredible bug of immortality. As long as there is soul power in her body, she will not die completely. He believes that with Xueti's intelligence, she should have discovered it long ago. For example, the Snow Emperor, who had now separated into 2 people, once again gathered his own killing move in the blank gaze of the Ice Emperor. Binger, help me block the 2 humans below. The voice of the Snow Emperor mixed with the cold wind echoed in the ears of the Ice Emperor, and the golden crocodile Douluo below actually lifted up his heavy body and jumped high again. That's right. He suffered from the fact that he couldn't fly. At this time, Guangling Douluo, who was standing in the rear, directly condensed his 9th soul skill and once again aimed at Luo Zixi outside the front battlefield. However, the snow pile that had been lying behind Luo Zixi and was more than 20 meters high suddenly stood up. That's right, it is the Ice Bear King adopted by the Snow Queen 50,000 years ago. Now it has become a 290,000-year-old peerless beast comparable to a 97-level Super Douluo. Xuedi promised to protect Luo Zixi, so she would certainly not leave him alone outside the field. This Ice Bear King is the last guarantee of safety she leaves for Luo Zixi. Roar! The Ice Bear King's violent roar resounded throughout the entire glacier, and at this moment its small, dark eyes were filled with ferocity. I didn't notice the opponent's move just now in time, but now it is obvious that the opponent is going to deal with the person my mother asked me to protect. How could he let the other party succeed so easily? When Guangling Douluo saw this scene, he was stunned. No, you guys are cheating. A ferocious beast, the Ice and Snow Girl, who is at the level of Extreme Douluo, and a ferocious beast, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, who is at the peak of level 98 Super Douluo. Adding a level 97 Super Douluo level beast, the Titan Snow Demon, wasn't enough, but now another level 97 Super Douluo level beast, the Ice Bear King, is added. The chief priest is trying to trick them. What do you mean the other party only has a Super Douluo Guardian at the peak of level 98? With this lineup, even if the chief priest came himself, he would probably have to fight 2 duels before he could leave. He is only a level 96 Super Douluo now, how can he get involved in a battle of this level? Looking at the ferocious Ice Bear King, Guangling Douluo couldn't help but swallow hard and slowly put down his bow and arrow. On the other side, on the front battlefield, the Ice Emperor used all his strength to block the attack of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, while the Snow Emperor once again condensed a gorgeous ice blue sword. Bibi Dong was still floating in the snow. After a few seconds, her heart gradually started beating again. Emperor Sword, Ice Extreme Unparalleled. Xuedi's voice was still cold, and then she was about to slash the sword directly at the unconscious Bibi Dong's heart. Pfft! Crack! The ice blue sword pierced Bibi Dong's skin, but it seemed to be stuck by something. Haha, you are the only one who wants to murder the person whose legacy I have been planning for decades? A 690,000-year-old snow girl? You are nothing but an ant in front of me. At this moment, a dark shadow quietly appeared in front of Bibi Dong. However, who is Xuedi? Naturally, she knew what the black shadow in front of her was. Humph! A filthy god like you is only fit to exist in a filthy human body. But even if you are a god, you will not be able to stop me from killing her if I want to. At this moment, a sacred ice blue light suddenly burst out from Xuedi's eyes. But the dark shadow's face changed drastically after sensing this breath. No. You actually have the aura of a god. He, isn't the spirit hall awesome? The current pope and her apprentice were kidnapped together. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, Everyone in the Spirit Hall Dies. Rakshasa God triggers the Snow Emperor and number 039, S7-year C. Chapter 45, Everyone in the Spirit Hall Dies. Rakshasa God triggers the Snow Emperor's year catastrophe. On Poseidon Island, Poseidon, the High Priest of Poseidon, can borrow the power of Poseidon to fight against the enemy. As the High Priest of the Ice God, Xuedi can naturally use the power of the Ice God to defend against enemies in the core area of this far north. If the Snow Emperor in the far north can be called invincible, then the Snow Emperor who has borrowed the power of the Ice God in the far north is truly invincible under the gods. Emperor Sword, kill. SHH. As a sacred ice blue sword light fell from the sky, the black shadow in front of Bibi Dong was torn in half by this blow. As the black shadow dissipated, Bibi Dong's heart, which had gradually resumed beating, was directly pierced through by Xuedi's sword. Pfft! Bright red blood gushed out from Bibi Dong's heart, and the Rakshasa that had originally resided in her body actually left Bibi Dong's body directly. Ah! How dare you destroy the person who has been planning the inheritance for decades? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. The sky-high resentment is now hanging over the core area of the far north. At this moment, Rakshasa is like an evil ghost that chooses its prey to devour. At this moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo and Light Feather Douluo who were standing below were filled with shock after seeing this scene. They did not expect that Bibi Dong was also a descendant of the gods. The other party was hiding so deeply. However, this god didn't seem to be a good person. Gods cannot interfere in mortal affairs. Do you have the guts to perish with me? Snow Queen had learned many secrets of the divine world from the ice god, and the gods were not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the mortal world in any way. Haha, you ugly soul beast know a lot, but who made you a soul beast? And you're also a fool who can't break through the next limit. After hearing the voice of the Rakshasa on the opposite side, Xuedi's clear pupils suddenly shrank, and then she issued the last order in her heart to all the soul beasts over 100,000 years old in the far north. No one will be left alive in the far north. Xuedi did not hesitate at all and ignored the unknown god in front of her. She knew very well what the other party would do. Haha, the high priest trained by the traitor ice god is not bad, but it's a pity that he is a useless soul beast. Although Rakshasa was very angry, she really didn't dare to attack Xuedi directly. After all, if a god interfered in the affairs of the mortal world without permission, he would be severely punished, not to mention that she had offended the old Shura. However, for gods, the number of gods is basically endless, so it is not a bad idea to wait another 100 years, but it is not easy to find such a suitable candidate. In just a moment, a purple-black liquid of thunder power condensed in the hands of Rakshasa god, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, which was full of black energy. "You lowly soul beast, just enjoy your last moments." Purple-black liquid slid down from the sky, and Rakshasa's figure disappeared without a trace at this moment. Now that her successor has been completely destroyed, she is too lazy to care about the lives of the angel believers in the spirit hall. She even deliberately adjusted the burst time of the purple-black condensate to ensure that the other party could die with the group of dirty angel believers. On the other side, the Titan Snow Demon King stopped pretending after hearing the orders from the Snow Empress. His 240,000 year level cultivation plus his mountain-like body actually made him look quite agile in this snowstorm. At this time, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo were both in despair. Their attacks could not cause much damage to the behemoth in front of them that was over 100 meters tall. But if the opponent could hit them once, they would definitely be seriously injured. Looking at Pope Bibi Dong lying in the snow with a frost sword piercing her heart and her eyes gradually losing their spirit, Ju Gui Douluo felt a wave of regret in his heart. "Damn it, I joined the team too early, and now the leader is dead. In this situation, it's still unclear whether I can go back or not. How come the two of them ended up with such a brainless leader? When he was young, he eloped with Yu Xiaogang, that level 29 idiot, and was eventually caught by the then Pope and put in solitary confinement for a year. Now, her apprentice has followed her old path and run off with someone else again, but her apprentice has much better vision than her. He is handsome and has a good temperament. Most importantly, he has good talent and was chosen by the gods. You said you had such a rich son-in-law, but you didn't want to keep him and you had to kill him, but in the end you didn't win and died here, play?" Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo were both speechless. This master and disciple did the same thing, but Hulina was obviously much smarter than her. At least she found someone with good talent and strong background. Instead of being a family outcast like Yu Xiaogang, who has no looks, no accomplishment, no character, and only knows how to be clever. However, the Titan Snow Demon King had no idea what they were thinking. He only knew that if he didn't kill the two little ants in front of him, the Snow Queen would definitely crush him to death. After receiving the message from Snow Empress, Ice Emperor attacked Lightwing Douluo at the back of the crowd almost instantly. After all, if something could cause Schwetter's calm expression to show nervousness, it must be a big deal. At the same time, all the soul beasts in the far north that received the order from the Snow Empress are now running wildly inward from 50 miles away. The far north is a forbidden area for humans. Very few people would risk such a great risk to come here to hunt 100,000-year soul beasts, so there are quite a few 100,000-year soul beasts living here. When Guangling Douluo saw that something was wrong, he subconsciously activated his soul skills and wanted to leave here, but before he could run a distance of 1,000 meters, tall figures with strong auras appeared in front of him. At this moment his eyes were full of despair. He knew very well that he could not escape this time. But in the next second, he felt an itch on his neck, and then he felt his sight gradually falling downwards, and his body lost all consciousness at this moment. Pfft! Guangling Douluo's body fell in the ice and snow of the far north, his eyes slightly closed as if he had accepted his fate. There was still a trace of warm blood on the sharp thorns of the ice thorn's scorpion tail. That's right, the opponent was beheaded by the Ice Emperor without any preparation. Looking back at the overlords of various regions in the far north who were more than 100,000 years old, Bingdi said in a cold voice. The situation is special now. You will wait here for now. If you encounter a human spirit master, kill him. 300 meters outside the unfrozen lake, Golden Crocodile Douluo knew that they were doomed today, so he wanted to escape from this damn place first. But how could he escape from the Snow Empress's pursuit in the core area of the far north? Golden Crocodile Douluo rushed towards the far north, but a snow-white hand without a trace of flaw slowly appeared in front of him. A snowstorm suddenly obscured his vision, and then a cold and quiet voice suddenly appeared in his ears. Emperor's Palm, Great Cold with No Snow. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, Snow Queen Sacrifice, 2 Orange Gold Ferocious Beast Level Soul Rings. Chapter 46, Snow Queen Sacrifice, 2 Orange Gold Ferocious Beast Level Soul Rings. The jade palms came into contact, and the extreme cold force invaded Golden Crocodile Douluo's heart like a maggot attached to the bone. Even the level 98 Golden Crocodile Douluo couldn't withstand the great cold without snow created by Snow Empress, who was at the peak of level 99 Extreme Douluo. Yu. At this moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at the woman in front of him who looked like an ice and snow elf with horror in his eyes. He didn't expect that the opponent's seemingly light palm would contain such terrifying power. He wanted to speak, but found that his throat could no longer make any sound. The ice element contained in Snow Empress' palm was now madly corroding Golden Crocodile Douluo's body, first his heart, and then his other internal organs. In just a moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo's body was completely turned into lifeless ice. Click! Click! The Snow Queen turned around and left, and the moment the Snow Queen turned around, the ice shattered and turned into pieces of icy flour that remained completely in the far north. With a casual move of her hand, 4 soul bones of different colors suddenly rushed out from the broken ice. On the other side, Yuegwen and Gaimei, the 2 titled Douluo with the lowest cultivation in this game, were trapped by the Titan Snow Demon King. Old Ghost, if one of us can survive, then it's better. I'll hold this beast back for a while, you leave now. Ju Douluo knew that he was no match for his opponent, so if he wanted to escape, one of them had to stay behind to cover their retreat. Chrysanthemum Pass, Yu. However, Yu Guan no longer paid attention to the other party and directly used his remaining soul power to perform his strongest soul skill. The 9th soul skill. The chrysanthemums are broken, the ground is covered with wounds, and the flowers fall and people are heartbroken. At this moment, the endless golden petals of Ju Douluo instantly covered half of the body of the Titan Snow Demon King. I didn't expect that you filthy humans could still have some friendship. Who cares? The Ice Emperor's wrath. Ice Emperor had come to his and Ghost Douluo's side without them knowing it, and at this moment, a emerald green light burst out from her body. No. No. At this moment, Ghost Douluo instantly burst out with a terrifying soul power fluctuation, and then the 9th soul ring behind him burst out with a fierce light. The 9th soul skill. Hell Sprite. However, all the skills were completely useless in the face of absolute strength. The 9th soul skills of the 2 of them were directly shattered after encountering the emerald green light that erupted from the Ice Emperor. In just a moment, the 2 of them were frozen into 2 ice sculptures. Boom! Kaka! Click! The sound of ice breaking as it hits the ground is the final echo of their lives. However, at this moment, the drop of purple-black energy left by the Rakshasa god unexpectedly appeared next to the Snow Queen. Boom! Suddenly, this small liquid exploded beside Shui Di, but the energy contained in it was not very strong. However, the energy from its explosion triggered the 690,000-year-old soul power in the Snow Empress body, and the sky turned into a dead black at this moment, but Shui Di seemed to have expected this. At this moment, she looked at Bing Di with a very calm gaze. Binger, don't let our people from the far north appear within a 30-mile radius of me. Shui Di's words were very soft, but after Bing Di saw the darkness in the sky, he already knew what Shui Di was going to experience. But she didn't understand, because it was clear that Ice Emperor still had at least 10,000 years to live. Shui, why are you? Bing Di's eyes were already red at this time. She and Shui Di had lived together for 100,000 years. Seeing that the Snow Emperor was about to face this thunder tribulation that she could not survive at all, the Ice Emperor felt a sharp pain in his heart. My heavenly tribulation was triggered ahead of time by that despicable god. Binger, you take Xiao Bai and the others away from here first. Although the chances of surviving the deadline this time are slim, I still have a backup plan. 10 minutes passed unknowingly. As the sixth Black Thunder, which was comparable to the peak of extreme Douluo, fell, the aura of Xuede had become extremely weak. Even in the ice and snow of the far north, the speed at which her soul power recovers is not as great as the damage caused by the thunder tribulation that she has to withstand. The final and strongest seventh thunder tribulation has now taken shape, and the world-destroying thunder contained in it is infinitely close to the god level. Soul beasts will experience 10 heavenly tribulations in total, one for each level of heaven. After surviving the heavenly tribulation, your strength will increase and your bloodline will absorb the power of the thunder tribulation to be sublimated. If you fail to survive the tribulation, you will die and perish. However, at this moment, another figure appeared less than 50 meters in front of Xuede. That's right, this person is Luo Zixi. 10 minutes ago. Luo Zixi, what level are you now? Xuede sent him a message privately, and after hearing it, Luo Zixi also knew what Xuede was thinking. I'm already level 56, but I'm only at the 4th ring now, and I'm still missing a 5th ring. That's right. Xuede had discussed with him that if she was unable to survive this thunder tribulation, she would directly sacrifice herself to Luo Zixi. In this way, she can also retain her own soul, just like the group that the Ice God mentioned who rely on the other party to become a god and gain eternal life. I didn't expect that after working so hard to protect the temple for Lord Ice God for so many years, I didn't expect that in the end, I would still be annihilated in the thunderstorm. Her voice was filled with reluctance, but she was helpless. Xuede saw Luo Zixi approaching, and then she looked back at the thunder tribulation that had condensed into terrifying power. Forget it, soul beasts cannot become gods, what an overbearing rule. Finally, she sighed softly, and then her body suddenly burst into a golden red light. Buzz. Following a buzzing sound, a golden thread instantly connected Luo Zixi and Xuede. Immediately afterwards, a golden red protective shield directly enveloped the two of them. Luo Zixi looked at Xuede who was so close to him and an apologetic smile appeared on his face. I will keep your soul and resurrect you in the future. After hearing Luo Zixi's words, he just nodded silently. Xuede had seen Luo Zixi's abilities. After all, he could even revive the ice spirit dragon whose soul was so weak, let alone her. In that case, please accept my sacrifice. After all, I also want to see what the so-called God realm is like in the future. The 700,000-year level power in Yan Bixudi's body began to pour into Luo Zixi's body. The terrifying devastating thunder that condensed in the sky suddenly fell down, but this level of heavenly calamity was simply unable to break through the energy shield created by the Snow Empress sacrifice at this moment, and at this moment, the soul power in Luo Zixi's body, who accepted the sacrifice of the Snow Empress, also soared directly at this moment, level 57 level 58 level 64 level 65. Level 66. A quarter of an hour later, the soul power in Luo Zixi's body, who had accepted the sacrifice from the Snow Empress, had soared 10 levels in a row. Ding! The sacrifice of the 700,000-year-old beast Snow Emperor has been detected. Congratulations to the host for fusing 2 orange gold beast soul rings. The entry is being drawn. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 promoted to level 66 Soul Emperor. Double Easter egg entries. Chapter 47 promoted to level Soul Emperor. Double Easter egg entries. Ding! Extracting entries. Golden entry, eternal life, infinite lifespan, eternal youth, and can grant 100 years of lifespan to 3 designated targets every day. Red entry, fire spirit body. Black entry, youth and longevity, eternal youth, lifespan limit plus 10,000%. Red entry, dark spirit body. Red entry, Zhantian, absolute invincibility for 3 seconds, and all attributes are increased by 100% in this state. Blue entry, plus 40% strength. Blue entry, plus 50% speed. Easter egg entry, color entry, slave master's joy, unconditionally enslave those who are below their own strength level. The enslaved people cannot harm or disobey any orders of the host. Note, the sun of luck cannot be controlled. Guaranteed golden entry, God's vision, centered on the self. Each level up will increase the status of all things within a radius of 500 meters, can be teleported to any place within the field of vision at will, cooldown of 3 hours. Golden entry, enjoying youth, every 24 hours, unconditionally increase the age of your own spirit ring by 1000 years. Red entry, wood spirit body, super recovery, super healing, you have absolute suppression power over all plants in terms of status. Black entry, invincible golden body, invincible for 2 seconds below the god level. Blue entry, blue bar plus 200. Blue entry, strength plus 100. Blue entry, wisdom plus 80. Red entry, ice spirit body, perfect state, ice element is clearly controllable, absolute 0. Red entry, ice spirit body, perfect state, ice element is clearly controllable, absolute 0. Easter egg entries, color entries, worry-free world, a spherical small world with a radius of about 2 kilometers that can be freely transformed into different scenes by the host's will. The area of the small world increases by 2 for every levels the host's strength increases, and the number of small worlds increases by for every levels the host increases. Note, when the host enters, a phantom that cannot be attacked will appear in the outside world. Guaranteed gold entry, golden kidney fighter, full of energy, unlimited endurance, can control the birth rate of the host's children, currently customized to 60%. A series of system prompts came into Luo Zixie's mind. He could feel that the 2 vacancies in his spirit rings were actually filled directly by Shueti's sacrifice. What he didn't expect was that Shueti's sacrifice would actually give her 2 different colored soul rings. You should know that in the original book, this kind of soul ring appeared 10,000 years later, but the same thing is that the origin of the different colored soul rings were all condensed by the Snow Emperor. As Shueti's cultivation was completely absorbed by Luo Zixie, the golden-red protective shield that had lasted for nearly 10 minutes began to break. Kaka. Kaka. As the barrier disappeared, 6 beautiful soul rings appeared behind Luo Zixie. Red, red, black, red, orange gold, 3 scarlet 100,000-year soul rings full of murderous aura, 2 sacred but oppressive orange gold soul rings, and a black soul ring at level 1 that was useless and lowered the overall level. 20,000-year-old evil shadow dragon. Boom! A strong and murderous aura surged out from Luo Zixie's body, and this aura almost instantly spread to where the Ice Emperor was 30 miles away. Shueti's sacrifice is complete. After sensing this breath, the Ice Emperor turned into a residual shadow and disappeared on the spot, and a hint of uncertainty flashed in the eyes of the Titan Snow Demon King, but he finally lowered his head and left. Without the Snow Empress, the Ice Empress is the absolute leader of the far north, not to mention the 2 strongest skills of their Ice Scorpion clan that she had just displayed in front of everyone, Extreme Ice Favor and Ice Explosion. When the Ice Bear King Xiaobai saw his aunt, Ice Emperor, running forward, he also took a step forward. Hulina, who was sitting behind him, was very nervous and at a loss at this time. On the other side, in the far north, Luo Zixie was selecting the entry that suited him. Looking at the repeatedly appearing wood spirit body and ice spirit body, Luo Zixie was speechless. However, these 2 Easter egg entries are quite interesting, but what the hell is that golden kidney fighter? Can he set his own probability of having children? But after thinking for a while, he finally made his choice. System, fusion of the golden entry of eternal life, the colorful entry of slave owner's joy, the golden entry of God's vision, the golden entry of enjoying youth, the colorful entry of worry-free world, and the golden entry of golden kidney fighter. Ding, fusing eternal life, gold, slave master's joy, color, God's vision, gold, enjoying youth, gold, worry-free world, color, Golden Kidney Fighter, Gold, for the host. Congratulations to the host, the fusion was successful. Name, Luo Zixi. Sex, Maleage, Wuhan, Entry Collection Bag Soul Power Level, Level 66 Soul Emperor, Soul Rings, Red, Red, Black, Red, Orange Gold, Orange Gold. Fighting Chi Level, 9-star Grand Fighter Appearance, Succubus herself Constitution, Wood Spirit Body, Super Recovery, Super Healing, King of Plants, Succubus Body, Current Charm Value 1500%, Example, 40% of ordinary people, Ice Spirit Body, Perfect State, Ice Element is clearly controllable, Absolute Zero. Skills, Xian Level Advanced Skills, Phantom Wood Heart Skill, Xian Level Advanced Fighting Skills, Phantom Wood Cotton Palm, Perfect, Xian Level Intermediate Footwork, Phantom Immortal Step, Perfect, Ice Explosion, Perfect, Slave Mark, Perfect. Times 1 times 380 times 12 times 43 times 19 Current Entry, Body of the Succubus, Gold, Body of the Wood Spirit, Red, Too Lazy to Move, Black, Phantom Spirit, Gold, Traveling Through the Myriad Worlds, Color, Intuition Against All Odds, Gold, Body of the Ice Spirit, Red, Famous Sword Sima, Gold, Super Lucky, Gold, Body of the Light Spirit, Red, True, Invincible Golden Body, Gold, Resurrection Armor, Gold, Eternal Life, Gold, Slave. Master's Joy, Color, Vision of the Gods, Gold, Enjoying Youth, Gold, Worry-Free World, Color, Golden Kidney Fighter, Gold. 100%, 1000%, 100%, 99%, 95%, 98%, 70%, 100% Comprehensive Evaluation, the succubus comes to the world, the Emperor's posture. As the entries merged, Luo Zixi only felt a warm current wrapping his body, and then he felt as if two extremely solid spaces appeared in his body. What shocked him was his divine vision. Everything within a radius of 50,000 meters could not escape his sight. What shocked him the most was that from this perspective, some general introductions to things were given. 100-year ice fruit, after taking it, ice attributed spirit masters can increase their cultivation speed by 10% within a day. 100-year mysterious ice marrow, after being absorbed by an ice attribute soul master, the speed of cultivation can be increased. Spirit Hall Pope Bibi Dong, expected to die completely in 1 second, with an unknown residual soul X in her body. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 The Mercy of the God of Life, Luo Zixi enslaves Bibi Dong to reshape her body. Chapter 48 The Mercy of the God of Life, Luo Zixi enslaves Bibi Dong to reshape her body. Luo Zixi rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not seeing things. Then he used the teleportation in God's vision to come to Bibi Dong's side. This place is about 8 miles away from where Xuedi survived the thunder tribulation, and Xuedi's ice sword is still at Bibi Dong's heart. But at this moment, there was no breath left on her body. If it were not for the guidance of the system, Luo Zixi might have thought that the bloodless Bibi Dong lying in front of him was dead. However, he had no intention of saving Bibi Dong. Luo Zixi was just attracted by the residual soul in the other's body. Logically speaking, there can only be one soul in a soul master's body, but there is actually still a remnant soul in Bibi Dong's body at this moment, which is quite intriguing. He casually grabbed the remaining soul in his hand, only to find that it was a light pink soul. And at the innermost part there is the figure of a weak woman. At this moment, Xiao Wu inside Huanling Xian suddenly shouted excitedly to Luo Zixi. Zixi! Mommy! It's Mommy! Xiao Wu's voice instantly brought Luo Zixi back to her senses, but when Luo Zixi heard Xiao Wu say that this was her mother's soul, she directly threw it into her own fantasy spirit fairyland. Buzz! As Luo Zixi activated the phantom spirit fairy awakening, the residual soul of Xiao Wu's mother, which was about to dissipate, gradually became clearer and more stable. Xuedi and Xiaoling, who were standing next to Xiao Wu, also heard Xiao Wu's excited shout, and their faces were full of confusion. This remnant soul is Xiao Wu's mother? But why is she in this woman's body? At this moment, Bibi Dong has less than 15 seconds to live. Just as Luo Zixi was about to leave here and return to the unfrozen lake, a ray of emerald gold light suddenly burst out from between his eyebrows, and then the voice of the goddess of life, which had been recorded in advance, came into Luo Zixi's mind. Congratulations on exceeding the first test of the god of life. Affinity with the god of life plus 10%. The age of the third soul ring is increased by years. A perfect female slave is given as a friendship gift. After hearing about the reward for this divine test, Luo Zixi was completely numb. The reward given by the God King of Life is too casual. Just because your third soul ring is not enough for 100,000 years, he fills it up directly, and what are the perfect female slaves for? A female slave is a female slave, and you are a perfect female slave? It's already enough that you have Hulina, a slave girl, as a burden, and now you're throwing her to me. Just when Luo Zixi's eyes were still full of confusion, a ray of emerald gold light appeared directly in front of him. That's right, this figure is none other than the goddess of life. Oh my, you are still as cruel as ever, but since you have exceeded your expectations, I will help you fulfill your deepest desires. The phantom of the goddess of life was touching Luo Zixi's head like an old mother touching her child's head, which made him extremely unhappy. What the other person said is the desire hidden deep in your heart. Luo Zixi secretly swore in his heart that when he reached the divine realm, he would definitely hang this little bitch on a tree and spank her madly. Okay, time is running out, stop talking nonsense. If you are any slower, the little slave girl you are rewarded with will be completely dead. As the shadow of the goddess of life completely transformed into emerald gold light, Luo Zixi discovered that these energies were actually devouring Bibi Dong's body. Wrong. It seems that this is not just swallowing, but also swallowing and constantly reorganizing according to the original framework. The scene before him directly shattered Luo Zixi's worldview of the power of life. The goddess of life actually used the remaining blood and essence in the opponent's body and the original framework from the perspective of life molecules, and relied on absolute life energy to reorganize and produce new flesh and blood. The previous body serves as a reference for the new body, which is then used to condense the new body. Luo Zixi was confused at this moment, just like an intern seeing the attending physician perform a craniotomy. Although he didn't understand it, he just felt it was awesome. First comes the bones, then the meridians, blood and flesh, and finally the skin. When the goddess of life was about to complete all this, Bingdi also brought Xiao Bai to Luo Zixi. They almost dropped their jaws in shock after seeing the scene in front of them. At this time, Bibi Dong's facial structure had already been perfected. At this time, the other parts of her body were also filled with emerald gold light, and it could be seen that this body was about to be successfully condensed. After seeing this scene, Hulina's nervous heart finally relaxed. The corners of her eyes were red, and it looked like she had just cried. At this moment, Bingdi slapped Xiao Bai on the big butt. Snapped. Ouch! Xiao Bai didn't understand, but Bingdi slapped him again. Snapped. Stupid bear, don't look at anything inappropriate, do you understand? The Snow Queen is not here, and there will be no one to protect you when I deal with you in the future. After hearing what Ice Emperor said, Ice Bear King Xiao Bai let out a howl and ran away. Aunt Bingdi, she is really scary. Besides, there is nothing good about a human being. It still likes the female bears in its tribe. Luo Zixi watched every step taken by the goddess of life. Although he didn't quite understand it, he still wanted to record it first. But when Bibi Dong's body was completely condensed, Luo Zixi discovered that Bibi Dong's soul and 2 illusory spiders had appeared beside the goddess of life at some point, and 9 soul rings, 6 black and 3 red, were hanging on her left hand. But she frowned when she saw Bibi Dong's martial spirit. Why would a girl need such an evil spirit? Even if she were to become a slave girl, it would not be in line with this goddess's aesthetic taste. As she said this, she drew a stream of green energy from somewhere and injected it directly into it along with her own emerald gold power. Luo Zixi, who was standing beside her and watching her do all this, was numb. Is the god of life so awesome? Soon, with a satisfied smile on her face, Bibi Dong's soul was stuffed directly into this new body. All right, quickly put the slave mark on your little slave. Her body has been reshaped, and her cultivation has regressed a lot. She is now just a little soul saint who has just broken through to level 70. The phantom of the goddess of life yawned, as if she was very tired, and then she went straight into the green and gold mark between Luo Zixi's eyebrows. Seeing the goddess of life leave, Luo Zixi was not a hesitant person. He first used a tissue to wipe the blood from his nose, then took out a set of white winter clothes and put it on Bibi Dong and buttoned the collar. Bingdi, who was standing next to Luo Zixi at this time, showed a sly smile in his emerald green eyes after seeing this scene. Oh, Zixi, it turns out that a little guy like you can be shy too. There are divine martial spirits in Douluo continent, which means that gods have the power to change martial spirits. Rebuilding the body, rebuilding is not resurrection. Bibi Dong herself is not dead yet. It is not difficult for the power of the god of life to rebuild a person's body. End of this chapter. Chapter 49, Scolding Bibi Dong to wake up her love-minded mind, Luo Zixi leaves the far north. Chapter 49, Scolding Bibi Dong to wake up her love-minded mind, Luo Zixi leaves the far north. Time passed quickly and it was already evening. Bibi Dong, the former pope of the Spirit Hall, became his second female slave on Douluo continent because of the compassion of the goddess of life. It's just that the opponent's martial soul has undergone some very huge changes under the secret manipulation of the goddess of life. Her first martial soul changed from Death Spider Emperor to Green Demon Spider Emperor, and her second martial soul, Soul Devouring Spider Emperor, changed to Undead Sky Spider. The first martial soul removed the Death attribute and added the Extreme Wind attribute. The second martial soul removed the Evil attribute and added the Life attribute. Bibi Dong's soul skills have also changed, but her 2 bug-level soul skills have not changed at all. All the spirit rings in her body that were less than 10,000 years old were removed by the goddess of life. The remaining 7 spirit rings, 5 black and 2 red, were attached to the Green Demon Spider King. The eternal creation is still in her 6th soul ring. Her remaining 100,000-year spirit ring was assigned to her immortal Sky Spider martial spirit. The power carried by this spirit ring was immortality. The sky gradually darkened. Because Luo Zixi was going to leave for the human world tomorrow, Xuedi asked him for leave to chat with Bingdi and discuss future plans. In the Huanling fairyland, a brown-haired girl in a palace dress and makeup was chatting with Xiao Wu. Xiaoling was sitting next to Aro like a curious baby, listening to her and her sister Xiao Wu talking about the past. In the snow house where Luo Zixi was, Hulina was explaining the whole story to Bibi Dong who had just woken up. Luo Zixi sat cross-legged on the ground and let his soul enter the fantasy fairyland. Mom, if it weren't for Zixi, Xiao might never see you again. Xiao Wu was snuggling tightly in Aro's arms at this time, and Aro also hugged her tightly. Well, but you must not do such stupid things again in the future. The human world is too dangerous. There is no place for us soul beasts to survive. Aro sighed. If she hadn't been kind-hearted, she wouldn't have been discovered and hunted by others, and Xiao Wu wouldn't have encountered so many dangerous things. Mom, it's safe here. Zixi will protect us when there is danger. Xiao Wu smiled playfully, and it was obvious that she had great confidence in Luo Zixi. And when Aru saw that Xiao was still the same as before, fearless as ever, she just smiled and gently touched her little head. Are you so confident in me, little girl? Why didn't I see it before? Luo Zixi's voice reached Xiao Wu's ears. She climbed up from Aru's body almost instantly, and with a leap in the air, she directly entangled herself with Luo Zixi. Humph! That's not the case. Looking at Xiao Wu clinging to him like an octopus, Luo Zixi just pinched her little face. Xiao Wu, shouldn't you, the middleman, introduce yourself now? Aru's favorability plus 65%, current favorability 65%. After holding Xiao Wu and chatting with Aru for a while, perhaps because he was her son-in-law, Aru's favorability towards him increased rapidly, and in a short while it reached 65%. Aru's favorability plus 5%, current favorability 70%. You see, the favorability has increased again, which definitely means that he agrees with me as his son-in-law, inside the igloo. Bibi Dong, who had just woken up, already knew the whole story. So my body has now been reshaped by the gods and I have become the slave girl of the divine examiner. Listening to her teacher's words, Hulina nodded and shook her head, and finally said helplessly, "Teacher, it's not just you, we are all slave girls of the master." Hulina lifted up her clothes at her belly, and a pink wild rose was branded below her belly. Bibi Dong quickly opened her clothes after seeing the mark on Hulina's body. She finally discovered that she was hollow inside. Seeing this, Bibi Dong's cheeks turned red, and even her voice trembled at this moment. She also saw the mark below her abdomen, which was an extremely gorgeous black lotus. "Nana, I have been." It was the first time she saw her teacher looking so flustered. "Teacher, don't worry. The only man present at the time was the master, and it was the master who helped you put on and button up your clothes." She paused again at this point. "The master had a nosebleed after seeing you, the teacher who reshaped his body." While Bibi Dong and Hulina were still chatting, Luo Zixi walked out of the fantasy fairyland and his consciousness returned to his body. After waking up, Luo Zixi felt complicated when he saw Bibi Dong chatting with Hulina. They were clearly people he didn't want to save, but after all this time they became his slaves. But it's not that bad, at least Hulina can warm the bed, and Bibi Dong, the enhanced version of Soul Saint, can not only warm the bed, but also help a little during battle. "Okay, we'll talk tomorrow morning if you have anything to say. It's time to go to bed." Luo Zixi directly interrupted their conversation, and when Hulina saw Luo Zixi wake up, her charming fox eyes were full of confusion. "Master, can Nana?" Seeing Hulina in this attitude again, Luo Zixi slapped her on the butt to stop her from casting the spell. Snapped. "What?" Hulina sobered up a little after receiving the slap, while Bibi Dong looked at her disciple in disbelief. She felt as if the sky had fallen. "Go to sleep if you want. If you make trouble again, I will throw you out." Listening to Luo Zixi's words, Hulina half knelt in front of him like a little girl who was wronged and dared not to talk back. "And you, Bibi Dong, although you are my slave girl now, you were also Hulina's master in the past. I want to know how you usually teach Hulina? You are at least 90% responsible for her becoming like this now. Bibi Dong is a love-crazy person, and so is her apprentice Hulina. Even her daughter Qianrongxia from her previous life is a love-crazy person. It would be extremely unlucky for the spirit hall to encounter the three of them at the same time within 100 years. You know, if those three of them were a little smarter, Tang San's grandson would never have been able to become a god. Even if Azura God himself stepped down to manipulate the situation, it would still be a peak match that could not be won." Luo Zixi had long wanted to complain about what Bibi Dong had done, and now that she had become his slave girl, he might as well just let it all out. He talked about Bibi Dong for a full quarter of an hour, saying everything he wanted to complain about. He talked about all the shortcomings of Yu Xiaogang, Qian Sunji, the ungrateful person, and many more that he knew in his previous life. The end result was that Bibi Dong was speechless and stood there in a daze for a long time, unable to come back to her senses. When Luo Zixi saw this scene, she knew clearly in her heart that Bibi Dong, who had gained a new life and walked out of the haze of the past, could probably start to sort out those seemingly good things in the past on her own. Being in love can sometimes really make a person become paranoid and stupid, but when she comes out of it, she will find out how stupid she was. Of course, if the other party still can't figure it out and is not honest and obedient, Luo Zixi will use unconventional means. From today on, Hulina will warm the bed on odd-numbered days, and Bibi Dong, you will warm the bed on even-numbered days. We will set off on time at 10 a.m. tomorrow. After you have figured out your identity and your affairs, go to bed early. After saying that, he hugged the blushing Hulina's life-size pillow and closed his eyes and fell asleep. At this time, Bibi Dong was still standing there with a dull expression. Late at night, bursts of system prompt sounds came into Luo Zixi's mind. Bibi Dong, slave, favorability plus 10%, currently plus 10%. Bibi Dong, slave, favorability plus 10%, currently plus 20%. Bibi Dong, slave, favorability plus 10%, currently plus 30%. Bibi Dong, slave, favorability plus 5%, currently plus 65%. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, The Tian Shui Team Besieged by the 10,000-Year Soul Beasts. Chapter 50, The Tian Shui Team Besieged by the 10,000-Year Soul Beasts. Early in the morning, 10:15. Luo Zixi opened his dark eyes and looked at Hulina, who was still holding him tightly and whispering sweet words in his ear. Snapped. The crisp slap was like a wake-up call, waking up Hulina, who was still sleeping. Master, can you give me a kiss? Hulina's eyes were full of love at this time. Luo Zixi wanted to push her away when she saw this, but she was too proactive. After the kiss, he stood up directly. Bibi Dong had also woken up at this time. After seeing her disciple who took the initiative to throw himself into his arms, she felt mixed emotions. We should leave now. It will probably be more than half a year before we can get our next spirit ring. Luo Zixi stretched casually, while Hulina was tidying up her somewhat messy winter clothes. Bibi Dong's plan was simple. She wore some of Luo Zixi's spare clothes inside and a white winter suit outside. After all, she is his slave girl now, and Luo Zixi can't always let her be naked. But today, there seemed to be no hostility in her eyes when she looked at Luo Zixi. Instead, there was a hint of respect and curiosity. At this time, the Snow Queen, who looked like an ice elf, returned here from the other side, and after seeing her, Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with fear again. And Xuedi just looked at her jokingly. It's really thanks to the god in you that I offer a sacrifice to this little fellow Zixi. But I am surprised that you, a woman, can survive. You are the only one who can withstand my 3 unique skills with a human body. After saying this, a look of disdain appeared on Xuedi's face, and then she turned into an ice blue light spot and merged into Luo Zixi's body, floating into the Huanling fairyland. Looking at Bibi Dong with a hint of fear in her eyes, Luo Zixi couldn't help but sigh. It's terrible to be uneducated. The Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor of the Douyi period have been staying in the extreme north and have not been born. This has led to the fact that the strongest soul beast on the continent is the sky blue bull python, which is less than 200,000 years old. However, few people know that the 2 most powerful beasts are one at the bottom of the sea and the other at the deepest part of the Lake of Life. Her name is Xuedi, and she is the high priestess of the ice god. She is a born and raised ice and snow girl. In the far north, she is almost invincible under the gods. However, the Rakshasa god triggered her 700,000-year-old thunder tribulation, and in the end, she had no choice but to sacrifice herself to me in order to survive. Having said this, Luo Zixi just walked out. Let's go quickly, while the snow and wind are not too strong. Bibi Dong was stunned for just a few seconds before coming back to her senses. She really didn't expect that there would be such a powerful soul beast on the continent. Second test of the Divine Life test, breakthrough to the Soul Saint realm within 1 year, reward. Taking Bibi Dong and Hulina, they headed out of the far north. Their speed was not slow and they expected to reach the ice and snow villa where Luo Zixi had slaughtered all the people before this afternoon. Master, where are we going after we leave here? Walking on the snowy road, Hulina's eyes were filled with confusion. Go get something first, then kill 2 people. Luo Zixi looked back in the direction of Nodding City. Tang San should still be studying in Nodding City now, and that old dog Tang Hao must be there too. You have to know that Tang Hao himself had old injuries, and he didn't believe that the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python 5 years ago didn't leave something on his body. But there is an old saying that goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader, and when fighting a team, you must first attack the rear. He remembered very clearly that there were 2 not-so-high hills behind the Shenhun village, and the seeds and soul bones of the Blue-Silver Emperor should be among them. In order to be on the safe side, in case he escapes with the ring exploded and moves with Blue-Silver Emperor and Tang San, Luo Zixi decides to get his ex-wife first. After having the bargaining chips, she would feel more confident in dealing with him. Unknowingly, they were already close to the dividing line of the far north, the Frost Forest. But at this moment, Luo Zixi felt through the god's vision that there were 8 or 9 people trapped by a group of 10,000-year-old soul beasts a mile away. He was too lazy to care at first, but the other party happened to be in his path. On the other side, inside the Frost Forest. 6th soul skill, the Spear of Eternal Freezing. As a long azure blue spear pierced the huge python, the female soul master who was fighting with it was almost exhausted. Boom! Roar! The ice spear pierced through the giant python's frost armor, but only caused it minor injuries. Teacher Shuang. Don't want. The 7 girls in uniform, now covered in blood, looked at the black ice python king that blocked out the sky with despair on their faces. They all don't know why such an 80,000-year-old super soul beast would appear at the edge of the far north. Crack! At this moment, accompanied by a crisp sound, the entire frost forest fell into silence. Roar! As the black ice python king once again let out an angry roar, the leading female soul master finally mustered up the courage to open her eyes. SHHH. For some unknown reason, this 80,000-year-old little snake was flying towards the interior of the far north at an incredible speed. Along with the sound of something heavy falling to the ground coming from afar, a masked young man in gold-plated clothes and 2 masked figures, one brown and one white, walked out from behind the withered tree trunk. The far north has not been peaceful recently, so you better refrain from coming here in the future. That's right. The person who spoke was Luo Zixi, who had just arrived here, and the people standing behind him with their faces covered with the hats of their winter clothes were the 2 female slaves Bibi Dong and Hulina. After saying this, Luo Zixi took Hulina and the others and walked straight forward. But at this moment he was stopped by the female soul master behind him. Thank you for saving my life, Your Majesty. I will never forget it. Luo Zixi stopped walking after hearing her words and just waved his hand casually. Your Majesty. He was not. Just when he was about to disappear from the sight of the female soul master who was leading the team, the other party shouted out the last sentence. Your Majesty. I am Shuang Luer, the Dean of Tian Shui College. If you are free, you can come to our college and have a visit. You will always be our honored guest. Tian Shui College? Soon Luo Zixi remembered that this college seemed to be composed entirely of girls. Moreover, the admission requirements are very stringent. In addition to being a beauty, one must also have a martial soul with ice or water attributes, and one's own talent must also meet the requirements. However, Tian Shui College is the only elemental college open to civilians, so it is normal that the conditions are a bit harsh. If he wants to settle down in the future, he must have a proper identity. Thinking of this, Luo Zixi directly wrote down Tian Shui College in his little notebook. If he has nowhere to go after his revenge, he will come here to see if he can get a job. Master, they are all a group of top beauties, don't you want to go over and meet them? End of this chapter.